Chapter 1172. Reinitz leaned over and pressed his head against Gunyinji's as he looked at the photo she had just taken on her phone. The photo was very beautiful, and the angle perfectly captured the reflection of the top half of the Taj Mahal on the water. In the clear blue reflection pool, the figure of the Taj Mahal was like a dream. The pure white Taj Mahal was dyed orange in the sunset, and in the reflection pool, it happened to be upside down. The pointed pagoda on the roof became the lower jaw of the girl's head, and the round roof was the girl's round face. The complex leaf-shaped pattern on the cross-section of the roof was the girl's long and narrow phoenix eyes. Her eyes were slightly closed, as if she was sleeping. From the angle of the photo, a stone pillar in front of the Taj Mahal became the girl's straight nose bridge. The two smaller roofs of the Taj Mahal and the large roof were reflected in the reflection pool, forming a crown. Gunyinji carefully looked at the girl's head in the reflection of the Taj Mahal and thought it was a bit familiar. Pure white skin, a round face, slender eyebrows, and a small cherry mouth. This appearance was a bit like the photo of Gunyinji when she was a child. Or rather, it was similar to the doll when she was a child. Of course, it looked more like when Shui, because when Shui was older and more mature. Gunyinji's current appearance was completely different from when she was a child. Thinking about it this way, could she have looked similar to when Shui when she was a child? This was a new discovery for Gunyinji, because she had hated when Shui from the beginning, and she herself had grown up to look completely different from when she was a child. She had never thought about it in this direction. This time, the girl's head in the reflection pool of the Taj Mahal seemed to evoke this sense of similarity. Gunyinji pursed her lips and put this unpleasant thought to the back of her mind. She focused on the Taj Mahal and the poem. She walked back and forth a few more times in the corridor in front of the Taj Mahal. Her eyes were still attracted by the girl's head in the reflection pool. Gunyinji couldn't help but think of two lines in the poem. This waist, hope in your heart, Bill Tofgum's diamond sand pearls. The pillars of the Taj Mahal used to be inlaid with many gems, but they were all pried away during the World War. For example, the shorter pillar in front of the Taj Mahal was the one that looked like a girl's straight nose in the reflection pool. As they got closer, they could see the potholes left behind by the jewels that had been pried away. The pillar was not tall, and there was a small, umbrella-shaped pagoda at the top. Gunyinji's heart skipped a beat. She walked over and walked around the pillar to look at it. This pillar was inconspicuous among the buildings of the Taj Mahal, but in the reflection pool of the Taj Mahal, it was the centermost position. Does it have any special meaning? Gunyinji's intuition told her that this place looked ordinary, but it was actually hiding something. She scrutinized the pillar carefully, not missing a single spot. Soon, she found a line of words engraved in Sanskrit near the top of the pillar. Gunyinji didn't understand Sanskrit, but she could look it up online. Scanning the line of Sanskrit, Gunyinji used graphic recognition to extract the Sanskrit, then found the Sanskrit translation website and entered the line of words. The translation displayed on the website was, "These wasti hope in your heart. Gunyinji F***CK. This is going to cause trouble." Her expression was a little agitated, and her hands trembled slightly. "What's wrong? Do you think there's something wrong with this pillar?" Reinitz walked over and stood beside her. They looked up at the pillar together. The pillar was indeed not tall. Reinitz was about 1.88 meters tall. Standing in front of the pillar, he only needed to raise his hand to touch the top of the pillar. "Theopen your heart built Ofjum's diamond sand pearls." Gunyinji murmured this sentence. "Look, doesn't this look like the poem?" This pillar was once inlaid with a lot of jewels. Reinitz looked at it for a while. Many places in the Taj Mahal are inlaid with a lot of jewels, not just this pillar. "What do you want to say?" "But only this pillar is Theopine your ear." Gunyinji pointed to a line of Sanskrit near the top of the pillar and said, "Look, this is Sanskrit. I just translated it." Reinitz's heart skipped a beat. This is it. He had been walking around the Taj Mahal for more than half a month, but he had never paid attention to this pillar, let alone the line of Sanskrit on it. But he couldn't be blamed for this. There were only about 10,000 people on the entire blue planet who could speak Sanskrit, and most of them were Brahmins of this country. and there were less than 1,000 people who could read Sanskrit. Reinitz's main profession was not linguistics, so it was normal that he did not know Sanskrit. Moreover, his attention was not on this inconspicuous pillar. No matter who came to the Taj Mahal, their eyes would only be on its main hall. Gunyinji also came out to take a walk because she couldn't find any clues in the main hall. Taking pictures was also a subconscious action of her as a tourist. For her, the greatest pleasure of traveling was taking pictures, nothing else. Reinitz's attention was also drawn to this pillar. If this is the place, then it's even stranger. Could this pillar be hiding the data? Reinitz muttered to himself as he walked around the pillar again and again. Finally, he raised his hand, stood on his tiptoes, and reached for the small, umbrella-shaped spire at the top of the pillar. The inside of the spire was hollow, just enough for one hand to reach in. Reinitz's hand circled around the inside of the pillar, and his face finally froze. He felt a small box the size of a lighter, which was fixed to the pillar wall. He touched it himself again and discovered that it was probably taped to it. Reinitz was speechless. He took out his military knife, climbed to the top of the pillar with one hand, and reached in with the other. He used the knife to separate the tape, then pulled hard and took out the small lighter. There really is something. Gunyinji was also very surprised, and she smiled happily. Quick, look at what it is. Reinitz looked at the lighter in his hand. To be precise, it was not a lighter, but a small iron box the size of a lighter. This small iron box was locked with an even more exquisite little lock. After Reinitz looked up and down, he took out a small tool from his military knife string and stuck it into the keyhole of the lock. His hand cautiously swayed around the keyhole, looking for the place where the keyhole was connected. Finally, with a click, the small lock was unlocked. Gunyinji was speechless. He actually knew how to pick locks. Reinitz turned around to see her surprised expression, and he was overjoyed. He suddenly couldn't help but bend over and quickly kiss her forehead. Thank you, Sirius. This action made He-Ji-Chu, who was hiding nearby, unable to tolerate it any longer. F*CKU. He-Ji-Chu threw away the binoculars again, and with a gun in one hand, he slammed the windowsill with the other and jumped down. All teams, attention! All teams, attention! Target, Tunnel Plaza. Target, Tunnel Plaza. He-Ji-Chu led his own people and ran toward where Reinitz and Gunyinji were standing with a murderous look on their faces. This was the first night watch, Chapter 1165, Finding the First Pass. It was the third night watch today. Remind everyone of your recommendation votes. Don't vote for the monthly votes yet. Wait until the end of the month to vote for double. 8 o'clock in the evening, the third night watch. Moi. Chapter 1173. Reinitz finally kissed Gunyinji. Although it was only on her forehead, and although it was only an expression of surprise, he still managed to kiss her. At that moment, he felt that his life was complete and that he no longer had any regrets. She was such a beautiful woman. Even the skin on her forehead was so soft and smooth. When his lips pressed against hers, he felt as if his lips were about to burn. He was on the verge of exploding, but the heat had already spread throughout his body. Reinitz suddenly felt very hot. Gunyinji couldn't dodge in time and was kissed on the forehead by Reinitz. The part of her forehead that was kissed by Reinitz suddenly felt hot. Her heart skipped a beat, and she quickly dodged to the side. She frowned and said, "How many times have I told you not to touch me? Why won't you listen? If you continue like this, we won't be able to cooperate." Reinitz closed his eyes and forced himself to calm down. "I'm sorry, Sirius. I didn't mean to. I'm really too happy." How could Reinitz not be happy when he finally had a lead on what he had been looking for so long? Last time, their bureau was breached by the pink piggy, and almost everything was taken away. As the supervisor, Reinitz was supposed to bear the main responsibility. However, the veteran figure of their bureau, Li Dashi, stepped in to protect him, so he was safe and sound. He wasn't demoted or punished. Deep down, he still felt very guilty. He caused such a huge loss to the country, but he didn't reveal who the pink piggy was. This went against his many years of beliefs and principles. But that was a subconscious action. He didn't regret hiding the truth about the pink piggy but he still felt guilty. This time, if he could successfully find the important data that had been lost for nearly half a century, he would be able to atone for his sins. Gun Yinji looked at him speechlessly and pointed to the small iron box in his hand. Do you think this is what you're looking for? More than 100 pages of Letter's Eyes' data are all in this small iron box. Reinitz looked at the rusty little iron box and muttered, "Maybe your father recorded them on microfilm? Or flash memory?" This was the only way he could think of to shrink it. When Gu Haoze took away this data, microfilm and flash memory had not yet been created on the Blue Planet. But in Gu Xiangwen's hands, perhaps microfilm and flash memory had already been invented. However, the small metal box was too flat. Reinitz wondered what kind of microfilm or flash drive could be so small. His fingers caressed the small iron box, and with a slight push of his thumb, he opened the small iron box with a click. Gun Yinji also looked over with wide eyes. The small metal box didn't contain the microfilm or flash drive that Reinitz had expected. He was slightly disappointed. Gun Yinji didn't think about microfilm or flash memory. She didn't even believe that this was the data they were looking for, because there was only a neatly folded piece of paper in the small metal box. The note was yellowed and looked like it had been there for a long time. It looked similar to the picture on the phone that Reinitz had shown Gun Yinji. Why is there only one note? Gun Yinji was surprised. Is it a new clue? Reinitz glanced at Gun Yinji and took out the note with a headache. He opened it and glanced at it. As expected, it was a paragraph written by Gu Xiangwen. Congratulations on passing the first stage. I don't know why you're looking for the whereabouts of this thing, but before I tell you where it is, you can go to these places to take a look. Then, the note wrote the names of a few clinics. Batty Fertility Assistance Center, Parents Clinic in the Labadoo Project, Das Fertility Medical Clinic, Lejiuan Infertility Treatment Center. Without exception, these clinics were specialized in childbirth. Gun Yinji was confused. What kind of data is it? Why was it all related to childbirth? The corners of Reinitz's eyes twitched imperceptibly. He was about to come up with a random excuse to fool Gun Yinji when he suddenly heard a loud bang. The sound was too familiar. Without thinking, he pulled Gun Yinji to him and rolled to the ground with her in his arms. He used his body to protect her. A bullet almost brushed past them, sending stone fragments flying in the corridor beside them. Let go of her. I'll count to 3. If you don't let go of her, I'll send you to meet your god. Hijichu's icy voice traveled over. He spoke in perfect Hanover German, and his sonorous tone expressed his deep anger and unwillingness. Reinitz sneered and held Gun Yinji in the crook of his arm with one hand as he raised his hand to shoot in Hijichu's direction. Watch out! Gun Yinji panicked and struggled with all her might in an attempt to disrupt Reinitz's balance, so he wouldn't be able to shoot accurately. However, Reinitz's arm was like cast iron, and he held Gun Yinji in place with just one hand. Hijichu's eyes were bloodshot when he saw this. He pointed his submachine gun at Reinitz and Gun Yinji, but he didn't dare shoot again. Bullets didn't have eyes. Reinitz held Gun Yinji hostage by his side. Although he didn't use her as a shield, who knew if he would suddenly change his mind? How many people could sacrifice themselves for others in a life and death situation? Hijichu didn't dare take the risk. He hung the submachine gun on his back and took out a pistol with his other hand. He aimed at Reinitz's leg and fired 3 times. Reinitz hugged Gun Yinji and rolled away again. The bullets landed where they were, kicking up a cloud of dust and stone debris and leaving a small crater. Hijichu's men stood guard beside him. They all held submachine guns and didn't miss a single direction. Reinitz quickly issued an order through his Bluetooth headset. Not long after, masked gunmen suddenly emerged from the holly trees around the Taj Mahal's tunnel and fired at Hijichu and his men. Hijichu's men were all wearing bulletproof vests and helmets. When they saw the situation, they quickly turned their guns and shot back at the gunmen. Bang, bang, bang. Intense gunshots rang out above the Taj Mahal, indicating that a gunfight had broken out there. Gun Yinji's ears were about to go deaf, but Reinitz held her firmly in place. She couldn't even raise her arms to cover her ears. Reinitz's men were attacking after the enemy had struck, and they all had their own bunkers. Although Hijichu's men were wearing bulletproof vests and helmets, they could only protect the vital parts of the torso. There were no bulletproof devices for non-vital parts, such as the legs and arms. Soon, Hijichu's men were taken down one by Reinitz's masked gunmen. They were either shot in the arm or in the leg, and they screamed as they fell. Hijichu also lay down on the ground and rolled on the ground. He was already closer to Reinitz. "Stop!" Reinitz roared. "My gun can penetrate bulletproof vests. Don't think I won't dare to shoot you." He was still a bit afraid of Hijichu because Li Dushi had once told him not to confront Hijichu, but now it was either you die or I die, so Reinitz felt that he might not necessarily listen to Li Dushi. Hijichu froze for a moment and saw Gu Nianji in Reinitz's arms. She was so nervous that her face was flushed, and she shook her head desperately at him. While he was distracted, Reinitz's masked gunmen had already jumped out of their bunkers. They carried submachine guns and pounced on Hijichu. Gu Nianji finally broke down and shouted, "No, Professor Higo, go!" She used all her strength in Reinitz's arms to push him, kick him, bite him, and tear him apart. She wanted nothing more than to bite off a piece of flesh from him. The masked gunmen held their guns and aimed at Hijichu's head. They were getting closer and closer. The Taj Mahal, which had just been ringing with intense gunfire, suddenly quieted down, and the atmosphere around them became more and more oppressive. The setting sun shed its last rays of light before disappearing on the western horizon. This was the moment when the sky was about to turn dark, when black and white alternated. Gu Nianji watched as the masked gunmen gradually approached Hijichu. Their footsteps were heavy and powerful. Tap, 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 tap. It was like iron hooves trampling on her chest. Her eyes were bloodshot, and she was screaming Hui Xiaoheng's name in her heart, but she couldn't say a word. "Hui Xiaoheng, are you going to miss it again this time?" As if responding to the cries in her heart, the dark sky suddenly fell, and everyone's vision instantly darkened. It was dark. At that moment, a dozen bullets suddenly sprang out of the darkness with sparks that cut through the darkness. They were fired later, but arrived first. With a whoosh, they hit Reinitz's masked gunmen almost at the same time. They were all shot in the back of their heads, and their eyes revealed a look of disbelief. Then with a plop, as if in slow motion, they fell on their backs one by one. Gu Nianji's eyes lit up. Her face was covered in dust, and she looked like a little tabby cat. In the thick night, she saw a dozen tall figures also quietly approaching from all directions. She couldn't sense any murderous intent, but it was more terrifying than any murderous intent. Although she couldn't see their faces clearly, Gu Nianji recognized them immediately. The tall man walking at the very front was definitely Hui Xiaoheng. He was finally here. This time, he didn't disappoint her. Gu Nianji's tears flowed again, but she didn't realize it at all. She just smiled happily and contentedly. This was the third watch. Chapter 1166, He's Here. It was the third watch today. A reminder for everyone's recommendation votes. Kiss, kiss, kiss. Asterisk degree, degree, asterisk. Chapter 1174. They came in the night, but it was as if they had brought light with them, dispelling the thick darkness. The moon peeked out in the sky and sprinkled its light on the ground, making the dozen or so figures appear even taller. As soon as the gunshot rang out, Reinitz knew something was wrong. They were surrounded. He made a prompt decision and immediately stuffed the note he had found in the pillar into his mouth. He chewed it up before swallowing it. After he finished processing the note, he looked up and saw a red light flash in front of him, a small red that was aimed at the center of his forehead. Although he couldn't see the red dot, the red light that flashed in front of him made him immediately understand that he was locked on by a sniper rifle. If he moved, he would immediately be shot in the head by the sniper. Reinitz's body instantly stiffened, and he didn't even have time to do anything to Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji excitedly struggled again. This time, she easily broke free from Reinitz's shackles and got up from the ground. She looked back and saw that Reinitz was still in the same position on the ground. His head was tilted, and his gaze fell on the figures in front of him. Gu Nianji clearly saw a red dot on Reinitz's forehead. It looked like the light from a laser pointer. Of course, she knew that this red, that was actually a sniper rifle's lock-on. No wonder Reinitz was lying motionless on the ground in the same position as before. His gaze shifted to Gunyenji. His eyes looked so blue under the moonlight that they were almost black. They really looked like the sea under the moonlight. Gunyenji pouted at him and immediately turned to smile. The 10 or so tall figures had already arrived by their side and surrounded them. Gunyenji was very familiar with the figure at the front. She had already recognized it as Hua Xiaoheng. Therefore, when she saw the man's full beard and unfamiliar aquiline nose, she was stunned. The man didn't even look at her. He walked to Hijichu's side with his gun and reached out to him. "Boss, we're late." The voice was low and hoarse, and every sound seemed to be sanded with sandpaper. It wasn't Hua Xiaoheng's voice either. Gunyenji only hesitated for a moment before understanding. Hua Xiaoheng and the others had disguised themselves. Just like every overseas operation of the Special Operations Forces, they would disguise themselves and not be easily exposed. The joy on Gunyenji's face faded, and she stood silently to the side. The moonlight was like water, shining on the pure white Taj Mahal, making it look like a bright moon palace. Under the moonlight, the Taj Mahal had a different kind of charm, like a peerless beauty frozen at the most beautiful moment of her life. Hijichu looked at the outstretched hand in front of him. His gaze followed the hand, up the strong arm, and stopped on an unfamiliar face covered in a full beard. He actually modified it too cunning. Hijichu snorted, but didn't take Hua Xiaoheng's hand. Instead, he pushed himself up and sneered. "Thanks to you, I'm not dead yet. You guys really came at the right time." He didn't say anything, but he used his eyes to warn Hijichu not to go overboard. The corners of Hijichu's lips twitched. If Gunyenji hadn't been watching, he would have slapped her. What the hell? He didn't care about Gunyenji's life, and used her as bait for Reinitz to take advantage of her. Hijichu raised his head and turned to walk to Reinitz's side. He suddenly raised his leg and kicked Reinitz's chest. Gunyenji trembled in fear and covered her mouth with both hands to stifle the scream she was about to let out. Hua Xiaoheng coughed uncomfortably and said in a hoarse voice, "Boss, let's go quickly." There were corpses everywhere, and the mercenaries Hijichu had brought were already beaten to the point where they couldn't move. As soon as the sun rose, the country's military and police discovered them, so it wouldn't be easy for them to escape. Moreover, because Hijichu acted rashly, the person behind Reinitz didn't come out and only capture Reinitz. Hijichu vented the anger in his chest and clenched his fists. He waved his hand and said, "Tie him up and take him away." Hua Xiaoheng gave his subordinates a look and told them to listen to Hijichu's orders. Two soldiers silently took a special rope from their waists and tied Reinitz up. They used the international sailor's knot. It was said that the more one struggled, the tighter the knot became. It was very secure. Hijichu finally walked to Gunyenji's side and looked down at the dust on her face. He took out a pack of wet tissues from his pocket and carefully wiped her face. Gunyenji suppressed the excitement in her heart and obediently let Hijichu wipe her face. She stood beside Hijichu and controlled her gaze not to look at Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiaoheng also didn't say anything. He was dressed in dark camouflage and had infrared night vision goggles on his head. On his feet were the B brand military boots that mercenaries often wore. They were said to be strong enough to kill a cow with one kick. He and another colleague dressed as mercenaries stood shoulder to shoulder behind Hijichu and acted like they were protecting their boss. Of course, Gunyenji, who was standing next to Hijichu, was also under his protection. The rest of the people dealt with the corpses on Reinitz's side. The corpses were dragged away and thrown into the river next to the Taj Mahal. The mercenaries Hijichu had brought earlier had their legs or arms injured, but their lives weren't in danger. These people were supported into the dark night and walked towards the jeeps they had brought with them. In the blink of an eye, there were only a few people left in the corridor in front of the Taj Mahal. Hijichu took Gunyenji's hand and asked Reinitz coldly, "What did you find in that pillar?" Hijichu actually didn't want to ask such a ridiculous question. However, Hua Xiaoheng kept sending him messages through his Bluetooth headset, and asked him to first find out what clues Reinitz had found. Reinitz smiled. He had just been kicked hard by Hijichu, so his internal organs were shaken and the corners of his lips were bleeding. However, his arms were tied behind his back, so he couldn't wipe himself. Under the moonlight, his appearance was very horrifying. Gun Yinji turned her head uncomfortably and looked at the Taj Mahal in the distance. Reinitz smiled even more happily. He had already chewed up the note and swallowed it. Even if they killed him and cut him open, they wouldn't be able to find it. Sorry, there's no more. Reinitz raised his eyebrows and spoke in a very gentlemanly manner. Hijichu frowned. No more? What do you mean there's no more? There's no more means there's no more. You guys came too late. I already ate that thing, Reinitz said politely. Although he was tied up, he still stood ramrod straight like he was on a palace ball. Hijichu's lips twitched. He was about to tell Hua Xiaoheng that there was nothing he could do when Gun Yinji quietly recited the note she had just seen. Congratulations on passing the first stage. I don't know why you want to track down this thing, but before I tell you where it is, you can go to these places to take a look. Barty Fertility Assistance Center, the Labadoo Project's Parental Treatment Center, Das Fertility Medical Clinic, Leijuan Infertility Treatment Center. With Gun Yinji's photographic memory, that little note of less than 200 words was a piece of cake. Hijichu, Reinitz, both of them thought, damn, how could they forget about Gun Yinji's genius IQ? Only Hua Xiaoheng burst out laughing. Hijichu turned around and glared at him. How dare you laugh at the boss? Hua Xiaoheng quickly wiped a smile and looked up. I wouldn't dare. Reinitz's suspicious gaze lingered on Hua Xiaoheng's face for a moment. He didn't recognize this person at all. With these people's skills, he actually couldn't tell which mercenary group they belonged to, and because of Reinitz's work, he was very familiar with the mercenaries on the Blue Planet. Gun Yinji quietly looked down and had a hard time holding back her laughter. Hijichu held Gun Yinji's hand and felt her body tremble slightly. He knew she was laughing, and he felt even more aggrieved. He gritted his teeth and wrapped his arm around Gun Yinji's shoulders to hold her in his arms. He turned around and said sternly, Let's go. He practically dragged Gun Yinji away with him. Hua Xiaoheng's eyes flickered as his gaze swept past Hijichu's back. His burning gaze finally stopped on Gun Yinji's back, almost burning a hole in it. He turned around and waved his hand, ordering his men to escort Reinitz to follow. The soldier holding Reinitz put a piece of tape on his mouth, put a woolen cap over his face, and pushed him to follow the others. The group of people got into the cars, and the engines roared as they left the Taj Mahal with a roar. Gun Yinji and Hijichu got into the car in the middle and sat in the back. Hua Xiaoheng escorted Reinitz over and ordered his men to take him to the car in front. He walked to the car in the middle, where Hijichu and Gun Yinji were sitting, and pulled the door open. Hijichu slammed the back door and locked it from the inside. Gun Yinji looked at him speechlessly and quietly opened the back door on her side. Then she glanced at Hua Xiaoheng. There was a faint smile in Hua Xiaoheng's eyes as he walked around to Gun Yinji's side, opened the door, and slowly sat inside. Gun Yinji moved from the back seat on the left side of the door to the middle seat. Hijichu and Hua Xiaoheng sat on either side of her. This was the safest moment Gun Yinji had felt in days. She smiled as she looked at Hua Xiaoheng on her left, then at Hijichu on her right, and nodded in satisfaction. Hijichu's expression was cold as he ordered the driver in front, drive. The driver was also one of the Special Operations Forces field personnel that Hua Xiaoheng had brought with him. He only listened to Hua Xiaoheng's orders. Hua Xiaoheng also nodded and said drive. Only then did he start the car and leave the Taj Mahal. They got on the highway and drove to Hijichu's apartment in New Delhi. Gun Yinji asked where they were going and thought of Rong Mingxing. She asked anxiously, By the way, where's Rong Mingxing? Have you guys contacted her? Hijichu didn't even look at her as he said coldly, You can't even protect yourself, and you still have to worry about others? She's fine and has already returned to the embassy. Gun Yinji breathed a sigh of relief. She smiled at Hijichu ingratiatingly. Thank you, Professor He. Hijichu snorted and didn't hear Gun Yinji say anything else for a long time. He was a little surprised and couldn't help but look at her, only to find that Gun Yinji had already fallen asleep. She had fallen asleep with her head on Hua Xiaoheng's shoulder on the other side. This was the first night watch. Chapter 1167, The Safest Moment. It was the third night watch today. A reminder for everyone's recommendation votes. Don't vote for the monthly votes yet. Wait until the end of the month to vote for double. The second night watch at 1 p.m. and the third night watch at 8 p.m. Asterisk degree asterisk. Chapter 1175. Hua Xiaoheng was 188 meters tall and was a soldier. Whether he was standing or sitting, he always had a standard military posture, the kind that could be used in textbooks. But this time, he bent his long legs in the spacious back seat of the Jeep and slightly tilted his shoulder towards Gunyinji. He didn't sit properly and was only trying to make her sleep as comfortable as possible. Actually, Xiaoheng's muscles were strong and hard no matter how relaxed he was. Leaning against him wasn't actually comfortable. But to Gunyinji, Xiaoheng's shoulder was the most reassuring place. But at this time, Hua Xiaoheng only calmly looked straight ahead without any expression on his face. But He Jichu saw very clearly that Hua Xiaoheng's arm had already wrapped around Gunyinji's waist and was gently supporting her from behind. Hua Xiaoheng only did this to prevent Gunyinji from sleeping soundly during the bumpy ride. He Jichu looked at them coldly and pursed his lips as he looked out the window. Because of the power outage, there weren't even any streetlights on New Delhi's highway. They completely relied on the Jeep's headlights for illumination. It was pitch black on both sides outside the window, with only the occasional car headlight passing by and leaving a line of light on their retinas. But at this time, there weren't many cars on the highway. Everyone was busy exchanging money at the bank during the day, so they should all be going home to count their money now. He Jichu propped one elbow on the window and supported his chin with the back of his hand. After a moment of silence, he asked quietly, "How are you going to deal with Reinitz? Are you going to kill him?" Hua Xiaoheng looked at He Jichu strangely. "He's not a mercenary. How can I just kill him like that? He was the head of the Gestapo in a large country after all. Haha, you're so generous. I really underestimated you." He Jichu crossed his arms and sneered. "That's right. As long as it can help you complete the mission, you'll pay any price, including your girlfriend or wife. Right?" No matter how well-mannered Hua Xiaoheng was, he was still angered by these words. But even if he was angry, no one could read anything from his expression. "Professor He, I'll take it that you spoke without thinking because of Ninji today. Ninji and I both forgive you, but I don't want to hear a second time." He turned to look at He Jichu, his dark eyes devoid of any emotion. They were so cold that it made people shudder. Of course, He Jichu wasn't afraid of him, but he was still satisfied with his attitude. He snorted softly. "Do you think I'm willing to say that? I don't want to see Ninji fall in love with scum." The corners of Hua Xiaoheng's eyes twitched, and his fingers trembled slightly. He actually had the instinct to pull out his gun. He tried hard to restrain himself from saying more things that he shouldn't say. The yellow camouflage Jeep sped on the highway. After more than 10 minutes, the tension between the two gradually eased. He Jichu glanced at Gunyinji's sleeping form and asked Hua Xiaoheng in a low voice, "How do you plan to explain this to Speaker Long?" This was Hua Xiaoheng's own business, so he didn't plan on telling He Jichu. He calmly changed the topic to Reinitz. "I've arranged everything over there, but this time, because of Reinitz, we still fell short of success." "Failed at the last moment? What else do you want?" He Jichu's brows furrowed again, and a trace of disdain flashed in his shimmering, sultry eyes. "For the sake of your stupid plan, you put Ninji in such an unbearable situation. I'm telling you, if it weren't for Ninji, I wouldn't have participated in your stupid plan, even if you beat me to death." "Stupid?" Hua Xiaoheng was a bit surprised, and his sharp eyes stared at He Jichu. "Is this how you view this plan? I thought you wanted to help Ninji." He Jichu, he suddenly looked away, no longer looking at Gunyinji's sleeping face. He secretly clenched his fists to calm the tumultuous emotions in his heart. He said coldly, "Yes, I wanted to help Ninji. That's all." It didn't include helping Hua Xiaoheng build a career. Hua Xiaoheng always felt that He Zichu was implying something, but he couldn't ask him why. He had this feeling for a long time, but if he really wanted to ask, He Zichu wouldn't say a word, even if it was for Gunyinji. Hua Xiaoheng's brows furrowed almost imperceptibly, but he quickly relaxed and said calmly, "That's good. We finally have the same goal. Speaking of Reinitz, why did he want Nianji to help him find something? And what was that note about?" He Zichu shook his head. "You'll have to ask Nianji about that. I wasn't there at the time, so I don't know at all." Hua Xiaoheng glanced at him and saw that He Zichu was completely calm. It didn't seem like he was faking it at all, and he didn't have any psychological burden either. Hua Xiaoheng was secretly puzzled. He was about to ask again when Gunyinji began to moan in her sleep. He Zichu and Hua Xiaoheng quickly stopped talking. Hua Xiaoheng patted her back to calm her down, and she went back to sleep. Gunyinji was still sound asleep when they arrived at He Zichu's apartment. They were about to get out of the car. Hua Xiaoheng hesitated for a moment, but He Zichu had already carried Gunyinji horizontally in his arms and walked up the stairs to his apartment. He Zichu's villa was located in the wealthy district of the capital of this country. It was a pure white European-style building and was tightly surrounded by a perimeter wall. There were 2 large carved iron gates at the entrance. Their car drove straight through the big iron gate and stopped in front of the 4-story main villa in the courtyard. Reinitz got out of the car behind them and squinted at the house. If it weren't for the tape on his mouth, he would have whistled. He watched He Zichu carry Gunyinji into the main door of the mansion and was slightly surprised. Could Gunyinji be injured? He couldn't help but follow the 2 mercenaries who were escorting him inside. Hua Xiaoheng was still by He Zichu's side as the leader of the mercenaries. He Zichu carried Gunyinji to the master bedroom on the 3rd floor and said to Hua Xiaoheng, without turning his head, "I don't care about Reinitz anymore. You can do whatever you want." Hua Xiaoheng was speechless. He crossed his arms and thought for a moment before nodding. "Okay, I'll take over, but you can't stay here." He Zichu snickered and put his hands in his pockets. "Hua Xiao, you have to understand that this is my territory, not yours. Why do you have to order me around?" Hua Xiaoheng replied calmly, "It's up to Nianji. She won't be happy to see you in the same bedroom as her when she wakes up." "You." He Zichu was so angry at Hua Xiaoheng's words that he couldn't refute. Because Gunyinji really did have that attitude towards him. "Hua Xiaoheng, I'm warning you. Don't think that you can use Nianji completely just because she's dead set on you. I'm telling you, as long as I'm here, don't even think about using her." He Zichu pointed a finger at Hua Xiaoheng and tapped the air a few times in a very imposing manner before turning to leave. Hua Xiaoheng stood in the room where Gunyinji was sleeping for a while before taking a deep breath and turning to leave. He Zichu had already gone to the guest room next door to rest and hadn't even eaten dinner. Hua Xiaoheng couldn't be bothered to continue talking to him. He went to arrange for someone to cook and went to the room where Reinitz was being held. Reinitz was locked up in a small guest room on the basement level. The guest room had no windows and only one door to enter and exit. The furnishings inside were also very simple. There was only a bed, a desk, and a chair, as well as a simple bathroom with a shower. When Hua Xiaoheng entered, Reinitz was sitting on the chair and stretching his muscles. The ropes on his body had been removed, and the tape on his mouth had been removed, but his hands and feet were shackled. Hua Xiaoheng didn't dare be careless when it came to Reinitz. Reinitz had just gone to the bathroom to relieve himself and stayed there for a few minutes to observe the situation around him. In the end, he discovered that it was basically impossible to escape. He was trying to think of a way to contact the people outside when he heard the door open. He turned to see the bearded mercenary leader with a hooked nose walk in. He smiled and nodded at him, then asked him in Chinese, "Which company's mercenary are you? How come I've never seen you before?" Although Hua Xiaoheng already knew from Gunyinji that Reinitz could speak Chinese, he still looked surprised and seemed very surprised. He froze for a moment before replying in Chinese with a Southeast Asian accent. "I'm a small company that I found myself. I work for Mr. He to make a living." He purposely had a Southeast Asian accent in his Chinese because that was the place that produced the most Chinese mercenaries. Reinitz discreetly inquired about the mercenary leader's background. Hua Xiaoheng was already prepared, so he naturally made up a well-reasoned story. He wasn't afraid that Reinitz would investigate, because every piece of information could be verified. However, Reinitz wasn't so gullible. He asked around and was still skeptical. In the end, he said, "What exactly does your boss want?" This was exactly what Hua Xiaoheng wanted. He immediately said, "You kidnapped our boss's people, so of course our boss won't let you go. Our boss wants me to ask you, why do you have designs on Miss Gu? How did Miss Gu offend you?" Offend? Reinitz shrugged. "She offended me in many ways, but I didn't harm her. Otherwise, you can ask her." "Really? Our boss also wants to know why you went to the Taj Mahal to look for something. Does the thing you're looking for have anything to do with Miss Gu? Let your boss ask me. I don't talk to small fries like you about this kind of thing." Reinitz became arrogant and ignored Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiaoheng had actually pretended to be He Zichu's subordinate to interrogate Reinitz in order to test He Zichu and Reinitz. In fact, with Gunyinji there, he didn't need to know what they were up to from Reinitz. Now that he realized the relationship between the two of them was a bit subtle, Hua Xiaoheng didn't say anything more and turned to leave. After leaving the room, he personally locked Reinitz's room and carried the key with him. He also ordered the two field agents disguised as mercenaries to guard the room carefully and never speak to Reinitz. After arranging the security in the basement, Hua Xiaoheng returned to Gun Yinji's bedroom upstairs. As soon as he entered, he saw Gun Yinji staring at him from the bed. "You're awake?" Hua Xiaoheng smiled as he walked over. "Are you hungry? I arranged for someone to cook dinner." This was the second watch, Chapter 1168, Complete Use. It was the third watch today, a reminder for everyone's recommendation tickets. It was 8 o'clock in the evening. Moi. Chapter 1176. Gun Yinji sat up from the bed and stretched. Her torn sleeves fell down. She pouted and said, "I didn't shower, so I didn't sleep well." Hua Xiaoheng was speechless. His heart tightened, and he quietly turned around. His voice was a bit urgent. "Go shower. I'll come back later." With that, he quickly left Gun Yinji's master bedroom. Gun Yinji looked at his tall figure in surprise, then looked down at herself. There was nothing wrong. The hunting jacket she was wearing had originally belonged to He Zichu and was dirty. Now that it had been taken off, there was only a white silk shirt and black skinny pants inside. The silk shirt had been torn, but only the sleeves had been pulled off. The rest was fine, and she was still dressed. Gun Yinji glanced at her exposed arm and got up to shower. Hua Xiaoheng entered the guest room next to Gun Yinji's master bedroom and locked the door. He also quickly went to the bathroom to wash up. He removed the disguise on his face and changed into a clean black t-shirt and camouflage pants before returning to Gun Yinji's room. Gun Yinji had also finished showering and was drying her hair with a hairdryer. When Hua Xiaoheng came in, she turned off the hairdryer and smiled. "Hua Xiao, I almost didn't recognize you just now." However, she still locked onto Hua Xiaoheng's figure at first glance, even though his voice and appearance were different. Hua Xiaoheng walked behind her and bent down to hug her from behind. He smiled. "But you still recognized me." At that time, he was really a bit worried that Gun Yinji would call out his name. Therefore, he immediately walked over to He Zichu and reached out to pull him up to show that he was his mercenary subordinate. With Gun Yinji's intelligence, she naturally understood his intentions immediately. As expected, Gun Yinji calmed down after her excitement and didn't make any eye contact with him. Hua Xiaoheng held Gun Yinji's shoulder. "Thank you." Gun Yinji curled her lips and placed her hand on the back of Hua Xiaoheng's hand. "Do we still need to say thank you to each other?" Although Hua Xiaoheng had refuted He Zichu's words, they still pierced his heart like needles. He had to constantly reflect on whether he was as despicable as He Zichu said. Now that he saw Gun Yinji, his conviction was strengthened. Hua Xiaoheng nodded and leaned over to kiss her. He sat next to her in the opposite direction and told her about Reinitz. "Do you know what he's looking for?" Gun Yinji glanced at him first. "Hua Xiao, did you already know that Reinitz would appear? Do you know that what they're looking for is related to me?" Hua Xiaoheng grunted. "I only know the gist of it, and there's someone behind Reinitz. However, because Reinitz is too cunning and kept challenging my and Professor's bottom line, We weren't able to lure the person behind him out in the end. Gunyinji picked up the comb to comb her hair. She felt a faint sense of joy in her heart and deliberately said casually, "Reinitz won't hurt me. Last time, when I copied all their system files as the pink piggy, he let me go. What's more, this time he has a favor to ask of me." Hua Xiaoheng was silent for a while and sighed. He nodded and said, "Reinitz is too cunning. It's been hard on you this time." He paused and said, "My snipers have been locking on to his and his men's positions. As long as he makes a move, we won't be lenient." It wasn't like they hadn't killed people before. As long as Reinitz threatened Gunyinji's life, Hua Xiaoheng wouldn't hesitate to pull the trigger no matter how powerful he was. Of course, after capturing Reinitz, Reinitz was no longer a threat. Killing him now would only complicate the issue and complicate matters. Gunyinji knew that Hua Xiaoheng was subtly expressing that he was also concerned about her. She was very happy, but she didn't show it on her face. She mimicked Hua Xiaoheng and said nonchalantly, I knew you would come." Hua Xiaoheng couldn't help it anymore and hugged her to kiss her. They kissed for a while before Gunyinji told him about the note Reinitz found today. "That was left behind by my father, Gu Xiangwen." Gunyinji paused and said, "Reinitz also mentioned my grandfather, Gu Haoze." She then told him about what Reinitz said her grandfather, Gu Haoze, had taken from their bureau. Reinitz and his bureau have been chasing it for more than half a century and have only found some clues now. Hua Xiaoheng thought about it. "So that thing is related to your grandfather. We didn't know about this." Gunyinji froze. "You know what they're chasing? Then you know about that thing. It's a set of data." Hua Xiaoheng looked at her steadily. His voice was close to hers, low and magnetic. "According to the information we received, this data was the secret experimental data that the famous Japanese numerical unit conducted in the northeast of our country during World War II. Later, on the eve of the end of World War II, it was sent to the Gestapo headquarters in Europe, which was Reinitz's bureau. How important is this data? Even the Japanese officers of the numerical unit didn't dare hand it over to the victorious Allies. Instead, they chose to hand it over to the Gestapo in Europe for safekeeping. Later, that set of data was lost for unknown reasons. Reinitz's bureau announced to the public that the data building suddenly caught fire and destroyed many important materials. We didn't believe it at first. In addition to Reinitz, Japan has also been tracking the whereabouts of this set of data. Everyone knew that the infamous numerical unit of Japan had handed over all their experimental data to the victorious Allies, the United States, in exchange for immunity from prosecution. So there was something they didn't dare to exchange for benefits? Gunyinji's heart sank. It's related to Japan again. Then how did my grandfather get involved in this? Reinitz said that my grandfather was a master of psychology and helped them improve a set of hypnosis methods. But I've never known any master of psychology who was Chinese during World War II. Hua Xiaoheng nodded, and his expression became serious. We've never stopped paying attention to anything related to Japan. But your grandfather's situation is indeed new information. We didn't know about it before. I've checked the few clinics mentioned on the note you mentioned earlier. As he spoke, he handed the phone to Gunyinji. Look, Gunyinji took Hua Xiaoheng's phone and looked down. Batty Fertility Assistance Center, Labadoo Projects Parental Treatment Center, Das Fertility Medical Clinic, Lejiuan Infertility Treatment Center. They're all clinics here? That's convenient. We can go take a look. Hua Xiaoheng's eyes contained a hint of a smile as he nodded. We'll go tomorrow. I feel like this is a bit unreasonable. I hope the results won't be unexpected. Gunyinji looked at the names of the clinics again and took out her phone to key in. Then she opened her hacking app and entered the back-end system of the clinic's official websites in less than a minute. Hua Xiaoheng was speechless. He shook his head with a smile. Are you addicted to hacking? I can't help it. Hua Xiao can just pretend he didn't see it. My father specifically mentioned these clinics. I can't help it. Gunyinji didn't even look up. Her fingers flew across her phone as she searched for the back-end data and information. The official website was filled with patients' personal data. Gunyinji wasn't interested and didn't find anything interesting. Just as she was about to log out, she saw an interface that led to the official website's financial system. Her heart skipped a beat, and she clicked on it. Entering the clinic's financial system, Gunyinji could see at a glance that the clinic received a large amount of charitable donations. As a clinic that treated infertility, shouldn't they be making a lot of money? Why would they need charitable donations? Gunyinji also roughly looked at the clinic's financial situation. Even without the large amount of charitable donations, the clinics were still very profitable. It was interesting that such a profitable clinic received such a large amount of donations every year. Gunyinji dug deeper. She discovered that the clinic's financial system actually hid the donor's documents. Most people wouldn't have discovered it, but unfortunately, it was Gunyinji who they met. Gunyinji only took 5 minutes to crack the password to the hidden documents and discover the real donor behind the scenes, Angel in the world. Gunyinji's heart skipped a beat. She immediately hacked the official websites of several other clinics. Without exception, she discovered that these clinics all received large charitable donations. And the donors of these clinics were all from the same charity fund, Angel in the world. The corners of Gunyinji's mouth twitched. No wonder Angel in the world wanted the Gu family's assets. Long before they coveted the Gu family's assets, they had invested all of their own huge assets into these clinics. Hua Xiaoluk. Gunyinji showed Hua Xiaoheng what she discovered. This was the third watch, chapter 1169, coming to the surface. It was the third watch today, a reminder for everyone's recommendation tickets. Moi. Chapter 1177. Hua Xiaoheng froze when he saw that all these clinics had accepted donations from the Angels on Earth Charity Foundation. He couldn't help but recall a piece of information. He thought about it for a while, and his gaze gradually deepened as he said slowly, "That foundation is from Japan, right?" Gunyinji nodded. "Yes, the law firm I hired is currently in a lawsuit against this foundation in their country. I heard that if I win, this foundation will have to cough up everything even if it goes bankrupt. If they couldn't repay it, they would have to mortgage all their assets to Gunyinji. In other words, if the clinics they donated to had signed a donation contract beforehand and weren't free funding, then these clinics were also providing services to Gunyinji. Not all of the charity's money was given for free." Hua Xiaoheng's brows furrowed even tighter. He seemed to have thought of something, and his brows twitched slightly. His gaze quickly swept from Gunyinji's face to the information of the clinics on his phone. "Looks like we need to go there tomorrow to take a look," Hua Xiaoheng muttered. Gunyinji nodded repeatedly. "I'll go too. This kind of place is too strange. It's supposed to be a normal clinic, but it's mixed up with that horrible foundation. It's weird to see. Leave it to me. Don't worry." Hua Xiaoheng patted her head. "Are you hungry? Let's go down for dinner." Gunyinji happily agreed and went to the bathroom to change out of her bathrobe. She put on the torn shirt and Jichu's men's hunting jacket over it before coming out of the bathroom. Hua Xiaoheng grabbed her arm unhappily, his expression slightly dark. "Why are you still wearing this? It's all dirty." Gunyinji shook her head nonchalantly. "It's fine. I can't go down in torn clothes, can I?" She opened the hunting jacket to reveal her smooth shoulders. "Look, my clothes are torn. I don't have anything else to change into." This was Jichu's temporary residence in India. Gunyinji had been sent in while asleep, so she didn't have anything else to change into. Hua Xiaoheng was a bit speechless. He opened the master bedroom closet and searched for a long time, but didn't find any women's clothing. There were only some men's t-shirts and shirts. Hua Xiaoheng saw that the t-shirts still had tags on them, so they were brand new. He picked the smallest size for Gunyinji and put on a white men's shirt. Gunyinji tucked her t-shirt into the waistband of her trousers and wore the men's shirt like a long coat. The sleeves were rolled up high and piled on her elbows. It looked very interesting. Hua Xiaoheng took her downstairs and said, "Let's buy some clothes tomorrow." Gunyinji quickly said, "I don't have time to go shopping. Why don't you go to the hotel, where Speaker Long and I are staying, and get my suitcase?" This reminded Hua Xiaoheng. He took out his phone and said to Gunyinji, "Go eat. I'll make a call first." Gunyinji knew that Hua Xiaoheng probably had work to report, so she nodded obediently and went to the dining room to eat alone. The Special Operations Forces field personnel that Hua Xiaoheng had brought along this time were also in the dining room. About a dozen of them were enthusiastically watching this country's television. Whether it was news, TV dramas, or entertainment programs, they were all jokes in their eyes. One by one, they laughed so hard that they staggered from side to side, lying on the table and complaining that their stomachs hurt. Gunyinji walked in and greeted them with a smile. Huh, what's so funny? The field personnel who was Hua Xiaoheng's driver recognized Gunyinji and quickly pulled out a chair for her to sit down. He said with a smile, I was watching a series on their TV station just now. The woman was shot in the head by a sniper, and there was such a big black bullet hole in the middle of her forehead. She didn't die, but she said her last words in the male lead's arms for 20 minutes. Gunyinji looked up and saw the large TV screen opposite her. There was a big black hole in the woman's forehead, and she was grabbing the male lead's hand with great sorrow and nagging. Awkward. Gunyinji shook her head and smiled as she knocked the spoon on the bowl. Where's dinner? I'm hungry. Hua Xiaoheng took his phone and walked to the grass behind the villa. He looked up at the stars in the night sky. This was a wealthy area, and even the night sky seemed to be much brighter. The air was fresh, and the sky was dotted with stars. There was also a bright half-moon. Every family had a flower garden with all kinds of flowers. It was late spring, and the shadows were sparse, and the fragrance of the fragrance wafted. It really was like a paradise. Hua Xiaoheng took a deep breath and dialed General Ji's number. At this time, it was around midnight in the imperial capital. He didn't know if General Ji was working overtime or already asleep. He originally wanted to leave a message, but he didn't expect the phone to only ring once before General Ji picked up. Xiaoheng, how's the situation? General Ji looked at the time. Hua Xiaoheng shouldn't be in Country R, where the International Special Forces competition was taking place. Hua Xiaoheng's expression relaxed slightly, and he said calmly, everything is normal, but there's a situation outside of the plan. I want to ask for your instructions. General Ji said without hesitation, Xiaoheng, I trust you. You can make your own decisions according to the situation. You don't have to ask me for instructions. You know, the situation outside is ever-changing. As long as you firmly remember, any decision you make must put the interests of the country and its people first. Yes. Hua Xiaoheng's heart warmed to receive his superior's unconditional support. He immediately replied, I know. Then he explained Gunyinji's situation again. In the end, he said, I want Nianji to follow us. As for Speaker Long, I will call him. I will say that you know about it, and ask Nianji to cooperate with our department's work. General Ji agreed without hesitation. No problem. If Old Long has any questions or dissatisfaction, you can push them all to me. He then reminded Hua Xiaoheng, don't let Old Long know that you called him, understand? Of course not. Hua Xiaoheng smiled. What kind of person did he do for a job? How could he make such a low-level mistake? Speaker Long had always maintained a cautious and watchful attitude toward their department. He wouldn't walk right into the trap and ask for trouble. After reporting to General Ji, Hua Xiaoheng used a voice changer to call Speaker Long. The phone rang a few times before someone picked it up. It was one of Speaker Long's special assistants, but it wasn't Special Assistant Yang. The person looked at the number. It was an unfamiliar number. Thinking that the other party had called the wrong number, he asked suspiciously, May I ask who this is? Hua Xiaoheng used the high-quality voice changer made by the Special Forces to make the call. Even if the other party had audio analysis, they wouldn't be able to crack it. This time, he used a slightly higher baritone voice to talk to the other side. He coughed and said, I'm looking for Speaker Long. I'm from Department 6. When the Special Forces contacted their own people overseas, they would usually say that they were from Department 6. When a special assistant heard that it was Department 6, he immediately became respectful. Please wait for a moment. I'll go find Speaker Long right away. Speaker Long was in a meeting with his entourage in the room. The person knocked on the door with an anxious expression. Speaker Long, there's an urgent call. Speaker Long immediately stopped the meeting and quickly walked out to answer the call. As soon as he heard that it was Department 6, he immediately asked, May I ask what's the matter? Hua Xiaoheng lowered his voice and said, We have orders from our superiors to ask Miss Gu to assist us in a secret mission. Miss Gu, You mean Yinji? But she's missing. Speaker Long said bitterly. I'm arranging for people to look for her. Don't worry, I'll find her even if I have to turn this entire city upside down. Hua Xiaoheng said. There's no need. Miss Gu is with us. I just wanted to let you know. Speaker Long was overjoyed when he heard this. The gloomy expression on his face finally dissipated. Are you serious? She's really with you? Yes, she's having dinner. I'll ask her to call you later and bring her luggage from the hotel. Also, there's a major problem with Special Assistant Yang. We're investigating him now. Please assist us in our investigation and detain him immediately. Okay, no problem. I'll send someone to arrest him immediately. Speaker Long's mind was completely filled with news about Gunyinji. He laughed happily. Okay. Sorry for the trouble. Nianji has never traveled far and is still young. Please bear with her and take good care of her. Knowing that Gunyinji was fine and was with his own people, Speaker Long was truly happy. He went from extreme anger and sadness to extreme joy and excitement in an instant. He felt as if his blood vessels were running out. After Hua Xiaoheng hung up the phone, Speaker Long collapsed on the sofa and almost couldn't move. The special assistant reacted quickly and immediately called the accompanying special healthcare doctor to give Speaker Long oxygen and injections. Only then did his condition improve. As soon as Speaker Long's condition improved, he quickly ordered Special Assistant Yang to be detained. Special Assistant Yang couldn't get in touch with the Secret Service elites all day and was burning with anxiety. Especially when he learned that Rong Mingxing had returned safely, he felt a sense of despair. He tried to test Rong Mingxing several times, but Rong Mingxing was much more cunning than before. She had been with other embassy staff and didn't answer his calls at all. He went to the embassy once, but Rong Mingxing also avoided him. Without the help of the Secret Service elites, Special Assistant Yang found it difficult to move at all. He couldn't do anything, let alone silence. Rong Mingxing didn't make any special moves. She didn't even take the initiative to talk to Speaker Long. Special Assistant Yang held on to a little hope and stayed by Speaker Long's side. It wasn't until he heard Speaker Long talking to someone on the phone and knew that Gunyinji was fine that he acted like he was facing a formidable enemy and wanted to escape without bringing anything. Before he could run out of the hotel door, he was caught by Speaker Long's bodyguards. What are you doing? I'm the first secretary of the embassy. You can't do this to me. Before Special Assistant Yang could finish yelling, the bodyguard who caught him sealed his mouth with a piece of tape, then tied him up and took him back to the hotel room to be detained. After Gunyinji finished dinner, Hua Xiaoheng asked her to call Speaker Long. When Speaker Long heard Gunyinji's voice coming from the phone, his heart finally calmed down. Okay. You can assist the comrades of the 6th Bureau. Don't worry about us. We will be departing for Huaxia soon. Speaker Long was very reluctant to part with Gunyinji. You have to pay attention to your safety. Don't show off when you're outside. Protecting yourself is the most important thing. Do you hear me? I'm still waiting for you to come back and train you well. This was the first update of the day, Chapter 1170, Unconditional Support. It was the third update today, a reminder for everyone's recommendation tickets. The second update was at 1 p.m., and the third update was at 8 p.m. Chapter 1178. Thank you, Speaker Long. Gunyinji was very touched and held the phone with excitement. Her voice trembled as she said, Don't worry, I will return to work immediately after assisting them with their mission. You have to keep this a secret for me. No problem. I know. Speaker Long nodded repeatedly. You are serving the country, so the Senate will definitely strongly support you. I will have someone write it in your resume. Gunyinji was a little embarrassed and quickly said, No need. I said it's a secret, so don't leave any traces. You can't say that. Speaker Long smiled very comfortably. You work for the 6th Division and bring glory to the Senate. I will remember that. Don't worry. Speaker Long was getting on in years, and it wasn't easy for him to find a suitable successor, so he treasured him very much. Gunyinji was young, and Speaker Long felt that although she was very capable, her temperament was unstable, so he intended to let her go out to hone herself. Gun Yinji was excited by Speaker Long's words and also told him about Rong Mingxing. Speaker Long, there is one more thing. Rong Mingxing helped us a lot this time, so you have to give her credit. When she mentioned Rong Mingxing, Gun Yinji couldn't help but think of Special Assistant Yang and Rong Mingxing alone in the embassy. If Special Assistant Yang wanted to do something bad, Rong Mingxing's life might be in danger. Therefore, after thinking about it, Gun Yinji decided to tell him that Special Assistant Yang had colluded with a foreign Secret Service elite to harm her and Rong Mingxing. She also said that the 6th Department had coincidentally rescued her and Rong Mingxing when they were tracking the Secret Service elite. This way, she could cover up Rong Mingxing and her experience and create the conditions for the Special Operations Forces to appear in this country. Finally, she said, Speaker Long, Rong Mingxing has evidence of Special Assistant Yang colluding with foreign Secret Service elites. I also have evidence, but I can't go back right now. Please be careful, lest he becomes desperate. Speaker Long originally thought that Special Assistant Yang was just jealous. He never expected him to have the courage to collude with foreign hostile forces to harm his own compatriots and comrades. Don't worry, I won't let any of these traitors go. Speaker Long's voice became ruthless. He had always been good-tempered and was known as the good guy in the political arena, but when he was young, he had a nickname, Smiling Tiger. He hadn't shown his might for so many years that his subordinates were treating him like a sick cat, right? I believe that Speaker Long will be able to bring those traitors to justice, Gun Yinji said, clenching her fists. Don't worry, Special Assistant Yang has been locked up. Speaker Long calmed himself down and said pleasantly, After your luggage is picked up, we will set off for the Huaxiao Empire. Yinji, you'll have to rely on yourself from now on. Be careful. You're not part of Division 6, so you don't have to rush to the front. Do you understand what I mean? Gun Yinji nodded. I know. As he spoke, he wanted to help Rong Mingxing again. Speaker Long, since something has happened to Special Assistant Yang, Rong Mingxing will be in an awkward position at the embassy here. She has been a great help to me, and she has stuck to her principles and bottom line in the face of major issues. I hope you can reconsider recruiting her into the Parliament Secretariat. I'd say she'd be a very promising Senate worker. Speaker Long didn't agree right away. He simply said, I will talk to her. Special Assistant Yang's case will definitely require Rong Mingxing's cooperation in the investigation. She was going to return to the Huaxiao Empire with us anyway. Gun Yinji was relieved and said with a smile, Speaker Long, I trust you. I'll leave Rong Mingxing in your care. You child, you still have to take care of yourself. Why are you always thinking about others? Although he hadn't spent much time with Gun Yinji, Speaker Long already felt that Gun Yinji was actually a very sentimental and good girl. If others treated her well, she would want to return the favor 10 times over. Of course, if you did anything bad to her, she wouldn't relent. Speaker Long was very appreciative of his sincerity and persistence. He had been immersed in politics for so many years, and he knew that this kind of person was the most reassuring. He didn't have to worry that she wasn't capable enough and would cause trouble for him, nor did he have to worry that one day she would stab him in the back. Only people like this could be nurtured with peace of mind. After ending the call with Speaker Long, Gun Yinji felt that her face was burning. She put away her phone, touched her face, and found that it was really warm. Xiaoheng called out to her from the corridor. Yinji, come in after the call. Don't catch a cold at night. Gun Yinji turned around and smiled at him. Under the moonlight, her face was as bright as the epiphyllum under the moon, pale to the extreme and incomparably beautiful. Hua Xiaoheng's Adam's apple bobbed up and down as he suppressed the fire in his heart and waved for her to come over. Gun Yinji walked up the corridor on the steps and said with a smile, When will my suitcase arrive? I've already sent someone to pick it up. It should be soon. Hua Xiaoheng took her hand and brought it to his lips to kiss it. He said in a very low voice, I'll go to your room tonight. Gun Yinji smiled non-committally and didn't say a word. She gently pushed him away and turned to walk in. Hua Xiaoheng crossed his arms and looked at Gun Yinji's back. A smile flashed in his eyes. The little girl had really grown up. Not only had she grown up, but she also knew how to seduce people. The next morning, Gun Yinji and Hua Xiaoheng woke up almost at the same time. Morning, morning. The two looked at each other and ended a long morning kiss. We're going to visit a few clinics today. Which one do you want to visit first? Hua Xiaoheng got out of bed first to get dressed. He put on a pair of loose desert camouflage pants and a camouflage t-shirt to cover his strong, wheat-colored upper body. Gun Yinji hugged the blanket and sat up. Where's my suitcase? My clothes and things are all in there. Hua Xiaoheng picked up his phone and called his subordinate's number. Where did you put Miss Gu's suitcase? Boss, it's just outside Miss Gu's bedroom. Hua Xiaoheng turned off his phone and went out to open the door. He took Gun Yinji's suitcase inside and turned to leave. As soon as he closed the door, he saw Ji Chu standing at the door of the opposite room and looking at him coldly. Hua Xiaoheng was speechless. Professor He, did you sleep well? Hua Xiaoheng nodded slightly and greeted him as if nothing had happened. Ji Chu closed his eyes and said coldly, I heard you want Yinji to follow you. Not me, it's us. Hua Xiaoheng crossed his arms. Me, you, and our mercenary. Ji Chu looked at him expressionlessly and put his hands in his trouser pockets. His voice was even colder. Why? Didn't we already catch Reinitz? What else do you want? The situation has changed. Hua Xiaoheng briefly explained the situation of the clinics that he had investigated yesterday. We're going to those clinics to see for ourselves today. Ji Chu heard that it had something to do with the Angels in the World charity again and rubbed his brows in frustration. Are you guys done yet? The charity is about to be sued. When that happens, everything in the charity will belong to Yinji. Do you guys really have to go see them now? But this has something to do with Yinji's father. Hua Xiaoheng stared at Ji Chu and didn't miss his every move. He narrowed his eyes and said, Don't you want Yinji to find her father as soon as possible? Ji Chu became even more frustrated but didn't say anything. He only waved his hand. Up to you guys. He then turned and walked towards the stairs. Hua Xiaoheng wasn't in a hurry to go down. Instead, he leaned against the wall by the door and waited for Gun Yinji. After Gun Yinji freshened up, she changed into a lake green lace crop dress with 2 pockets on both sides. Gun Yinji liked it the most. She opened the bedroom door and saw Hua Xiaoheng leaning against the wall by the door. She was surprised. Hua Xiao, you didn't go down? You should call me Alex. Hua Xiaoheng reminded her. Don't let it slip in front of Reinitz. Alex was, of course, Hua Xiaoheng's mercenary alias. It wasn't his real English name. He didn't have a real English name. Gun Yinji nodded quickly and immediately corrected herself. Alex, do you want to go for breakfast? When are we leaving? They talked as they walked and arrived at the dining room on the first floor. The field personnel from the Special Operations Forces had already finished eating and were now working out in the gym. Ji Chu sat alone in the dining room. Seeing the two of them walk in, Ji Chu snapped his fingers and asked for the dishes to be served. He said, You guys can make your own arrangements from now on. I won't interfere. Gun Yinji sat across from Ji Chu and said with a smile, Professor we want to go to those clinics today. Won't you come with us? Ji Chu didn't even look up as he replied dryly, No, I'm very busy. Hua Xiaoheng sat down next to Gun Yinji and smiled. Yinji and I plan to pretend to be a husband and wife seeking a child and go to the clinic for consultation. Ji Chu immediately looked up at him. His gaze was like lightning as he objected. You and Yinji are pretending to be husband and wife? Absolutely not. This was the second watch of the day, Chapter 1171, Pretending to be a Husband and Wife. It was the third watch of the day, a reminder for everyone's recommendation tickets. It was 8 o'clock in the evening. Moi. Chapter 1179. Gun Yinji also choked at Hua Xiaoheng's description of pretending to be a husband and wife seeking children. She was drinking milk, and when she heard this, she choked and almost spat it out. Hua Xiaoheng reached out and patted her back with a smile. Drink slowly. No one's going to steal it from you. His voice and demeanor were gentle and considerate like never before. Gun Yinji rolled her eyes at Hua Xiaoheng. She was afraid someone would steal her milk. She clearly choked at his words. She was certain that Hua Xiaoheng knew the reason, but still deliberately twisted the truth. He was really evil. He Jichu gripped his knife and fork so tightly that the veins on the back of his hand popped out. The moment he heard Hua Xiaoheng say husband and wife, he still lost control. He thought he could get over it and see her live a good life, but when he heard the word husband and wife, he realized it wasn't so easy to accept this reality. She was supposed to be his wife, but now she was smiling sweetly and being gentle with someone else. There was a knife above the word tolerance. If he really tolerated it, it would be like stabbing his heart with a knife. He Jichu took a deep breath and tried to speak as calmly as possible. You're now the leader of the mercenaries around me. Do you think pretending to be husband and wife with Nianji won't expose your identity? I could disguise myself, Hua Xiaoheng said nonchalantly. He stared at the half-foot-tall fish burger in front of him for a long time, then slowly picked it up with his hand and took a bite. Also, if that clinic is as problematic as you said and is closely related to the angels in the World Charity Foundation in Japan, then it must be under close surveillance. What identity do you plan to use if you just barge in like this? He Jichu expressed his worry and quickly glanced at Hua Xiaoheng and Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji's late green lace dress and Hua Xiaoheng's camouflage uniform looked eye-catching and piercing. Hua Xiaoheng finished half of his fish burger and said slowly, "We must be pretending to be Japanese. I know a few words of their language." Gu Nianji quickly shook her head. "Oh, but I don't understand. Why do we have to pretend to be Japanese? Can't we use our country's identity?" Hua Xiaoheng looked at her meaningfully and said with a smile, "Trust me, pretending to be Japanese will have an unexpected effect." It seemed like there was a hidden meaning in his words. Gu Nianji knew that Hua Xiaoheng had more information than they did, so he must have his reasons for saying this. She kept quiet, which was a tacit agreement. He Jichu opened his mouth and swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue. In the end, he decided not to get involved in their business. He said dryly, "Actually, that foundation spent so much money and worked for so many years without any results. I don't know why you guys spent so much effort to investigate. Is it fun to do something that has no result?" His voice was like a basin of cold water splashed over, cold and indifferent, like the tinkling sound of ice and jade colliding. Gu Nianji frowned. "Professor, he has a point. Alex, are we taking him too seriously?" Hua Xiaoheng shook his head. "We won't know if it's serious until we see it." His gaze swept across Gu Nianji's face. "Just because I haven't succeeded now doesn't mean I haven't succeeded in the past. Also, as long as they keep doing it, there will be a day when they can solve the problem and achieve continuous success. We can't wait until that day to act." He still insisted on that point of view. For humans, technological progress was unstoppable. But for the country, key individuals were too important. Those outstanding disciplines relied heavily on leading scientists. Losing one could cause the country's advanced advantage to fall back at least 10 years, or even 50 years in serious cases. Gu Nianji also felt that Hua Xiaoheng's words made sense. She said thoughtfully, "I remember that the United States of America on the other side of the blue planet was able to send astronauts to the moon and back half a century ago. But now, they can't even launch a spacecraft to the moon again, let alone send astronauts to the moon and back again. If the moon landing was real and not faked, then it meant that the loss of technology was completely real. It was said that technological progress was irreversible, but technological development didn't progress in a straight line, but in a spiral." Then she thought about why the Gestapo, represented by Reinitz, was still tracking down a lost piece of data after half a century. Gu Nianji suddenly felt enlightened. She nodded firmly. "I have to go see it for myself." He Jichu was silent for a long time. "I'll go with you." Hua Xiaoheng curled his lips in satisfaction. "Professor He, you're not busy anymore?" He Jichu had just used busy as an excuse to reject Gu Nianji's suggestion. He Jichu snickered and scratched his knife twice on his plate. "You make it sound so serious. Of course I have to make time to see it no matter how busy I am." Gu Nianji was speechless. Hua Xiaoheng wanted to provoke He Jichu a few more times, but Gu Nianji secretly kicked him under the table. She frowned at him and made a disapproving expression. Hua Xiaoheng glanced at her and raised his chin. He deliberately said, "Why did you kick me? You wanted to shut up? Fine, I'll shut up and won't argue with Professor He. Are you satisfied now?" Gu Nianji's little face flushed. She was extremely embarrassed, and her already large eyes widened even more. What was wrong with this person? He was deliberately arguing with her in front of others and provoking him in front of Professor. He Jichu couldn't bear to listen anymore and threw his knife away. The knife fell on the half-empty plate, making a crisp clang. He said stiffly, "Let me know when you're leaving." He left the dining room without looking back. Gu Nianji turned around and watched He Jichu's lonely figure disappear at the entrance of the dining room. She felt a little sad. She didn't have romantic feelings for He Jichu, but that didn't mean she could take his feelings for granted and ignore it. When someone loved you with all his heart, even if you couldn't accept it, you couldn't treat it lightly. She felt that Hua Xiaoheng had gone too far and glared at him. She put down her knife and fork and got up to leave. Hua Xiaoheng sighed and quickly grabbed Gu Nianji's wrist. He said quietly, "Are you angry? Then I'll go apologize to Professor He." He only wanted to test how much He Jichu was hiding, but He Jichu was very indifferent to everything else. No matter how much he provoked him, it was useless. He only had an obsession with Gu Nianji. They were both men, and Hua Xiaoheng didn't really believe that He Jichu had already let go of his feelings for Gu Nianji. And this feeling seemed to be his only weakness. People in Hua Xiaoheng's line of work knew how to use weaknesses to provoke others to achieve their own goals. It was almost instinctive. Gu Nianji didn't turn around and said dryly, "Professor, he has helped us enough. I hope you won't make things difficult for him anymore." "Okay, I understand." Hua Xiaoheng nodded and let go. Gu Nianji immediately took off. As soon as she walked out of the dining room, she saw that He Jichu hadn't gone far. He was leaning against the wall of the dining room door with his arms crossed and a faint smile on his face. Seeing her come out, his shimmering, sultry eyes flashed. "Nianji, I'm very happy that you spoke up for me." Hua Xiaoheng's mouth twitched when he heard this from the dining room. This He Jichu had become so cunning. This was the third watch of the day. Chapter 1172, Speak Up for Me. It was the third watch of the day. A reminder for everyone's recommendation tickets. Moi. Chapter 1180. Gu Nianji hadn't expected He Jichu to still be nearby. She blushed again and clasped her hands in front of her. She said awkwardly, "Professor He, I meant what I said. You helped me so much." "I know. I'm glad you know." He Jichu patted her head and noticed that her hands were clasped together. He sighed softly and said quietly, "You don't have to thank me. This is what I should do. Compared to what you've done for me, whatever I do for you is what I should do." He Jichu added silently in his heart. Gu Nianji looked up and looked at He Jichu with a pair of bright, inky eyes. "Professor He, don't say that. We're not related, and you've done so much for me. I really don't know how to repay you. How can you treat this as what you should do?" He Jichu had risked his life to save Gu Nianji several times when she was in danger. He Jichu's hand paused and moved it from Gu Nianji's head. He smiled and looked down. "Then work hard from now on, and that'll count as repaying me." He knew Gu Nianji didn't remember anything about her childhood. He Jichu thought to himself, "It's okay if you don't remember. As long as I remember." Gu Nianji smiled. "I'll definitely work hard. A great teacher produces great students. I won't ruin your reputation." He Jichu nodded. "Go get changed. When are we leaving?" Gu Nianji looked at her watch. "It's still early. We plan to go check around 10. She also had to discuss with Hua Xiaoheng what kind of husband and wife they should dress up as. Gu Nianji didn't speak Japanese, so the problem hadn't been solved yet. He Jichu comforted her again. "Don't be too nervous. Just treat it as going out to play. Don't be so worried. Whether it's related or not, it has nothing to do with you and me." He felt a bit uneasy seeing Gu Nianji so invested in the Gu family's business. However, the Gu family was Gu Nianji's support. She couldn't be someone without roots. And the Gu family was her best, and most natural route. The two of them walked up the stairs together. Hua Xiaoheng sat in the dining room and looked at their backs. He slowly stood up and followed them out of the dining room. He Ji-Chu and Gu Nianji had just climbed the stairs to the second floor when his phone rang. He didn't want to answer at first, but when he heard the ringtone, he took out his phone and looked at it. He decided to answer it anyway. Nianji, discuss it with Alex first. I'm going to take this call. He Ji-Chu took the phone and walked to his room. As soon as he entered, he shut the door tightly, swiped open his phone and asked, "What's wrong? Why are you calling me?" The person on the other side of the phone sounded a little frightened. "Mr. He, it's like this. Someone said that he's a relative of yours from the countryside and wants to see you. He also said some nonsense things." He Ji-Chu's brows furrowed slightly, and his voice was extremely cold. "What did she say? What relative? What's his name?" The place where the people were talking seemed to be very noisy. He covered his phone, found a quieter place, and continued. "Mr. He, she said that your great-aunt. Great-aunt? The He family had such a relative? Why didn't I know about it?" He Ji-Chu asked unhappily. "Did you guys confirm her identity? I don't want any Tom, Dick, or Harry to call me a relative." It had only been 7 or 8 years since the He family's rise in power in South America. He Ji-Chu was very sure that there were no relatives in the He family that he didn't know. However, since the He family had become rich, there were many people who wanted to take advantage of them. This was also human nature. However, pretending to be his great-aunt was a bit of a big deal. We asked, and the general situation matched. She also said that when you were sick, you were recuperated at her house. Later, when you were 16, your father took you away from your hometown to treat your illness, and you never went back again. The person repeated the words of the great-aunt intermittently. She also said, the He family has a small population, and now that she knows that you are still alive, she is very happy. She just wants to meet you and see what you will look like when you grow up. Nothing else. He Ji-Chu rubbed his forehead, feeling a headache coming on. "Just show her my photo. Is that okay?" The person seemed to be a bit hesitant. "Your great-aunt is also Chinese. She said that she wants to go to the Huaxiao Empire to return to her roots." He Ji-Chu was speechless. "Then give her a sum of money and let her live out her old age in peace." He Ji-Chu was in no mood to be perfunctory with this kind of relatives who were separated by many generations. He knew very well that the He family's grandfather and grandmother didn't have any biological brothers. So how could there be a great-uncle and great-aunt? Of course, it was possible that it was a distant great-uncle and great-aunt. The He family had indeed been a large family in the past, but because of the hereditary disease in the family, it had been passed down from generation to generation, and almost all of them had died. He Ji-Chu sighed with a complicated expression. In the future, he would leave everything in the He family for Nianji's children. He would never allow anyone from the He family to take a share. He had brought all the property, so he also had the right to take it away and leave it to anyone he wanted. The person asked He Ji-Chu to wait for a moment and went to talk to the great-aunt. "Hello, our mystery just called back and said that he would show you this." The person was He Ji-Chu's right-hand man in South America. He helped take care of all the South American businesses, and He Ji-Chu trusted him very much. This person was also very capable and very loyal. He took out a recent photo of He Ji-Chu from the photo album on his phone and showed it to the great-aunt. The great-aunt looked to be in her 60s or 70s, and the wrinkles on her face could squeeze mosquitoes to death. It was obvious that her living conditions were not very good. Her clothes were clean, but they looked like they had been washed many times, and the colors had faded. She was very thin and shriveled, but her eyes were still very bright. She should be a very smart person. She was so old, but she didn't have any symptoms of dementia and still looked very smart. The great-aunt took the phone from the person and glanced at it with a smile, then froze. Tears flowed uncontrollably, and she covered her mouth with her hand, crying and laughing at the same time. "This is the beginning of our family. This is really the beginning of our family. So this is what our Ji-Chu looks like when he grows up. He's not dead. He's still alive. I want to go fulfill my wish. I want to go. As she nagged, she tossed the man's phone away and ran out of Ijichu's mansion in South America without asking for anything. The person was stunned and quickly called a few people to follow her. He then called Ijichu and sent the video he had just secretly recorded to him. He said in confusion, "Mr. Helook, is this person mentally ill? She said she wanted to see you, and she cried and laughed when she saw your photo. She didn't even want money." Ijichu received the video and only watched it for a moment before closing his eyes and letting out a long sigh. Yes, he survived and didn't die. How lucky. After a moment of silence, Ijichu called the person. "This is my great aunt. Find someone to take care of her and give her a house to live in. I don't need to tell you about her daily expenses, right?" I understand. The person nodded quickly. Since Ijichu had already recognized her as his relative and great aunt, he would naturally take good care of this old woman. After dealing with this unexpected matter, Ijichu finally got up to find a gray suit in the closet to change into. He was ready to go to the clinic with Gunyinji and the others. After Gunyinji returned to her room, she didn't change immediately. Instead, she waited for Hua Xiaoheng to come in to discuss. As soon as Hua Xiaoheng opened the door, he saw Gunyinji sitting on the sofa in the living room, playing with her phone. He knocked on the door. "Why aren't you going to change?" Gunyinji looked up and said calmly, "I didn't make it clear. How am I supposed to change?" "What do you want to say?" Hua Xiaoheng sat down beside her with a smile on his lips. "We're going to pretend to be husband and wife today to pray for a child. You said you were going to pretend to be from that country." Gunyinji pointed out the loophole in Hua Xiaoheng's words. "But I don't speak Japanese." "Okay, you don't need to speak. Just pretend you're mute." "I'll do it." Hua Xiaoheng also patted her head. "Now, go change into a simple dress. I'll find someone to do some makeup for you." Gunyinji was finally interested. "I have to do makeup?" "Of course. You won't go to that clinic with your real face, will you?" Hua Xiaoheng was amused. "There are surveillance cameras there. I'll definitely hack into their surveillance and erase our part." Gunyinji made a peace sign. Fine. You're a hacker, so you have the final say." Hua Xiaoheng teased her with a half-smile. "Go change. I'll call someone up to do makeup for you." Gunyinji was happy. She excitedly went to the suitcase in the bedroom and found a moon-white dress suit. It was a very standard style and a waist-length jacket. She looked like a housewife in Tokyo's wealthy district. The person Hua Xiaoheng found to do makeup for Gunyinji was an expert in the Special Operations Forces. He brought a small makeup kit and finished Gunyinji's makeup in no time. "Look in the mirror and see if you're satisfied." The person smiled and clapped his hands. Gunyinji opened her eyes and saw a fair, pretty face in the mirror. There was only a little lipstick in the middle of her lips. Her eyebrows were thinly drawn, which made her eyes look extraordinarily large. Gunyinji pouted in disgust. "This looks so ugly. I'll be fine if I wear sunglasses. Miss Gu's eyes are too big, so it's not easy to draw." The person smiled as he took out a pair of sunglasses and put them on Gunyinji. She immediately felt much better. Hua Xiaoheng also put on sunglasses and wore a well-fitting suit. His face had been modified to have a fake aquiline nose. He didn't have a full beard, and his cheeks were clean-shaven. No one would be able to tell that it was Hua Xiaoheng if they looked closely. After all, Hua Xiaoheng was too good-looking. Most people wouldn't be able to easily confuse him with someone else. Even if they thought his figure was similar, they would immediately deny that possibility when they saw his face. "Let's go. We'll find a clinic to pray for children." Hua Xiaoheng smiled and extended his arm to Gunyinji. Gunyinji put the glove on his arm and said gently, "Hi." This was the first night watch for the day. Chapter 1173, I Want to Fulfill a Wish. Today was the start of the double monthly vote. Everyone can cast their monthly votes now. The second night watch at 1 p.m. and the third night watch at 8 p.m. Do you still need the fourth night watch? If you do, then hurry up and cast your monthly votes. Moi. Chapter 1181. It's been a long time since I've asked for monthly votes with a single chapter. Today, I'm doing it again. This single chapter is free of charge. It won't be counted. Dear friends, The double monthly votes have already begun. Hurry up and vote. If you still have monthly votes, if you haven't voted for the full 5, can you vote for the Major General? Please vote for monthly votes X2. Please vote for monthly votes X2. Please vote for monthly votes X2. If you don't have monthly votes anymore, recommendation votes will do. P.S. Today's second night watch is at 1 p.m., and the third night watch is at 8 p.m. It's very likely that the fourth night watch will drop at 10 p.m. Chapter 1182. Hua Xiaoheng and Gun Yinji, disguised as a Japanese couple, got into the car and sat in the back. Hua Xiaoheng's subordinates drove a normal black BMW 7 Series, and He Jichu sat in the passenger seat, pretending to be their assistant. In the car, Gun Yinji took out the information she had found and gave a brief introduction to the people in the car. My father's note listed the names of 4 clinics. They are Baddies Fertility Assistance Center, Labadoo Projects Parental Treatment Center, Das Fertility Medical Clinic, and Lejiawan Infertility Treatment Center. Last night, I accessed their financial systems and discovered that out of the 4 clinics, Baddies Fertility Assistance Center is the largest, but the charity funding it receives is average. Labadoo Projects Parental Treatment Center is the second largest and receives more funding than Baddies, but less than the other 2. Lejiawan Infertility Treatment Center is the smallest and receives the least funding. Das Fertility Medical Clinic ranks 3rd out of the 4 clinics in terms of size and effectiveness, which is the second last. However, it receives the most donations from the Angels and the World Foundation. Its clinic alone accounts for 2/3 of the foundation's funding. That's why we're going to Das Fertility Medical Clinic today. We would like to see how it received the most donations from the foundation with a scale that was neither good nor bad. Gun Yinji sent the information she had found to He Jichu and Hua Xiaoheng's phones. You can look at it again to see if I missed anything. Hua Xiaoheng didn't even take out his phone. He replied calmly, "I believe you. You don't have to look anymore." He Jichu had already taken out his phone, but when he heard Hua Xiaoheng's words, he cursed Hua Xiaoheng for being despicable. He put his phone back without batting an eyelid. He replied coolly, "I'm not interested in this clinic. I'm just worried about your safety." He indicated that he wanted to go with them, not to see if there was anything fishy about the clinic, but to ensure Gun Yinji's safety. Gun Yinji nodded quickly. Yes. I know, Professor, he is doing this for my own good." He Jichu turned around and smiled at her. His shimmering almond-shaped eyes sparkled, and he looked very attractive. Hua Xiaoheng pursed his lips and pressed Gun Yinji's head against his shoulder. He said dryly, "Go to sleep. You were tired last night. Aren't you sleepy?" Gun Yinji looked at Hua Xiaoheng in shock. "I slept last night? How could I?" "No." Hua Xiaoheng looked at her with a half-smile and leaned over. His last word was deep and magnetic. Gun Yinji, who was attracted to his voice, couldn't help blushing. She shifted back and stammered, "No, nothing." Then he closed his eyes and tried to hide something. "I'm sleepy. I want to sleep for a while." She wanted to stop Hua Xiaoheng from saying those things in front of He Jichu, but it was exactly what Hua Xiaoheng wanted. He wrapped an arm around Gun Yinji's back and pulled her into his arms. He said quietly, "Go to sleep. I'll wake you when it's time." Gun Yinji quickly closed her eyes. Out of sight, out of mind. He Jichu's gaze instantly became very sharp. He glared at Hua Xiaoheng coldly before turning his head to look ahead. He didn't say anything else. They didn't speak until they arrived at the parking lot of the Das Fertility Medical Clinic. Hua Xiaoheng nudged Gun Yinji awake. "We're here." Gun Yinji rubbed her eyes and put on her sunglasses. She smiled. "From now on, I'm a mute." He Jichu also put on his sunglasses but didn't get out of the car. He waved the phone in his hand at Gun Yinji. "Your sunglasses have a built-in pinhole camera. I've already connected it to my phone. I'll be able to see everything you guys see." Gun Yinji pushed the sunglasses up the bridge of her nose and nodded with a smile. She took Hua Xiaoheng's arm and walked to the clinic's entrance. The clinic was a very typical local building. It was square and flat, and liked to use gray marble for the exterior walls. It looked clean and rustic. It was more upscale than the rundown slums, and had a more humanistic feel than the nouveau riche rich area. There was a green lawn in front of the clinic. The South Asian early summer sun shone on the grass, and it was full of vitality. Gun Yinji took Hua Xiaoheng's arm and maintained a gentle smile as they crossed the lawn. As they walked, she gritted her teeth and whispered to Hua Xiaoheng, "What did you mean by being in the car today?" "I meant it literally." Hua Xiaoheng still smiled calmly and walked forward with elegant steps. His words were not elegant at all. "Mrs. Hua, you better only have eyes for Mr. Hua. If there's anyone else, Mr. Hua will be very angry." "When did I have eyes for anyone else?" Gun Yinji muttered unhappily. "Don't always target Professor He. He's wholeheartedly helping us, but you're still targeting him. Aren't you going to disappoint him? Do you really want to force Professor He to be our enemy? Do you know how powerful he is?" The smile on Hua Xiaoheng's face gradually faded. After a moment of silence, he said, "If he has to be on our side at the cost of you, I'd rather be his enemy." Gun Yinji was speechless. She probably wasn't very satisfied with this answer, but what was with the little joy that rose in her heart? She rarely heard traditional romantic words from Hua Xiaoheng, but she wanted to hear more from him like today. Gun Yinji pinched Hua Xiaoheng's arm and encouraged him. "What else?" She looked at him with wide eyes, waiting for him to feed her a mouth full of affection. Hua Xiaoheng didn't need to look to know what Gun Yinji's expression was. He didn't turn around and said calmly, "Don't push your luck." Gun Yinji was speechless. The two of them joked along the way and finally arrived at the entrance of the Das clinic. They quickly noticed that the patients seemed to be divided into two groups. One group was Caucasians from Europe and the United States. The men were tall and handsome, and the women were beautiful and enchanting. The other group looked to be Asian and were probably natives from Japan. The men and women were all very short and unpresentable. They looked like God had carelessly molded them out of dough. Their facial features were so flat that they could almost disappear with a swipe of the hand. These two groups of people made up the majority. Asian couples like Hua Xiaoheng and Gun Yinji, who were both tall and handsome, were relatively rare. So as soon as they entered, the eyes of the medical staff in white coats immediately lit up. They exchanged a knowing look, and a middle-aged Asian woman at the front desk of the clinic took the initiative to walk over and greeted them with a smile. "Hello, how may I be of service?" She actually spoke Chinese, but it was a bit stiff, so they could tell she wasn't from the Huaxiao Empire. Hua Xiaoheng and Gun Yinji didn't know if she could tell they were from the Huaxiao Empire, but their plan wouldn't change because of a greeting. Hua Xiaoheng made a surprised expression and bowed. He said in Japanese, "Hello, hello." Translation: "Nice to meet you for the first time. Please take care of me." "Oh, you're not from the Huaxiao Empire?" The middle-aged Asian woman was surprised and delighted. Her attitude toward them became even more friendly. She bowed deeply to them and blurted out in pure Japanese, "Welcome, please come in, please come in." This is today's second update, Chapter 1174, The Price of Being His Enemy. Today is the start of the double monthly vote. Everyone can cast their monthly votes now. 8 p.m., the third update. Do you still need the fourth update to drop at 10 p.m.? If you do, hurry up and cast your monthly votes. P.S. Thank you to the leader, I am Master Rashi, for tipping 100,000 Chidian coins yesterday. Thank you to Meow Little Meow for tipping 60,000 Chidian coins yesterday. Congratulations to Meow Little Meow for becoming the 24th leader of Hello, Major General. Moi. Chapter 1183. Hua Xiaoheng took out the props he had prepared, 2 Japanese passports, and waved them at the middle-aged woman. He introduced his purpose in Japanese. The middle-aged woman kept bowing. "Okay, please follow me. You're a VIP, so you don't have to squeeze with these people." Hua Xiaoheng and Gun Yinji smiled as they followed the middle-aged woman to the clinic's VIP room. It had to be said that the clinic's VIP room was decorated to be worthy of the word VIP. The floor was made of natural red cherry wood. The texture was exquisite and the material was tight. It was obvious that it was expensive. The floor-to-ceiling windows were hung with blue and white striped curtains. The curtains were made of an unknown material, but they were as smooth and glossy as flowing water. In the middle of a room were a few chairs custom-made according to ergonomics, and there was a circle of ash-gray corner sofas. On the coffee table in the middle was a pot of hydrangea in full bloom. There was also a small golden Buddha statue placed next to the hydrangea. On the wall facing the door of the VIP room, there was a framed English poem. The elegance of the cursive made the words look like a medieval painting. A little girl needs daddy for many things, like giving her thilofthadishafinder siving deeper so ring hashilawe sfindim thir. Because he can do many things. Because he could do many things. For example, give her a lot of love, that's her ocean and air. So as long as she dives into the deep sea or flies high in the sky, she'll find him there. Gunyinji's eyes narrowed. This was also the poem on her father's note. Why would it appear here? Of course, from the clinic's point of view, this was a children's poem about fatherly love. It was perfect for a clinic that treated infertility. Xiaoheng also saw the poem and quickly patted Gunyinji's hand calmly, so that she wouldn't reveal anything. The sunglasses on their faces hid the changes in their expressions. The middle-aged woman invited Gunyinji and Xiaoheng to sit down and personally brought them platters of pastries and snacks. There's also freshly squeezed juice, cappuccinos, and 2 cups of tea for them to choose from. Neither Gunyinji nor Xiaoheng would eat something they didn't know had come from outside, so they only politely expressed their gratitude for the food the middle-aged woman had set out. They had no intention of eating it. The middle-aged woman did not force them to eat. She was very respectful to them. She took out a small medical tablet and patiently asked them about their situation. How long have the two of you been married? Have you never gotten pregnant? She looked at Gunyinji curiously. Gunyinji was speechless. Hua Xiaoheng said from his side, "My wife has hearing problems. She's deaf and mute. She can only understand sign language and lip language." The middle-aged woman revealed an expression of sudden realization, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from her shoulders. She nodded and said eagerly, "So that's how it is. I understand now. Are the two of you worried that the child will also have hearing problems in the future, so you've always been unwilling to have children? If that's the case, you've made the right choice to come to our clinic." Gunyinji was speechless. "Not at all. I just don't want to talk to you." Gunyinji kept cursing in her heart. She really admired this woman with the potential of a salesperson. She could even talk to herself without stopping. However, Xiaoheng pretended to listen attentively and occasionally asked at the right time, "My wife's hearing is natural. If the child will also have hearing problems, I'll accept it. But from what you said, your clinic seems to be able to help us solve this problem?" Of course. The middle-aged woman was very proud. "I can say that on the entire blue planet, only our clinic will provide you with this kind of service. You won't find this kind of tailor-made baby anywhere else." Gunyinji was speechless. F*CK. You're so capable that you can tailor-make a baby? Why don't you say you're God and know how to make a human out of clay? Hua Xiaoheng was obviously also very surprised. He let out a long "oh." The pleasant subwoofer almost made Gunyinji's ears drunk. The middle-aged woman also blushed. She had been chattering nonstop just now, but when she heard Hua Xiaoheng's "oh," she couldn't help but pause before continuing. "You and your wife, please believe me. We have first-class reproductive experts here to help you select germ cells for fusion. We will also cultivate a few more pairs of fertilized eggs and then select the healthiest fertilized eggs to implant in your uterus. You don't have to worry about multiple births. Of course, if you want multiple births, we can also help." Gunyinji wore sunglasses and smiled slightly. After listening for a long time, she finally understood a little. This clinic should be doing artificial insemination. As for the first-class reproductive experts screening germ cells to produce fertilized eggs, it was probably just a gimmick. Gunyinji didn't believe a word of it. But how could a normal artificial insemination clinic receive so much funding from a charity like Angels on Earth? Gunyinji didn't think it made sense. Hua Xiaoheng probably thought the same. He said in a low voice, "You do artificial insemination and can even select fertilized eggs?" From what I know, normal artificial insemination can't actually do that. You don't know this. Others might not be able to do it, but we can definitely do it. The middle-aged woman probably saw that Hui Xiaoheng and Gun Yinji were also Japanese, so she explained it to them in more detail than others. We are compatriots. I won't cheat you, she said passionately and held Gun Yinji's hand. For tall, beautiful, and outstanding people like you, we will strongly support you to have more offspring. Gun Yinji was speechless. She felt like something was wrong. The middle-aged woman's passion made Gun Yinji feel like she was shouldering the heavy responsibility of improving her race. Hua Xiaoheng protected Gun Yinji with one hand and pulled her hand away from the woman's. He said unhappily, "My wife doesn't like people touching her." "Oh, I'm sorry. The middle-aged woman apologized profusely. After getting up and bowing, she brought over a very high-end DSLR camera and said with a smile, "Since the two of you are here for treatment, do you mind if I take a couple of photos for archiving?" Gun Yinji hid behind Hua Xiaoheng, and Hua Xiaoheng also used his hand to block the camera lens. He frowned. "No need. Is this how you protect patients' privacy?" The middle-aged woman blushed at Hua Xiaoheng's words. She put away the camera awkwardly and said, "I'm sorry. I saw that you were really beautiful, so I wanted to take a souvenir." Gun Yinji frowned and tugged at Hua Xiaoheng's shirt to indicate that she wanted to leave. She felt a chill run down her spine. It felt like many people were examining her, and Hua Xiaoheng like they were looking at merchandise. Hua Xiaoheng also felt this strange feeling. However, Hua Xiaoheng's intuition was developed from going through life and death situations many times. It was acquired. Gun Yinji, on the other hand, was purely born intuition. Hua Xiaoheng held Gun Yinji's hand and said to the middle-aged woman, "Thank you for your hospitality. We need to think about it carefully. There are still 4 or 5 clinics. We still need to do some field research before we can decide which clinic for the surgery." "Oh, you still want to go to other clinics?" The middle-aged woman was a bit anxious. "Other clinics are actually not as good as ours. You don't need to go to other places to waste time. We are doing this for our child, so of course we need to be more cautious." Hua Xiaoheng said politely and put an arm around Gun Yinji's waist. "We'll be leaving today." "Hey, wait a minute." The middle-aged woman also seemed to be wearing earphones or a Bluetooth headset. She was obviously listening attentively before calling out to Gun Yinji and Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiaoheng stopped in his tracks and asked unhappily, "Is there anything else?" The middle-aged woman was all smiles. "Congratulations on winning the prize. Our experts are very interested in your case and are willing to perform the surgery for free. They will also guarantee that the fertilized egg will implant and that you will give birth to a healthy and beautiful baby. After the baby is born, we can also give him a year's worth of milk powder subsidies. Are you willing to do this? If you are, you can sign a contract with our clinic." Gun Yinji resisted the urge to exchange glances with Hua Xiaoheng and only looked straight ahead. Because she was currently pretending to be a deaf and mute, although she could read lips, it was still not suitable for her to reveal too obvious an expression. Also, she secretly thought that the experts here were so strange. They actually paid for the surgery for patients. Did this come from the funds subsidized by the Angels on Earth Charity Foundation? Speaking of which, what standards did they use to measure it? Gun Yinji thought about it jokingly. If the other party didn't see through her and Hua Xiaoheng's disguise, then there should only be one reasonable standard. Looks? This was the 3rd update of the day. Chapter 1175, Looks. Today was the start of the double monthly vote. Everyone can cast their monthly votes now. Do you still want the 4th update to drop at 10 p.m.? Hurry up and cast your monthly votes. Mwah. Chapter 1184. Gun Yinji secretly came to this conclusion. It was like finding joy in the midst of suffering. There seemed to be a bullet screen in her mind that was rapidly flashing by the words "looks." She wanted to laugh at herself. Hua Xiaoheng seemed to have the same thought as her and asked, "Why are you giving us such good conditions? Our cases aren't special, right?" since they came to the infertility treatment center to pray for children. Everyone here should be couples who had problems with natural conception. Among these people, Hua Xiaoheng and Gu Nianji's fake symptoms were definitely the most common kind. There was no medical representation at all. The middle-aged woman didn't expect the couple to be so cautious that they wouldn't even take advantage of such a good deal, but she quickly remembered that they were of the same race and culture, so they were naturally more virtuous than the Huaxia citizens next door who always called themselves the Celestial Empire. They wouldn't want to take advantage of everything. She became even more respectful to Hua Xiaoheng and Gu Nianji. Crossing her hands in front of her, she bowed deeply. You two are exceptionally talented. Such good genes should be passed down. Our experts are committed to endorsing the best genes. Gu Nianji's vision almost went black when she heard this. Damn, they were really looking at looks. They were giving such good conditions because they saw that she and Hua Xiaoheng had good physical conditions. Hua Xiaoheng didn't speak for a long time. She didn't know if it was because he was stunned or because of other reasons. Gu Nianji stood behind Hua Xiaoheng and couldn't see his expression. Hua Xiaoheng's heart was beating faster than ever at that moment. He never would have thought that the clinic's purpose would be like this. It was almost identical to history. If all these clinics were like this, then they could basically confirm what kind of data Reinitz and the others were pursuing, right? Hua Xiaoheng's gaze instantly became incomparably deep. Fortunately, it was hidden behind his sunglasses, so the extremely attentive clinic receptionist in front of him couldn't see it. Of course, we will also test your intelligence to determine the baseline of your child's IQ. Then we will help you optimize your reproductive cells to give birth to the smartest babies. Who knows, they might be top students in the future. Really. The middle-aged woman covered her mouth and giggled. Hua Xiaoheng's expression and voice didn't change. He was still polite and aloof. Thank you for your hospitality, but we would still like to visit another clinic. Money isn't a problem for us. Goodbye. Gu Nianji stood behind Hua Xiaoheng and quietly took out her phone to take a picture of the framed English poem on the wall. Little Girl Needs Daddy took a few pictures with the highest resolution possible. Of course, the pinhole camera on her sunglasses was also aimed at the handwritten English poem from all angles. Meanwhile, Hua Xiaoheng was still negotiating with the middle-aged woman. He insisted on not considering the clinic's preferential conditions and insisted on leaving. The middle-aged woman was helpless. She saw that the couple had an extraordinary aura and didn't seem like ordinary people. She didn't dare to use any other methods and could only watch them leave the clinic and head to the parking lot. Jiazi, forget it. Don't force them if they don't want to, someone said to the middle-aged woman through the Bluetooth headset. The receptionist nodded regretfully and said, Yes, Sir Director. Yoshiko is just regretful. This couple's physical conditions are so good, and they are Japanese. Their reproductive cells should be of great help to us. Their conditions are not the best. Let's just let them go. There were tens of thousands of people who came to their clinic. In the director's opinion, although the couple had good figures, their looks weren't particularly outstanding, so the director didn't care. Hua Xiaoheng and Gu Nianji's disguised appearances couldn't compare to their original appearances, so it was normal for them to be dissed. If the other party really didn't give up despite their disguises, then it wasn't because of their looks, but because they discovered their disguises. Then they had to run even more. Hua Xiaoheng and Gu Nianji got into the car from the parking lot and didn't speak at first. The car drove out of the clinic's parking lot and onto the main street. The situation on the streets was still not optimistic. There were long queues of people exchanging money everywhere. Every bank was in a mess, and people were crowding around. Gu Nianji finally let out a long sigh and smiled. I can speak now, right? I'm dying of suffocation. Hua Xiaoheng passed her a bottle of water. Are you thirsty? They hadn't touched a drop of water at the clinic. Gu Nianji accepted the water and drank half the bottle in one go. I didn't expect this clinic to favor patients with good physical conditions. Gu Nianji looked down and closed the bottle cap. She shook her head. It's just artificial insemination. Does it think it's God or something? He Chu didn't even turn around. He said dryly, I said there's nothing to check. You guys have to go. Hua Xiaoheng put one hand on the back of the seat behind Gu Nianji and the other hand on the edge of the window. He said thoughtfully, "At least we confirmed their important criteria for accepting patients. Speaking of which, they can't wait to give all kinds of discounts when they see people with good physical conditions. They're even willing to do free surgeries. Do you think there's anything fishy about this kind of free lunch?" Gu Nianji thought about it and leaned back in the seat. From He Jichu's perspective, it looked like Gu Nianji was resting on Hua Xiaoheng's arm. This kind of scene in broad daylight was really unbearable to the eyes. He Jichu pushed up the rearview mirror in front of him. He didn't want to see what was happening behind him. "I've always believed that there's no such thing as a free lunch." "Of course, there's no such thing as free lunch." Gu Nianji crossed her arms in front of her chest. Her expression was very serious. "So they must be able to benefit more from this kind of thing. That's why they made such an offer that normal patients can't refuse." Artificial insemination wasn't cheap. If it was a good clinic, they could do some gender selection, so it would be even more expensive. And hearing from the clinic's receptionist, their experts could also optimize the selection and cultivation of reproductive cells. That was amazing. Hua Xiaoheng nodded. "Yes, there must be more benefits. That's why the Angels and the World Charity Foundation spent so much effort to support these clinics." "One more thing," He Jichu added from the front. "Have you thought about why they set up the clinic here?" Gu Nianji and Hua Xiaoheng looked at each other, then looked away. Hua Xiaoheng said thoughtfully, "Because there are a lot of people here." Other than the Huaxia Empire, the country with the Taj Mahal was the most populous country on the entire blue planet. Perhaps the current population had already surpassed the Huaxia Empire and became the most populous country on the blue planet. Gu Nianji followed He Jichu's train of thought. "There's a lot of population, so there's a lot of variation in genetics?" "The main ethnic group in this country is still Caucasians," Hua Xiaoheng added calmly. "But the patients we saw today were mostly of two types, Caucasians and Japanese." Gu Nianji nodded. "That's true, but we'll have to see a few more clinics for the specific conclusion." As Hua Xiaoheng spoke, he directed the driver to drive to another infertility clinic, the Batty Fertility Assistance Center. Batty was the largest of the 4 clinics and had the best results. However, the assistance it received was only average, so it was only ranked 3rd out of the 4 clinics. Gu Nianji and Hua Xiaoheng entered the clinic dressed the same as before. The people seeking treatment here were much more normal, and most of them were locals. It was chaotic and noisy everywhere. Occasionally, there would be people of higher caste coming out from the VIP rooms inside. One look, and you could tell that they were much fairer than most of the people here. Gu Nianji and Hua Xiaoheng waited for half an hour before they were called in. This is today's 4th update, Chapter 1176. It really depends on looks. Today is the start of the double monthly vote. Everyone can cast your monthly votes now. Everyone, your monthly votes today are too awesome. Here's the 4th update. Hurry up and cast your monthly votes. Good night, sweethearts. Chapter 1185. The people at this clinic didn't treat Gu Nianji and Hua Xiaoheng as special as the people at Das Clinic, but it was still better than other patients. The difference in treatment between the two of them could be seen. Gu Nianji and Hua Xiaoheng were already mentally prepared for the treatment at Das Clinic. They were calm as they calmly followed a local nurse into a reception room. "Please wait, the doctor will see you soon." The nurse was a local and spoke in English. Hua Xiaoheng thought about it and asked directly, "Can you? You speak Japanese? Do you speak Japanese?" "But," she thought about it, "I can get a Japanese doctor to see you." "That would be great." Hua Xiaoheng nodded in agreement. Gu Nianji continued to smile at them and nodded at the nurse. The Bluetooth headset in her ear activated an instant translation program. The words she could hear could be instantly translated into Mandarin or English. Although it wasn't as accurate as a real person's simultaneous translation, it could allow people to understand the general meaning of the other party's words. Although it wasn't as accurate as a real person's simultaneous translation, it could allow people to understand the general meaning of the other party's words. This was how Gunyenji had understood the Japanese-speaking middle-aged woman at Das Clinic earlier. The nurse quickly left the small reception room. After a while, a Japanese male doctor with a medium build and a mustache wearing a white lab coat walked in with two Japanese nurses with thin eyebrows and small mouths. He greeted Hua Xiaoheng and Gunyenji in Japanese as soon as he entered. Of course, Hua Xiaoheng repeated what he had said at Das's clinic, word for word. The male doctor stared at Gunyenji for a while before asking Hua Xiaoheng, "Can you ask your wife to take off her sunglasses?" Hua Xiaoheng raised a brow. "Why? My wife is a bit shy and isn't used to interacting with strangers. This time, her psychiatrist specifically told me to let her wear sunglasses at all times so that she can feel safe and not be anxious." Hua Xiaoheng even brought up the psychiatrist, so the Japanese doctor couldn't continue asking Gunyenji to take off her sunglasses. He turned to look at Hua Xiaoheng. "What about you? The psychiatrist also told you to wear sunglasses?" He hoped Hua Xiaoheng would take them off. Hua Xiaoheng shook his head. "It's just a personal habit of mine. I've injured my eyes before, so I have weak vision. My eyes hurt whenever I'm under the sun." Hua Xiaoheng said it so eloquently that even Gunyenji almost believed him. The Japanese male doctor became excited and pointed at Gunyenji. "She is your wife, but she was born deaf and mute. She's your wife, but her eyes are injured and she's blind. She's Gunyenji. She doesn't meet the requirements for genetic enhancement. You can't give birth to healthy children." Hua Xiaoheng was very unhappy. His face immediately darkened as he said unhappily, "What are you talking about?" Gunyenji Yang said, "I'm sorry. You're making me very uncomfortable. I have to leave now. I don't want to seek treatment in an environment that disrespects patients." With that, he took Gunyenji's hand and walked out. "I'm sorry. You're making me very uncomfortable. I have to go. I don't want to see a patient in an environment that doesn't respect patients." "Your patients," he said in a strange tone. "Your patients. You came to see me, so you have to listen to me. How can you be like this? Why do you need a doctor if everyone is like you? Go back to where you came from." The male doctor thought that as long as he scared the two patients, they would listen to him obediently. He didn't expect Hua Xiaoheng to completely ignore him. He pushed the sunglasses on his face with his hand and turned to Gunyenji. He said gently in Japanese, "Let's go home." Gunyenji listened to the translation in her Bluetooth headset and nodded. She put her hand on Hua Xiaoheng's arm. The two of them walked out of Batty's clinic. It was the first time the Japanese doctor had met a patient who was more arrogant than a doctor, and his expression darkened. "Don't come to me for patients like this in the future. I'm very busy." He raked his fingers through his hair and turned to leave the small reception room. When he reached the door, he kicked it hard to vent his anger. Gunyenji and Hua Xiaoheng returned to the car. Hijichu smirked and looked at his watch mockingly. "Aside from the 30 minutes you had to wait, you didn't even get to meet the doctor for 5 minutes, and you're leaving in defeat? I told you many times, these places are despicable. It's fine if you don't go." Gunyenji was also angry. Her brows furrowed, and she said with dissatisfaction, "What's wrong with their attitude? I've never seen such arrogant doctors even at the world's best Johns Hopkins hospital. Not only did they not respect their patients, but they also didn't treat them as human beings. They were bossy and treated their patients like slaves." Hua Xiaoheng leaned against the back seat and ordered the driver to drive. He said nonchalantly, "It looks like they're very confident in their research and technology. That's why they're so fearless." "Confident? Ha!" Hijichu laughed without saying anything. Gunyenji rolled her eyes and leaned forward on the back of Hijichu's seat. She asked with a smile, "Professor He, do you know what's going on with them? If you do, can you tell us? Even if it's just a little bit?" Hijichu turned to look at her and shrugged. "I really don't know what these people are doing, but I know that technological progress shouldn't be done this way. They will never be able to make any real progress in technology if they use this method." Gunyenji blinked her large, dark eyes and tried to digest Hijichu's words. She thought about it for a while and asked in confusion, You mean they're actually doing scientific research? Research? Maybe. Science? Not necessarily. He Ji-Chu continued to maintain his arrogant, mocking demeanor. Look at how long they've been working, but have they ever achieved any results? That idiot doctor with a Renan beard acted like he knew the truth of the universe, but I bet he doesn't even know how many base pairs there are in the human genome. Gunyinji's eyes widened, and her face was full of admiration. Professor, do you know how many base pairs there are in the human genome? But what is a base pair? Gunyinji's face was full of question marks, and she was full of curiosity. He Ji-Chu pursed his lips and was a bit annoyed. Xiaoheng watched from the side and said calmly, Nianji, Professor, he is a law student. How would he know about the base pairs in the human genome? If you want to know, you can search it online. It'll be faster. Oh, really? I forgot that Professor, he is a law student. Gunyinji turned to smile at Xiaoheng sweetly and took out her phone to search for information. The two of them echoed each other and tried to provoke He Ji-Chu into talking more. But this time, no matter how much they provoked him, he didn't speak again. It was almost noon by the time they left the baddie clinic. Xiaoheng looked at the information they had gathered and discussed with Gunyinji and He Ji-Chu. There are 2 more clinics. Should we check them out? Gunyinji first glanced at He Ji-Chu and saw that he was completely uninvolved. She boldly suggested, why don't we go back? I think the business scope and model of these clinics are similar. We've already checked out 2, and the other 2 don't have any representative value. It's fine if we don't check them out. Also, they might arouse suspicion if they showed up at all 4 clinics. They only went to the 2 more representative clinics, and they had a public conflict with the Japanese male doctor at the baddie clinic, so it made sense why they didn't go to those clinics anymore. They didn't want to alert the enemy and make them feel that their appearance and disappearance were too sudden. Xiaoheng nodded calmly. That's exactly what I was thinking. The 2 of them looked at each other and smiled. Their hearts were in sync. He Ji-Chu silently clenched his fists and closed his eyes. Out of sight, out of mind. The 4 of them returned to He Ji-Chu's apartment in the wealthy district of New Delhi in the afternoon. The sun in South Asia was already as hot as summer. Gunyinji got out of the air-conditioned car and walked the short distance to the steps of the mansion. She was already drenched in sweat. She fanned herself in front of her and muttered, It's only the beginning of summer, and it's already so hot. Won't people die from the heat in summer? Many people die from the heat in New Delhi and Mumbai every year. This isn't news. He Ji-Chu turned around and said dryly, Hurry inside. There's air conditioning in the house. As soon as they stepped into the central air-conditioned mansion, a gust of cold air hit them in the face. Gunyinji took a deep breath and walked to the kitchen to pour herself a glass of ice water. Then she took out a Häagen-Dazs raisin ice cream from the fridge and ate it as she walked. On the way back, Xiaoheng had already read through all the information they had and made a simple analysis. He said to Gunyinji, I already have some ideas. Do you want to hear my analysis? Gunyinji nodded repeatedly. That's exactly what I wanted. She saw He Ji-Chu quietly standing to the side with his head lowered and eyes sad. She couldn't bear to see him like that, so she wanted to find something for him to do so he wouldn't let his imagination run wild. She asked casually, Can Professor he analyze it with us? Xiaoheng glanced at He Ji-Chu and smiled. If Professor he is willing, it's not impossible. He Ji-Chu didn't want to hear it at first. These things had nothing to do with him, and he didn't want to pay attention at all. But these things were what Gunyinji cared about. For her sake, he had to focus on it. He Ji-Chu nodded indifferently. If Alex doesn't mind, I can sit in and listen. Xiaoheng looked at his watch. Let's have lunch first, then borrow Professor he's study. Also bring Reinitz in. I also have something to ask him. This was the first update of the day. Chapter 1177, Out of Sight, Clean Heart. Today was the second day of double monthly votes. Everyone, please continue to vote. Second update at 1 p.m. Third update at 8 p.m. P.S. Thank you to Little Chi Gio, Spicy Candy, and Sing_Sing for each tipping 10,000 Chidian coins yesterday. Moi. Chapter 1186. Gun Yinji was nervous when she heard that Reinitz was going to be brought over. She asked Hua Xiaoheng hesitantly, "Alex, what identity will you use to meet him?" Hua Xiaoheng hadn't used his real identity in front of Reinitz ever since he arrived. Hua Xiaoheng thought about it for a moment. This time, it has something to do with him, so I might as well use my real identity. It has something to do with him? Gun Yinji was shocked. He used to work for that foundation for a few years, but he said he was there to look for my father's manuscripts and letters, as well as the whereabouts of the data. How would these clinics have anything to do with him? Hua Xiaoheng glanced at her and smiled. "Don't worry, you'll find out in a bit." Gun Yinji relaxed when she saw Hua Xiaoheng's confidence. She returned to her room to wash off her makeup and change into a simple t-shirt and short skirt. Yijichu met her at the staircase and asked casually, "Don't you think Hua Xiao seems to know more about this?" Gun Yinji nodded and replied without hesitation, "What does Hua Xiao do? It's only natural that he knows more than us." If Hua Xiao knew less than them, then there was something wrong with his job. Although Gun Yinji was already very relieved about Hua Xiaoheng's feelings, she was even more relieved about Hua Xiaoheng's job. She might suspect that Hua Xiaoheng sometimes didn't care enough about her and didn't take her seriously, but she would never doubt the importance Hua Xiaoheng attached to his job. Hua Xiaoheng happened to be walking around the corner with an ultra-thin laptop. A faint smile flashed across his eyes when he heard Gun Yinji's words. "Yinji, Professor He, this way." Hua Xiaoheng pushed open the door to the study. His subordinates from the Special Operations Forces had already thoroughly checked the place. They had eliminated pinhole cameras, invisible recording devices, and all kinds of monitoring devices. They had also set up anti-monitoring devices to make the entire study as watertight as an iron bucket. Hua Xiaoheng would only feel at ease using his real identity in a place like this. Gun Yinji followed Yijichu to the study. Although it was broad daylight, the curtains in the study were drawn. Once the soundproof and light-blocking curtains were drawn, the entire room would be dark, so the ceiling lights were turned on. The ceiling lamp in the study room was a built-in LED tube, which made the study room as bright as day. On the east wall of the study hung an oversized curved TV that took up almost half the wall. The curved screen TV was connected to the computer. Hua Xiaoheng connected the laptop he had brought over to the TV and gestured to Gun Yinji and Yijichu. "Sit. This is my study." Yijichu frowned and corrected Hua Xiaoheng. He turned to Gun Yinji and said, "Sit." Gun Yinji, she, and Yijichu sat in two medieval-style carved chairs in front of the desk. Not long after, Reinitz was brought in blindfolded. Hua Xiaoheng waved his hand to dismiss the man. "Close the door." The man saluted Hua Xiaoheng and turned to leave. He closed the door and stood guard at the door. Hua Xiaoheng said to Yijichu, "Professor He, can I trouble you to remove the bandage on Reinitz's face?" Gun Yinji was worried that Yijichu wouldn't listen to Hua Xiaoheng's orders, so she quickly said, "I'll do it." She stood up, and Yijichu pulled her back. "Sit down. I'll do it." He walked over to Reinitz with a cold expression and removed the bandage covering his eyes. Reinitz rubbed his eyes and took a while to adjust to the light in the room. He narrowed his eyes and looked at them one by one. Because he had heard Hua Xiaoheng's voice first, Reinitz still didn't believe it. Shouldn't he be leading a team to participate in the International Special Forces competition in another country? How did he appear in this country? It wasn't until the bandage covering his eyes was removed that Reinitz saw Hua Xiaoheng's impeccably handsome face with his own eyes. Only then did he believe that not only him, but the entire world had been fooled by this man. Although he was very unconvinced, he didn't show it on his face at all. It was as if he didn't see Hua Xiaoheng at all. His gaze swept past his face and landed on Gun Yinji, who was sitting diagonally in front of Hua Xiaoheng. Gun Yinji wore a fitted, simple navy blue cotton t-shirt and a low-waisted blue and white floral skirt. Navy blue really suited her color very well. It complemented her skin as white as snow, and her features were exquisite and beautiful. Her eyes were clearly black and white. Because the white was too white and the black was too dark, there was a faint blue tint in her eyes. Reinitz smiled at her and said gently, "Serious. I haven't seen you for a day, and you've become even more beautiful." Gunyinji was speechless. "Director Reinitz, you flatter me." Hua Xiaoheng acted as if Reinitz was praising him and not Gunyinji. He sat in the high-back chair behind the desk and clasped his hands on the desk in front of him. He smiled and stretched out his hand. "Please sit." He was pointing at a single sofa in the corner of the study. Reinitz was still shackled, so it wasn't convenient for him to move. He glanced at the single sofa in the corner, then looked at where Gunyinji was sitting. He smiled and said, "No need, I'll sit over there." As he spoke, he walked over to Gunyinji and crossed his legs to sit on the floor next to her feet. The floor was covered with a thick Persian carpet with a simple geometric pattern. It was relaxing to look at. Hua Xiaoheng didn't mind. Hijichu was sitting next to Gunyinji anyway. If Reinitz dared to make a move, Hijichu would shoot him. As expected, Hijichu didn't even look up. He said coldly, "Hurry up and start. I still have to rest after you finish." Hua Xiaoheng nodded and played the footage from the pinhole camera on the computer. Because the computer was connected to the curved TV on the wall, the video was also played on the curved TV. Compared to Hua Xiaoheng's ultra-thin laptop, the large curved TV on the wall was, of course, much clearer. Gunyinji explained to Reinitz, "This is one of the 4 clinics my father mentioned. We went to 2 today. One is the DAS clinic, which receives the most aid from the foundation, and the other is the largest baddie clinic." Reinitz didn't know what these people were going to do, but when he heard that they went to 2 of the 4 clinics, he immediately perked up. If he hadn't been caught by the 2 men in front of him, he would probably be in disguise right now to go to these clinics to find out information. The curved TV on the wall began to play what Gunyinji and Hua Xiaoheng saw in the 2 clinics that morning. The video didn't last long, so Reinitz was confused. He asked in confusion, "That's it? Why didn't you continue asking?" Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Didn't Asians like this saying? Was it encouraging others to enter the tiger's den and catch the tiger cub for themselves? Reinitz, who had only learned Mandarin for half a year, felt that it was too damn difficult to learn. Hua Xiaoheng paused the video with the mouse and switched to another image. The image showed a folder titled Oral Records, Japan's World War II Secret Plan. When Reinitz saw this, he finally shut his mouth and looked nervously at the curved TV screen. He waited for a long time, but Hua Xiaoheng didn't move. Without turning around, he asked, "Why aren't you opening the folder?" "Before I open the folder, I want to ask you, Reinitz, do you know what kind of data you're looking for?" Even at this point, Hua Xiaoheng didn't forget to squeeze out the value of Reinitz's information. Reinitz didn't even look at him. He stared at the TV screen and said dryly, "Why are you asking me? Don't you already know?" Hua Xiaoheng nodded firmly. "I understand. It looks like my speculation was completely correct." The folder's name indicated the content of his speculation. Reinitz, however, was prejudiced. As soon as he saw the folder, he thought Hua Xiaoheng knew everything and unknowingly revealed his trump card. Gunyinji turned around and made a heart sign to Hua Xiaoheng. Reinitz looked up in shock and asked, "What did you say? This is just your speculation." He turned around and pointed at the folder on the curved TV screen. "Don't you have evidence? How can it be speculation?" Hua Xiaoheng's smile widened. "When did I say I had evidence? This is just a folder. The content inside has yet to be filled." As he spoke, he clicked on the folder. There was really nothing inside. It was empty. He had been tricked. Reinitz turned around abruptly and glared at Hua Xiaoheng. Although he was handcuffed, he still gave Hua Xiaoheng the middle finger. Hua Xiaoheng put away his smile and began to click on other folders with the mouse in one hand. He said, "Director Reinitz, don't be angry. You're already so angry now. What are you going to do later? Will you jump off a building in anger? Or jump into a river?" This is the second update of the day. Chapter 1178, Reveal Your Trump Card. Today is the second day of the double monthly vote. Everyone, continue to vote. Don't stop. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the third update. P.S. Yesterday, I only slept 4 hours for the fourth update. I can't take it anymore today, so it's the third update. Everyone, hurry up and vote. We'll continue with the fourth update tomorrow. Mwah. Chapter 1187. Rhinus took a few deep breaths and forced himself to calm down. He said disdainfully, "Of course you're right now. It's my fault for not being as good as them." "Just because you're not as good as them? Don't you have any conscience?" Hua Xiaoheng coldly retorted and opened the picture player in another folder. Black and white photos appeared on the OLED HD TV with a large curved screen. It could be seen that these black and white photos had been digitally restored to restore the original photos as much as possible. However, photography and film technology from half a century ago was destined to be unable to be compared to high-definition photography technology, no matter how much it was restored. Even so, the somewhat blurry black and white photos still caused a huge visual impact on the people in the study. Other than Hua Xiaoheng, who had seen them many times but still felt a little uncomfortable every time he opened them, the other three people were already staring at them intently. Gun Yinji's first reaction when she saw these photos was to close her eyes. It was too horrible to look at. However, she subconsciously felt that Hua Xiaoheng would definitely not release unrelated photos, so she forced herself to open her eyes. These photos were all taken during World War II. The black and white photos had numb expressions on their faces. It was as if they were no longer human and had lost their feelings and consciousness. It was just a tree or a blade of grass that had been destroyed, crushed, divided, and killed, yet they could not cry out as humans. Perhaps they did cry out, but under the extreme tyranny, their cries were silently obliterated. This period of history made most Huaxia people tear up every time they saw it. They had to remind themselves and be filled with righteous indignation. Hua Xiaoheng's emotionless voice was like the narration in a documentary as it calmly rang out in the study. "These are some of the secret information we seized in the Northeast after our victory. These are all information photos taken by Japan's infamous digital army. They used live people to conduct countless cruel human experiments. The data from our human experiments are now appearing in all kinds of scientific works. For example, the water content of a human body is the masterpiece of this army." Gun Yinji's hand subconsciously grabbed her t-shirt. She couldn't even breathe. Reinitz looked at the TV screen expressionlessly and said indifferently, "Japan has indeed done a lot of disgusting things. The evil they had done had surpassed the purpose of the war itself. The destruction of humanity was the result of the uncontrollable evil of human nature. We are very sorry to cooperate with such a despicable country." Hua Xiaoheng smiled and looked down. "Isn't it too late for you to say that now?" "Whether it's too late or not, I sincerely believe so." As Reinitz spoke, he turned to look at Gun Yinji. His gaze flitted across her pretty face, which was now pale with fright. "I'm sorry." Gun Yinji's voice trembled as she said, "This has nothing to do with you. You don't have to apologize." "Unrelated? Ha!" Hua Xiaoheng smiled faintly as he shook his head. He clicked the mouse lightly and played another set of images and data. "The pictures you saw just now are all mentioned in history books. It has a lot to do with the case we are investigating, so I won't say more. What I'm about to show you is another set of secret information. This was the most secret plan of the Japanese digital army, and it was also the most unbearable plan. It was so secret that they refused to give it up even now. It was so unbearable that they didn't even dare to take it out after they were defeated in exchange for freedom from prosecution after the war. The leaders of the digital army even dared to take out the insane and outrageous experimental data shown earlier and hand it over to the victorious country in exchange for freedom from prosecution. And these plans were completely covered up and never dared to reveal a single thing. But Heaven's net has a long arm, and it never escapes. Before Japan withdrew from the northeastern base of our country, they had a batch of materials that were not completely destroyed. In other words, the Huaxia Empire didn't want to see these Japanese destroy the evidence of their crimes, so they used their own lives to preserve this information from the fire. Although it was only a very small part, it was enough to know the whole picture. From these bits and pieces of top-secret information, combined with the historical records of our country, we pieced together Japan's wishful thinking and insane plan. Gu Yinji suddenly held her breath and turned to look at Hua Xiaoheng, waiting for him to reveal the answer. Hua Xiaoheng looked at her calmly and gave her a comforting smile as he opened another folder. The folder's name was Operation Borrowed Seed. A paragraph appeared on the curved TV screen. This paragraph came from the Song Dynasty's Qingba magazine: a Japanese boat drifted through the Song Dynasty's borders, a group of 30 to 20 people. The Japanese women were discovered, and when they encountered people from Zhongzhou, they chose beautiful women to sleep with. This was called borrowed seed. Hua Xiaoheng calmly explained, "This paragraph means that Japan began sending Japanese women to our country on a large scale to borrow seed during the Song Dynasty. Whenever they saw a tall and handsome man from our country, they would take the initiative to sleep with him until they became pregnant. These pregnant Japanese women would be sent back to Japan as treasures, and the daimyo would treat them as their wives. The sons of these women would become the daimyo's heirs, and the daughters would be treated as more precious candidates. Other aristocratic families would fight to marry them in order to improve their genes. So the Japanese aristocracy was once called the Chinese." The corners of Reinitz's lips twitched, and he said in amazement, "So their ambitions began in ancient times." Yes, at that time, they could only be called thieves. But during World War I and World War II, their ambitions greatly expanded in the face of the weak and impoverished Huaxiao Empire. They were no longer satisfied with petty thievery, and they began to forcibly plunder on a large scale. Hua Xiaoheng opened the second-last document in the folder, and his expression became even colder. Actually, since World War I, Japan had set up concentration camps in the northeast of the Huaxiao Empire. During World War II, this notorious numerical unit expanded the scale of the concentration camps, and they specifically searched for tall and handsome men from the northern Huaxiao Empire to send to their concentration camps. Here, these men were literally studs. Their only purpose was to mate with Japanese women, get them pregnant, and give birth to countless children. At that time, artificial insemination technology didn't exist. If you wanted to get pregnant, you had to use the most primitive method. Also, this kind of mating wasn't for you to enjoy the pleasures of life, but for you to be forced to work countless times a day. This caused these men to age very quickly, and they died very early. By the end of the war, everyone here had been killed, but there were still a few people who were smart and brave enough to use their lives to leave behind some information. However, these people were also all killed themselves. When our people took over the concentration camps, they saw this tragic scene. If they hadn't carefully combed through the entire concentration camps, this precious information wouldn't have been discovered, and this piece of evidence would have been lost in the long river of history. This period of history was indeed tragic, but what did it have to do with Gu Xiangwen? What did it have to do with her? Gu Yinji's heart was in her throat, and she said nervously, "But I don't have any Japanese genes." Not at all. This has been proven before. During the estate dispute with Gu Yanran, Gu Yinji had relied on this information to defeat Gu Yanran in court. Yes. Hua Xiaoheng nodded. "You don't have Japanese genes, so we can't be sure if this has anything to do with it." One thing worth pointing out is that during the later stages of World War II, the numerical unit discovered that the children born from decades of mating Huaxiao men and Japanese women weren't particularly outstanding, and there were very few cases of genetic modification. So the leader of the numerical unit changed the plan and decided not to use Huaxiao men to mate with Japanese women. Instead, they would use Huaxiao men to mate with Huaxiao women, and the offspring would be screened. This was the third chapter for the day. Chapter 1179, Operation Borrowed Seed. Today is the second day of the double monthly vote. Everyone, please continue to vote. Don't stop. Everyone hurry up and vote for me. So give me some encouragement, and I'll continue with the fourth chapter tomorrow. Moi. Chapter 1188. What? What are you talking about? Gu Yinji stammered. Her heart was about to jump out of her chest. What I mean is that Japan's infamous numerical unit changed their practices and no longer used Huaxia men to mate with Japanese women. Instead, they used Huaxia men and Huaxia women of the same language and race to produce offspring. This was inspired by the Nazis' racial optimization policy. Am I right, Director Reinitz? Hua Xiaoheng's voice was neither fast nor slow. His magnetic bass voice came from his chest and seemed to have its own echo. It gave Gu Nianji a great deal of pressure. Her face grew paler and paler. Her hands gripped the edge of her t-shirt and almost tore it. However, Hua Xiaoheng's gaze wasn't on her. Instead, he looked coldly at Reinitz and continued to speak with a slightly threatening tone. Director Reinitz, other people might not understand, but surely you understand what I mean, right? Reinitz's face was even paler than Gu Nianji's. He was Caucasian, so he was naturally pale. However, his pale complexion was completely devoid of blood. It was like opaque white cream. Reinitz's facial features were deep, like a jade sculpture. His eyes were gentle, and every side profile was like an elegant and handsome angel in a medieval religious painting. But now, his gloomy expression didn't have a trace of an angel's kindness. Instead, it was like an angel had fallen to the mortal world to become a demon. The thick haze in his eyes made people shudder. Why aren't you saying anything? Doesn't all of this sound familiar to you? Hua Xiaoheng expressionlessly walked out from behind the desk and stood in front of Reinitz. He looked down at him. During World War II, was the racial optimization policy pursued by your predecessors the same as the Nazis? Reinitz's face twitched. He stood up using the chair and looked at Hua Xiaoheng with an even colder gaze. He said directly in German, "What do you mean? The crimes of the Nazis have been completely accounted for. Why are they blaming us for their mistakes? Their repentance and apology for their war crimes were much better than the Japanese." Hua Xiaoheng folded his hands behind his back and smiled ambiguously. "No, I'm not trying to account for the Nazis' war crimes with you. What I mean is, do you know that the race optimization policy of your predecessors did not end with the defeat of the Nazis? Anyone who has studied history knows that the Nazis' racial optimization policy forbade pure-blooded Germanic from marrying and having children with other races. They believe that only pure-blooded Germanic can give birth to the best Germanic offspring. Director Reinitz, as the supreme commander of the Gestapo, do you know where your country's plan is still being implemented?" Hua Xiaoheng looked at Reinitz with a half-smile, as if he was looking at a flying insect that had flown into a spider's web. No matter how hard the flying insect struggled, it could not escape the fate of being captured. Reinitz's face turned even paler after hearing Hua Xiaoheng's words. He said coldly, "You make it sound better than a song. It's a pity you're not making up stories." Hua Xiaoheng's Bluetooth headset had an instant translation function. He understood Reinitz's words and replied in English, "I'm not making up a story. This is proven by historical data." Historical data? Reinitz's heart skipped a beat. You have historical data from our country? Historical data that even I have never seen before? Of course. Hua Xiaoheng smiled slightly and walked back behind the desk. He opened a new folder again and opened a few information files. These are historical data that was discovered around the same time as the Japanese's Operation Borrowed Seed. It was in the concentration camp in the northeast of the Huaxia Empire. Hua Xiaoheng used the mouse to point at the words on the file. It's all in Japanese, and we've already translated it. What's recorded here is not the Japanese plan, but the Nazi racial optimization policy. As the pictures appeared on the curved TV screen, the English and Chinese translations alternated, and the study fell into a deathly silence. The supreme commander of the Nazis decided to move the plan underground and carry it out in secret. On XX month, XX day, XX year, they selected the most outstanding men and women of the Germanic race and transferred them to the mountains of the Alps. The children born there were raised as orphans in a high-class private school near Munich. According to our intelligence, the Nazis made extraordinary efforts to implement the racial optimization policy. The people they selected to implement the racial optimization policy included the elite representatives of all levels of the Germanic race at that time, including the last of their royal family, several men from the Hohenzollern family. When the English translation of the name, Hohenzollern, appeared on the screen, Reinitz covered his face with his hands and let out a low roar. His entire body collapsed to the ground. The information file wasn't long, but there were too many clues that matched Reinitz's experiences. He finally understood why he had no parents when he was a descendant of the last royal family, the Hohenzollern family. He had to be raised as an orphan in a high-class private school on the outskirts of Munich. The school was fully equipped, from a nursery for newborns to the 3 grades of high school. It could raise a child who was born an orphan until he graduated from high school, without any interference from the outside world. The school building was an ancient castle from 100 years ago. It had been meticulously renovated and was very comfortable. Although the children were orphans, every one of them would recognize the teachers who raised them as their parents. When Reinitz was growing up, he had more than one father and mother who cared for him. Mother Hannah and godfatherly Dushi were all key people who had a great influence on his life. However, in the information Hua Xiaoheng showed him, these people had almost instantly turned from noble and kind angels into repulsive devils. What kind of feelings did they have when they raised these children who were bred like animals? Did they treat them as the hope and future of a human race? Or did they treat them as lab rats? Reinitz's entire body trembled violently, as if he was convulsing, or as if he had malaria and was swaying. On the curved screen TV, the commentary for the information file sounded again. After a long period of experimentation, the executors of the Japanese's Operation Borrowed Seed discovered that the results weren't as good as they had expected. In other words, the results were minimal to the point where they didn't have any effect at all. Just as their plan was in trouble, World War II broke out, and they became comrades on the same front as the Nazis. As a result, the Nazis' racial optimization policy quickly attracted the attention of the Japanese and was adopted by their numerical troops. However, the Japanese approach was a little different from the Nazis. They weren't looking for the possibility of racial optimization within their own race. Because history has proven that the descendants born from intermarriage between their own race degenerated with each generation and were completely unable to support the development of the race. On the other hand, the Huaxiao people, who were separated from them by the sea, were thriving with each generation and had created a brilliant and glorious civilization. This was what they admired and coveted, and it was also the foundation and root of Operation Borrowed Seed. However, the plan to mix the blood of the Huaxiao people into the Japanese race wasn't successful. The combination of the two could barely stop them from degenerating, but it couldn't really optimize their development. It also couldn't allow them to produce true geniuses who could influence the course of humanity. Reinitz covered his ears and rolled around on the ground. He didn't want to hear the commentary in the expansion pack. Gunyinji was very sad to see this. She half squatted down and gently pushed Reinitz's shoulder with one hand. She whispered, "Reinitz, do you want some coffee to calm yourself down?" Reinitz's hands suddenly reached forward and grabbed Gunyinji's hand. His dark blue eyes were bloodshot. "Serious, you don't have to comfort me. You know better than me," Reinitz said through gritted teeth. He glared at Gunyinji, wanting to see her cry and break down. It was as though when he saw others break down and cry, his own pain would be shared by others, and he wouldn't feel so sad. Gunyinji bit her lip tightly and shook her head with all her might. "No, I'm different from you." How are you different?" Reinitz was so agitated by Hua Xiaoheng's identity that he couldn't choose his words. Although his hands were handcuffed, they only restricted his wrists. He could still move his hands freely. He gripped Gunyinji's hand tightly and stood up from the ground. He moved closer to her with an almost ferocious expression. "Serious, do you know what data we've been looking for half a century? It's the data from the borrowed seed operation of the Japanese army. They used the fertility optimization data obtained from Huaxiao men and Huaxiao women multiple times. They've succeeded before. They succeeded before. Reinitz screamed hysterically. Gu Nianji's heart sank. She used all her strength to push Reinitz's hand away and shouted, "No, they won't succeed. They'll never succeed. You're lying. You're lying." She turned her head and looked at Hua Xiaoheng with teary eyes. Her lips trembled as she tried to get some comfort from him. However, Hua Xiaoheng's expression didn't change in the slightest. His gaze was as sharp as a hawk's as he watched Reinitz's every move. Occasionally, his gaze swept past Gu Nianji's panicked expression, but he didn't have any intention of comforting her. He didn't even look at her. His attitude not only made Gu Nianji feel a loss, but it also really angered someone, He Chu. He pulled Gu Nianji away from Reinitz's hand and held her in his arms. He enunciated each word clearly. "Enough. Don't speak nonsense. Nianji's past has nothing to do with this dirty plan. It has nothing to do with it at all." Hua Xiaoheng forced himself not to look at Gu Nianji's pleading eyes. He hardened his heart and waited for so long just for He Chu to say this. In this plan to kill two birds with one stone, he first targeted Reinitz, then implicated Gu Nianji, but in the end his real target was He Chu. Hua Xiaoheng wasn't sure what the truth was, but he was certain that He Chu must know. This is the first night watch for the day. Chapter 1180, He Must Know. Today is the last day of September's double monthly votes. Everyone, hurry up and cast your monthly votes. The second night watch at 1 p.m. and the third night watch at 8 p.m. I'll do my best today and see if I need the fourth night watch at 10 p.m. tonight. P.S. Thank you to Beth1211 for tipping me 10,000 Chidian coins yesterday. Moi. Asterisk degree asterisk. Chapter 1189. As soon as He Chu finished speaking, Hua Xiaoheng immediately said, "Does Professor He know what's going on?" He looked at He Chu inquiringly and saw Gu Nianji also look up from the corner of his eye. She eagerly grasped He Chu's arm and asked, full of hope, "Professor He, you know, right? They never succeeded. That evil plan can't possibly succeed." He Chu heard Hua Xiaoheng's question and immediately realized he had fallen into another trap. Hua Xiaoheng was truly willing to go to any lengths to find out Gu Nianji's past. A mocking sneer hung on his lips as he instantly calmed down and said coldly, "Do I still need to say this? Look at Nianji's age and think about the time of Operation Borrowed Seed. How could it have anything to do with Nianji? Gu Nianji would turn 20 in 6 months, so she was 19 and a half now. She grew up with you when she was 12. Before she was 12, she was with her father and lived in South America. Gu Yanran and Yi Xian can both testify. So Hua Xiao, Reinitz, did you two agree to put on a show?" He Chu calmly pointed out the loopholes in Hua Xiaoheng and Reinitz's conversation. He started with Gu Nianji's age, which was indeed a very powerful piece of evidence. Hua Xiaoheng acutely noticed that when He Chu said Gu Nianji was with her father before she was 12, there was a brief pause. He squinted and instinctively tapped his fingers on the desk a few times before saying calmly, "Professor, it's very obvious that if Operation Borrowed Seed has anything to do with Nianji, it doesn't. It definitely doesn't." Gu Nianji interrupted Hua Xiaoheng and pointed at Reinitz. "Reinitz told me that my father also kept a pregnancy diary for my mother. They didn't give birth to me in a concentration camp." Reinitz was speechless. He and Hua Xiaoheng looked at each other. They were in the same profession, but Reinitz realized he wasn't on the same level as Hua Xiaoheng when it came to hiding their emotions. Hua Xiaoheng's most beloved woman was about to have an emotional breakdown in front of him, yet he could still remain indifferent and control the situation. Reinitz was ashamed of his self-control and self-restraint. If Gu Nianji loved him, and he was Hua Xiaoheng, he would erase everything without hesitation. He didn't want to add to Gu Nianji's troubles. He only hoped that she could live happily. Unfortunately, it was just a beautiful thought. Reinitz also knew that he couldn't do it. Perhaps to people of his and Hua Xiaoheng's statuses, they were destined not to place their feelings above all else. Maternity diary? What's going on? Hua Xiaoheng looked at Gu Nianji. "Reinitz told you?" He turned to look at Reinitz again. Can you explain this to me? How did you know that Gu Xiangwen kept a pregnancy diary? Reinitz had only told Gu Ninji about this because he wanted her to be interested in going with him to find the data. Gu Ninji didn't have time to tell Hua Xiaoheng this. Reinitz's emotions had gradually calmed down. Although the depression in his heart was getting deeper, it wasn't difficult for him to hide it. Reinitz struggled to stand up from the ground again and used the back of the chair to support his numb legs. His voice returned to its usual gentle and polite tone. I saw it in Gu Xiangwen's manuscript. It was the manuscript and letter that Gu Yanran gave to the angels in the World Foundation. I worked at that foundation for a few years. He looked at Hua Xiaoheng calmly. He knew that Hua Xiaoheng must know what he meant by working at that foundation for a few years. Hua Xiaoheng and the others were no strangers to this kind of thing. Hua Xiaoheng looked away and lowered his head to type a few times on the computer. He said calmly, "Yes, even so, Nianji has nothing to do with that concentration camp. But what about her grandfather? Gu Haoze has nothing to do with that concentration camp?" Reinitz's heart tightened, and he instinctively glanced at Gu Nianji. Reinitz was also the one who told Gu Nianji about her grandfather, Gu Xiangwen's father, Gu Haoze. Just last night, Gu Nianji had already told him about Gu Haoze in such a short time. It seemed like she trusted Hua Xiaoheng to the core. Reinitz held the back of the chair and slowly sat down. He rubbed his knees with his hands and nodded to answer Hua Xiaoheng's question. Yes, Gu Haoze, Sirius' grandfather, was sent to our bureau by that concentration camp. Reinitz's expression was solemn. Gu Haoze is a true master of psychology. He took all the information related to him with him. The only things that were left were some of the information that our predecessors in the bureau remembered, as well as the conclusions they came to after interacting with him. Our predecessors in the bureau remember very clearly that Gu Haoze was the genius that was successfully cultivated by Operation Borrowed Seed. His IQ was off the charts, and his memory was amazing. He could remember any book with one glance. To him, he could get full marks for any subject just by reading it once. There was nothing he couldn't do, only things he didn't want to learn. Later, he became obsessed with psychology. We thought it was just the habit of a genius to like to challenge unknown subjects and fields. In the end, we didn't expect that after studying psychology for half a year, he created a very powerful hypnosis technique and single-handedly overturned our entire bureau. From the top to the bottom, from the director to the guards guarding the door, everyone fell for it. When Reinitz said this, he looked at Gu Nianji. The expression in his eyes was gentle and complicated. How could he forget that Gu Haoze's granddaughter, Gu Nianji, had also performed a great hypnosis in the online world in their bureau? That time, she had wiped out all the information in their online system. She was even more ruthless than her grandfather, Gu Haoze. Could this be the legendary family history? Or could geniuses also be inherited? Hua Xiaoheng and He Zhichu also thought about what Gu Nianji had done at the same time. Hua Xiaoheng's eyes were filled with undisguised admiration and love. However, He Zhichu's eyes were filled with even more surprise and confusion. This confusion flashed through his eyes so quickly that almost no one noticed it. Gu Nianji also thought about what she had done at the Gestapo headquarters that time. She smiled slightly, but still stubbornly retorted, "Even if my grandfather came out of that concentration camp and was also a genius, this doesn't prove that the Japanese Operation Borrowed Seed was a success, and it also doesn't prove that my grandfather was the result of Operation Borrowed Seed. Moreover, if it really was a success, wouldn't they have mass-produced geniuses? Why would they give such a good finished product to the Gestapo for nothing? Do you think that the Japanese spent so much effort to make a wedding dress for you?" Gu Nianji's rebuttal also stunned Reinitz. He instinctively retorted, "Actually, it wasn't that the Japanese wanted to give it to us for nothing, but at that time, World War II was nearing its end, and they were about to be defeated. If they didn't send it to us, the Huaxiao Empire and other countries would have taken all the information away. They didn't want others to benefit, and this kind of thing involved ethical taboos. Even now, scientists are trying to find a balance between ethics and scientific progress." Hua Xiaoheng's brows furrowed more tightly as he listened. He had always had a suspicion, but without any evidence, he wouldn't easily say it. Thinking of this, Xiaoheng glanced at Ijichu again and asked calmly, Professor He, you're very familiar with the Gu family. May I ask if you knew Nianji's grandfather? Where's he right now? Is he alive? Or has he already? Ijichu's answer was especially quick this time. Gu Haoze, he passed away a long time ago. Ijichu seemed to be recalling something in his mind, or perhaps he was trying hard to remember. He passed away before Nianji was born. Nianji's grandmother passed away even earlier. Ijichu thought about the situation of the Gu family's information. Gu Xiangwen and Gu Tian's parents passed away when they were relatively young. Gu Tian and Gu Jing both grew up with Gu Xiangwen. This is the second night watch for the day. Chapter 1181, The Origin of Family Knowledge. Today is the last day of September's double monthly votes. Everyone, hurry up and cast your monthly votes. 8 o'clock at night, the third night watch. I'm going all out today, and I'll see if I need the fourth night watch at 10 tonight. Moi. Chapter 1190. Professor He, are you really close to Nianji's family? Why haven't I heard you mention it before? Then do you know where the Gus are? Hua Xiaoheng smiled. If you had told me earlier, we could have avoided a lot of detours. Ijichu was once again enraged by Hua Xiaoheng's easygoing attitude. Although he told himself not to get angry because this was Hua Xiaoheng's provocation, he couldn't help it when he saw Gu Nianji in his arms looking at him with a face full of tears and hope. Ijichu sneered. Yes, I'm very close to Nianji's family. Didn't you already know? I already said it. But did you believe me? Why wouldn't I believe you? Hua Xiaoheng said calmly. How do you know we won't believe you if you don't say it? You believe me just because I say it? Fine, I'll tell you again. Nianji is my fiancée. We've been engaged since we were young. Can you give her back to me? Ijichu knew Gu Nianji and Hua Xiaoheng were married, but Gu Nianji didn't want others to know, so they were still secretly married. Because Reinitz was there, Ijichu didn't directly say they were married. He only vaguely expressed his desire to be with Gu Nianji. Ijichu held Gu Nianji in place with one hand and pointed at Hua Xiaoheng with the other. Seeing Hua Xiaoheng's livid expression, Ijichu was extremely pleased. Huh, you don't believe me now? Look at you. Which part of you really believes my words? You're just selectively believing what's good for you and ignoring or not admitting what's bad for you. Hua Xiaoheng, you set up these traps to trick me into talking. Do you really think you can accept the whole truth? As Ijichu laughed, he didn't forget to take out a small pack of wet tissues from his pocket. He tore open the packaging and took it out to wipe the tears off Gu Nianji's face. Hua Xiaoheng clenched his hands behind his back and used his iron will to control himself. He couldn't say anything that would make him regret it. Ijichu carefully wiped Gu Nianji's face and continued to mock Hua Xiaoheng without looking up. Why aren't you talking? Aren't you very capable? I only have one thing to say now. I can tell you everything, but the condition is that you return Nianji to me. If you can do it, I'll tell you. I, Ijichu, have never been afraid of any threats in my life, except for Gu Nianji. But this weakness was probably also Hua Xiaoheng's weakness. Therefore, Ijichu was very relieved to say this. Hua Xiaoheng's hands loosened and tightened behind his back. If they were closer, they could almost hear the sound of his joints cracking. Reinitz didn't know that Ijichu was Gu Nianji's fiancée. In the past, he would have taken the opportunity to mock him, but now he wasn't in the mood. What reason did a person who could even control his own birth and growth have to drag another person into his life? When his godfather, Li Dashi, secretly ordered him to bring Gu Nianji back to Germany so that he could marry Gu Nianji, Reinitz didn't say anything, but his heart was filled with indescribable joy. He didn't know how deep his feelings for Gu Nianji were, but as soon as he heard Li Dashi say that he wanted the two of them to get married, he couldn't help imagining the two of them living together. They cooked together, did laundry together, had children together, bickered about their children's upbringing together, worried about their children's marriage, and grew old together. When their hair turned gray, they could still sit on the balcony and watch the sunset together, But the truth that Hua Xiaoheng revealed today made him never dare to think about such a future again. If Gu Nianji was with him, wouldn't that be a real tragedy? He was a product of the Nazi race optimization policy, and Gu Nianji was probably the same because she was Gu Hao's granddaughter. B5. So Li Dashi wanted them to get married and have better offspring, right? Thinking of this, the corners of Reinitz's lips curled up into a sneer. Originally, they could only allow Germanic people to marry and have children with each other. Now Li Dashi allowed Reinitz to marry and have children with a woman of pure Chinese descent. It was obvious how much they coveted Gu Hao's genes, right? Reinitz took a deep breath, and his legs gradually returned to normal. Although he was still shackled and couldn't sneak out, his daily movements were not affected. Reinitz rubbed his knees, and his expression became indifferent. His ascetic face now had an otherworldly handsomeness. The corners of Hua Xiaoheng's eyes twitched in the face of He Jichu's mockery. He pursed his lips, and his voice was a bit hoarse when he spoke. He still couldn't accept He Jichu's conditions. A person who insisted on his principles could only settle for the next best thing now. He said, "Fine, you don't have to answer my question. But aren't you even going to answer Nianji's question? Was her grandfather, Gu Haoze, the success of Operation Borrowed Seed like Reinitz said?" Hua Xiaoheng remembered Reinitz shouting, They succeeded before, when he was on the verge of a mental breakdown. He Jichu said coldly, "Nianji's genes don't have Japanese characteristics. She's not Japanese. She's pure Huaxia." This means that her grandfather was also pure Huaxia and didn't have Japanese genes. I don't know what you mean by insisting that Gu Haoze is connected to that disgusting Operation Borrowed Seed. According to our information, the later stages of Operation Borrowed Seed were to use pure Huaxia people to reproduce with Huaxia people. Hua Xiaoheng was very concerned about this point. If this fact was true, then it meant that the data that Reinitz was investigating completely belonged to the Huaxia people. This kind of thing absolutely couldn't fall into the hands of foreigners. Nianji listened on the side for a long time, and her emotions gradually recovered. When she heard Reinitz say that Operation Borrowed Seed had succeeded before, she immediately thought of her grandfather, Gu Haoze, who was a master of psychology, and almost broke down. But after the initial shock, she began to think about the entire matter on her own. She thought about every word that Reinitz said, as well as all the information that Hua Xiaoheng had presented. She pushed He Jichu's hand away and stood next to him. She asked Reinitz thoughtfully, "Reinitz, according to the information that you know, Operation Borrowed Seed has only succeeded once?" Reinitz nodded indifferently. His pleasant baritone voice was gentle and trustworthy as he said, "Yes, the seniors in our bureau have seen the information. This question is very clear. It has only succeeded once, and they said that it was your grandfather, Gu Haoze. That was why they couldn't bear to torture him in any way, and they couldn't even bear to use him for research. The Japanese biologists in the digital army all had the mentality that he was a perfect work of art and must be preserved and passed down. This mentality allowed Gu Haoze to walk out of the concentration camp in the northeast of the Huaxia Empire in one piece and arrive at the Gestapo's headquarters in Europe. There, he was evaluated and observed around the clock. Reinitz concluded, "It's just a pity that the evaluation and observation data from that time were also taken away by your grandfather. Otherwise, he would have been able to give you more information." Gu Nianji didn't know whether to laugh or cry as she shook her head. "There's no need. This is pretty good. When your grandfather left, he was only 19 years old. He's about the same age as you are now." Reinitz hesitated for a moment before saying this. In reality, he didn't need to go into so much detail. He only needed to say that he didn't know. After all the information had indeed been taken away by Gu Haoze. But seeing how upset Gu Nianji was and how close she was to breaking down, he still chose to tell her everything he knew about Gu Haoze. Perhaps it was to make up for his bad attitude earlier. He Jichu also added on from the side, "Your grandfather only got married and had children after he left the control of those people. Your father was born in France. Your grandparents passed away a long time ago, but I really don't know where your father is now. I also don't know whether he's alive or dead. This was all the information Hijichu had on the Gu family. But in the information Hijichu had, there was nothing that indicated that Gu Haoze was a genius. Perhaps after escaping from the hands of the Gestapo and the Japanese, Gu Haoze chose to conceal his identity and live as a normal person. Pretending to be a genius was very easy to expose, but pretending to be a normal person was extremely easy. Gu Nianji nodded and looked at Hua Xiao. She said calmly, "I understand now." Combining Professor He's and Reinitz's words, I still conclude that Operation Borrowed Seed has never succeeded. It has never succeeded. Hua Xiao, what do you think? Hua Xiaoheng's eyes flashed. Why do you think so? He absolutely didn't want the Japanese to succeed with Operation Borrowed Seed. But before eliminating all possibilities of success, he had to be objective and cautious. He couldn't be as emotional as Gu Nianji. He understood how Gu Nianji felt, but to make such a conclusion, he needed evidence to convince him. Gu Nianji's mind quickly searched for the flash of inspiration that had just flashed by. After a while, she looked up and smiled. I thought of it. This was the third watch of the day. Chapter 1182. I thought of it. Today was the last day of double monthly votes in September. Everyone, hurry up and cast your monthly votes. Were there no more monthly votes? Would more monthly votes fall into the hands of the Major General when the fourth watch of the day came at 10 o'clock? Moi. Chapter 1191. She thought of it so quickly, as expected of the best trial lawyer in his mind. Hua Xiaoheng raised his chin slightly, his eyes filled with undisguised admiration and praise. He nodded and said softly, "Go ahead." Gu Nianji organized her thoughts in her mind. She looked at Reinitz. Reinitz, the Japanese you mentioned clearly stated in the documents that their Operation Borrowed Seed, which was their human optimization experiment, was a success. Reinitz carefully thought about the memoirs left behind by his predecessors in the Bureau and said, that should be the case, but they also mentioned in the materials that they used countless Huaxia Empire people as experiments, but only this time was successful. The corners of Gu Nianji's eyes twitched. Used countless Huaxia Empire people as experiments. That meant they drove countless Huaxia Empire people to breed like livestock just to get a satisfactory offspring. They really worked hard. Gu Nianji's expression subconsciously became a bit sarcastic. Haha, these Japanese really put in a lot of effort to optimize our Huaxia Empire people's race. Reinitz was speechless. Hijichu snickered and shook his head. Hua Xiaoheng remained calm. Go on. Gu Nianji walked behind Hua Xiaoheng's desk and looked at the information displayed on the ultra-thin and ultralight laptop in front of him. It showed that Japan had established concentration camps in the northeast of the Huaxia Empire to conduct secret research that dated back to before World War I. From World War I to World War II, it spanned hundreds of years and involved at least 2 or 3 generations of people. Gu Nianji said with great regret and sorrow, such a large concentration camp, such a long time, and so many Huaxia Empire people were captured for all kinds of inhumane torture and experiments. In such a hell on earth, they actually wanted to create Supermen? Haha, they really daydreamed too much. They thought that just because they were strong and the other side was weak, they could survive? Didn't they see that the Huaxia Empire people had never truly submitted in thousands of years? Gu Nianji shrugged. It's not that I'm slandering them, but I've always felt that the Japanese people have a deep sense of bigotry and perversion. Are these perverts born like this, or are they developed after birth? I will leave this question to our scientists to continue their research. Are you saying that this race is mentally ill? The corners of Reinitz's lips twitched. Someone has mentioned this before. The crimes committed by the Japanese during World War II were something that even the Nazis could not tolerate. From this, it could be seen that they were even more brutal, vile, and unforgivable. Hua Xiaoheng immediately retorted, No, they're not mentally ill. Please do not use mental illness as an excuse for their cruelty. Gunyinji nodded in agreement and added, mental patients can't control their own behavior, so they can escape legal punishment no matter what crime they commit. That's why I share the same opinion as Hua Xiao. They were clearly organized, conscious, and methodical criminals. The International Court of Justice has tried the relevant criminals. Although many people have escaped punishment, I believe that justice has long arms. They will definitely pay the price for their war crimes and crimes against humanity. However, this question has nothing to do with my conclusion. Gunyinji tactfully ended the topic. My opinion is very clear. The Japanese's Operation Borrowed Seed has been going on for hundreds or even thousands of years, but it has never succeeded. But how do you explain Gu Hao's existence? How do you explain his son, Gu Xiangwen? And you, Gunyinji, are you all bugs that appeared when God created humans? Reinitz smiled. Of course, I would believe you if you said you had a cheat code. He was now able to speak to Gunyinji calmly. Perhaps it was because he felt that she was the same kind of person as him, so he had given up on his contradictory and hostile mentality. Reinitz had already given up on analyzing his own feelings. The corners of Gunyinji's lips curled up as her eyes drifted over Reinitz's face. Reinitz suddenly felt a bit uncomfortable. He could see a trace of disdain and contempt in Gunyinji's eyes, and he instantly felt uncomfortable. Gunyinji completely calmed down and said calmly, "We are not bugs, and we are definitely not the result of Japan's Operation Borrowed Seed. Why do you say that even if my grandfather, Gu Haoze, appeared, he was not the result of Japan's Operation Borrowed Seed?" I must first clarify a conceptual issue here. Gunyinji's slender fingers flew across Hua Xiaoheng's laptop as she pulled up the criteria for a successful scientific experiment from the internet. You see, they're fixed criteria for a successful scientific experiment. It's not like you can prove that you've predicted the pattern of human illness just because someone sneezes on a cold day. The most basic key to proving the success of a scientific experiment is to obtain a result that does not exceed the experimental error range under the same experimental conditions and the same experimental criteria. The experimental method must be repeatable. Not only must it be repeated in your own laboratory, but it must also be repeated by others. The final result must not exceed a certain error range for the experiment to be considered a success. You see, in recent years, all the papers in international scientific journals that were exposed to falsified data were judged to be falsified because other laboratories repeated the experiment according to the experimental method and couldn't obtain the results claimed by these papers. Right now, we don't have the experimental data of the Japanese Operation Borrowed Seed, but we do have their experimental methods, which Reinitz said were the memoirs written by the predecessors of their bureau who had seen the data. The specific data may be difficult to remember, but the experimental methods are very simple, because they didn't have more advanced methods in that era, right? Gunyinji finished speaking and paused. Her large, bright eyes looked at Reinitz. Reinitz, can you recall what kind of experimental methods your predecessors mentioned? Reinitz was a bit embarrassed. Basically, the experiments on racial optimization in that era were conducted by real people with real knives and guns. In that concentration camp, people lost their dignity and were used like lab rats for all kinds of comparative research until the women became pregnant. However, the men were driven to impregnate more women to observe the growth and development of their offspring. After Reinitz finished speaking, the study was deathly silent. Gunyinji was a woman, so she couldn't empathize with him. However, the three men felt a faint pain in the ass, a literal pain in the ass. Gunyinji was the first to snap out of her daze and calmly said, "It's similar to what I imagined." So this was their experiment. They used this method in so many people, but in the end, they only obtained one successful sample, Gu Haoze. Is this considered a success? If a scientific experiment can't be repeated and verified, then it can't be considered a success. Gunyinji came to the first conclusion. The birth of geniuses is highly accidental. Even without Operation Borrowed Seed, geniuses would still be born in this world. So as for Gu Haoze's appearance, I believe that he was a genius born normally. Perhaps he was born in that concentration camp by accident. And this has nothing to do with Operation Borrowed Seed. You have to know that if they didn't capture so many outstanding Huaxiao men and women to study like animals, more geniuses would have been born among these Huaxiao people. In this sense, Operation Borrowed Seed actually killed the possibility of countless geniuses being born in the summer of Huaxia. And Gu Haoze was just an uncontrollable accident in their experiment. Gu Nianji came to the second conclusion with a solemn expression. So I believe that in the later stages, the Japanese Operation Borrowed Seed had already transitioned from the first goal, which was to study how to improve the Japanese race, to the second goal, which was to study how to destroy the Huaxiao Empire. This was the real reason why they changed their experimental subjects. This is the fourth update for today, Chapter 1183, The Real Reason. Today is the last day of September's double monthly votes. Everyone, hurry up and cast your monthly votes. Do you have your monthly votes? If you don't, then forget it. But remember to cast your monthly votes for October at 12 o'clock today. October's double is on the 7th day of the month. There won't be any double at the end of the month. Good night, my dears. Chapter 1192. Xiaoheng's eyes almost lit up when he heard Gu Nianji's analysis. However, he quickly restrained himself and nodded without batting an eyelid. He said in a low voice, "That makes sense. This will explain a lot of questions that people don't understand." Really? Which questions do you not understand? He Jichu's lips twitched as he said sarcastically, "Do you need Nianji to answer your questions?" Gu Nianji looked down and pursed her lips as she said quietly, "Actually, I never believed that the improvement and optimization of the human race could be achieved using this method of spoiling things through excessive enthusiasm." From the moment she heard Hua Xiaoheng describe Operation Borrowed Seed, she had this doubt. In her opinion, using this method to do scientific research was undoubtedly a dead end. I agree with you. Hijichu looked at Gu Nianji in surprise. If you can think that way, then you've indeed grasped the crux of the problem. Such a method will never achieve true technological progress. Gu Nianji didn't have any memories from before she was 12 years old, but she had this intuition. Hijichu couldn't help but think optimistically that he probably had a place in Gu Nianji's heart, right? Hua Xiaoheng clenched one hand into a fist and rested his chin on his hand. After a moment of silence, he said, "Then it makes sense." After the Japanese numerical unit was defeated, they handed over almost all other human experimental data to the victorious country at the time, but they didn't hand over this data. Because this data wasn't normal human experimental data. If they had really handed it over, even if the victorious country had selfish motives, they wouldn't have been able to accept such a pure sin. This also explains why Nianji's grandfather, Gu Haoze, did everything he could to take away the experimental data from the Gestapo headquarters. Reinitz also understood, so he said clearly in German, because that data wasn't about the optimization of the Huaxia human race, but data that targeted the genetic weaknesses of the Huaxia people. If that's the case, then I also understand why the predecessors of our bureau wrote some contradictory things in their memoirs. Perhaps they also saw it, but this kind of thing was too challenging to the ethical concepts of the people at the time, so they chose to be vague about it or keep their mouths shut. The Nazi race optimization policy was also very evil, but its main purpose was to optimize their own race. However, what the Japanese did was to drag other races down with them when they discovered that self-optimization was hopeless. In other words, as long as I get rid of the person running in front of me, I will be number one. This kind of wretched and shameful mentality made it so that they would never be the final victor. But if your grandfather Gu Haoze was an accident, an uncontrollable factor in the experiment, why didn't they just kill him? Why did they send him to the European Gestapo headquarters? Hua Xiaoheng felt that there were still things they didn't understand. Gu Nianji nodded. "I'm considering that." Hua Xiao, do you remember why Gu Yanran and her mother, Gu Jing, were adopted by the Gus? Hua Xiaoheng was taken aback. You're saying that Gu Haoze is the root cause of the Gu family's hereditary illness? And Gu Haoze's genetic disease is the sequela of this plan? Gu Nianji laughed. Huashao, your mind works faster than mine. Yes, that's what I meant. Therefore, there must be a reason why they had to do this. However, this was not related to the topic they were discussing at the moment. Gu Nianji continued. Later, because the data was lost, and because our country won the war, the Japanese couldn't capture our citizens on a large scale and send them to concentration camps to conduct experiments like they did during the war. Therefore, they returned to the first goal of Operation Borrowed Seed, which was to optimize their own race. Coupled with the development of science and technology, they didn't need to continue using such a stupid method to conduct human optimization experiments. Therefore, they set up these clinics to treat infertility. They directly stole the reproductive cells of patients who came to see them, carried out artificial insemination, and propagated them to observe the results of optimization. Hua Xiaoheng also walked to his laptop and opened another file. Gu Nianji completely agreed. My father must have also discovered their intentions, so he used this method to warn the people who were looking for the data. But if your father discovered that these clinics were conducting the same research, why didn't he report it? Reinitz asked curiously. I thought he hated this kind of thing. Of course he hated it, but do you think my father alone could go against the power of the entire country? Gu Nianji glared at Reinitz. Moreover, I also investigated these clinics. They were truly researching the optimization of Japanese genes and didn't involve Huaxia genes. Therefore, I think my father was keeping a close eye on these clinics to prevent them from doing anything harmful to the Huaxia Empire. Reinitz chuckled and shook his head. Serious, you've never met your father. How can you be so sure that he's really a good person? However, Gu Nianji said with certainty, I know. I just know that my father is definitely not a bad person. Not only is he not a bad person, but he's also a rare and capable good person. He Jichu silently looked away, unable to bear to look at Gu Nianji's expression. Hua Xiaoheng had just looked up and was about to echo Gu Nianji's words when he saw He Jichu look away. He felt that something was off. However, He Jichu was always vague and changed the subject. Now, he was even using Gu Nianji's decision to stay or leave as a condition. Hua Xiaoheng decided not to try to get information from He Jichu again. He also wouldn't take the bits and pieces he revealed as the truth. He wanted to return to his previous way of working. Like Reinitz, he would doubt everything and rely on himself to prove everything. I just demonstrated my conclusion from the three perspectives of premise, history, and follow-up. That is, Operation Borrowed Seed did not succeed, and Operation Extermination also did not succeed. Gu Nianji smiled as she looked up at the curved TV screen in front of her. Hua Xiaoheng had just opened another document. It was the cursive English poem that Gu Nianji had taken a photo of in the Das Clinic's reception room. A little girl needs daddy. When the cursive poem hung on the wall was magnified on the curved TV screen, Gu Nianji suddenly felt that the shape of the poem was somewhat familiar. The cursive English characters used curved lines to outline every English word. It really was as if every word could be written in a flower. However, the cursive English poem had long and short lines that were interconnected like vines. It was as if they were outlining a complicated picture. If someone who didn't know English looked at this poem, they would most likely not know it was a poem. They would only think it was a picture. It was an abstract painting drawn with black and white lines. Gu Nianji's mind suddenly became clear when she realized it was a picture. She pointed at the TV screen and said, Look, if you look at the shape of this cursive English poem, doesn't it look like a picture? What picture? He Jichu glanced at it. I can't tell. Hua Xiaoheng stood behind the desk and leaned forward with both hands on the desk. He looked up at the magnified cursive English poem on the TV and nodded thoughtfully. It does look a bit familiar, right? Gu Nianji was excited. Say, don't you think this cursive English poem looks like a map of Africa? Hua Xiaoheng narrowed his eyes and slowly straightened his body. He stared at the picture without moving. Gradually, he stopped trying to read the English meaning of the cursive English words. Instead, he purely admired it as a picture. Sure enough, the picture was getting closer and closer to the map of Africa in his memory. Hua Xiaoheng bent down and immediately pulled up a map of Africa from the computer. He enlarged it and placed it side by side with the cursive English poem. With this comparison, everyone could see it. The arrangement of the cursive English poem was almost a mirror image of the general shape of the map of Africa. Gu Nianji couldn't help but take the mouse from Hua Xiaoheng's hand and operate herself. She opened a mapping software and copied the map of Africa into it. Then, she copied the picture of the cursive English poem into it. She had the mapping software look for the point where the two overlapped. With the help of the mapping software, Gu Nianji quickly discovered that there was an obvious bright spot at the bottom corner of the two pictures. That was the location of the last English word of the poem, there. The last two lines of the poem were, "Sa diving deeper Ringishoisis findem there." So as long as she dives into the deep sea or flies high in the sky, she will find him there. Gu Nianji's heart skipped a beat. She hurriedly marked the place where the word there overlapped with a map of Africa. Then, she pulled up the marked map of Africa and put it into the mapping software to search for latitude and longitude. Hua Xiaoheng, He Zhichu, and Reinitz all quietly watched Gu Nianji work quickly on the computer, waiting for her to discover the information left by her father. The mapping software took less than a second to search for latitude and longitude data. Gu Nianji laughed. Latitude 33 degrees 55 minutes south, longitude 18 degrees 25 minutes east. This latitude and longitude is the second largest city in the southernmost country in Africa, Cape Town. It's there. My father must have left something there. Hua Xiaoheng saw the latitude and longitude, as well as the name of Cape Town. His brows furrowed almost imperceptibly. How could it be such a coincidence? In order to find the true whereabouts of Gu Xiangwen's plane, MH210, he sent Zhao Liangzi to a small island in the Cape of Good Hope to facilitate the search of the nearby waters. The Cape of Good Hope was a landmark of Cape Town. It was only 2 kilometers away from Cape Town, a distance that could be reached on foot. This is today's first update, Chapter 1184. Could it be a coincidence? Today is the first day of the double monthly votes in October. Everyone, hurry up and cast your guaranteed monthly votes. The second update will be at 1 p.m., and the third update will be at 8 p.m. I'll give my all today. I'll continue with the fourth update at 10 p.m. tonight. Don't let me down, my dear friends. P.S. Thank you to Beth1211 for tipping me 10,000 Chidian coins yesterday. Mwah. Chapter 1193. First, I wish everyone a happy National Day. Everyone is happily taking a long vacation, but I don't have a long vacation. However, I won't miss out on everyone's updates. Once again, I would like to thank everyone for the monthly votes during September's double period. Thank you everyone for subscribing, voting, tipping, and reviewing. Major General September's monthly votes really surprised me. My hard work of updating every day for a month has finally moved everyone / greater than over equal to for all /. This is the fun of online literature. Without following the updates and participating in the monthly votes battle, I can't say that I've read online literature. Now, for the first 7 days of October, there will still be double monthly votes. If my dear friends have monthly votes, you can vote for them immediately. Please vote for monthly votes X2. Please vote for monthly votes X2. Please vote for monthly votes X2. P.S. Today's first update, Chapter 1184, Is It a Coincidence?, has been updated. My dear friends, you can see it if you scroll forward. Chapter 1194. Ijichu didn't want to listen anymore, so he put his hands in his trouser pockets and walked to the window. The curtains weren't opened, and he stood beside the milky white gauze curtains. He was wearing a light gray summer suit, and he stood tall and aloof. Gu Nianji noticed Hijichu's movement, and her eyes flashed. She could feel Hijichu's disapproval. Was she wrong? But thinking about it again, Hijichu had also said many times that he didn't know Gu Xiangwen's whereabouts. Also, Hijichu had always acted like he knew about the past, which was before Gu Nianji was 12 years old. After Gu Ninji left the Gu family at 12 and was rescued by Hua Xiaoheng, He Zichu didn't know anything. From this perspective, there should be a reason why He Zichu didn't know about the Gu family situation. Gu Ninji quietly pondered He Zichu as she used the mouse to point at the coordinates of Cape Town. I want to go there and see. Hua Xiaoheng nodded. I'll go prepare and set off directly to Cape Town in Africa from here. Reinitz raised his handcuffs, his expression normal. I have no interest at all now. Can you let me go? Hua Xiaoheng ignored him and only waved at him to shut up. He looked at He Zichu by the window and then glanced at Gu Ninji. Gu Ninji understood and smiled at He Zichu's back. Professor He, do you want to go with us? He Zichu didn't look back and only shook his head. No, I only took a few days off. I still have things to do at school, so I can't be away for too long. Gu Ninji didn't insist. Okay, then Professor He can go back first. When we come back from Cape Town, I'll talk to you. Yeah, He Zichu finally responded after a while. Hua Xiaoheng was already mentally prepared for He Zichu's reaction, so he didn't say much. He only reminded Gu Ninji, Cape Town is in Africa. The situation there is complicated and security is not guaranteed. Be especially careful. Gu Ninji nodded quickly. I understand. I'll go prepare now. In order to track down her father's whereabouts and her own background, Gu Ninji couldn't care less. She left the study first and went back to her bedroom to pack her things. When He Zichu heard Gu Ninji leave, he also turned around and walked out without a word without looking at Hua Xiaoheng and Reinitz. Only Reinitz and Hua Xiaoheng were left in the study. The door of the study was gently closed by the person at the door, and the room was quiet. Reinitz raised his hands to Hua Xiaoheng again and said very seriously, Major General Hua, can you promise me to let me leave this place? I want to go back to China. You want to leave? Reinitz, have you forgotten that you are now my captive? Hua Xiaoheng folded his hands behind his back and looked at Reinitz calmly as he answered his question in English. Reinitz quickly switched to English. No, I didn't forget. I'm not as skilled as you, so I was captured by you. I accept it wholeheartedly. But you and I are just serving different masters. There is no deep hatred between the two of us, don't you think? Hua Xiaoheng smiled mysteriously and crossed his arms. Is that so? Is there no deep hatred between the two of us? I don't think so. Hua Xiaoheng put down his arms and walked over to Reinitz. He grabbed his collar and said coldly, Reinitz, the trap you set in the Alps almost made Ninji break down. Did you forget all that? But I didn't forget. He was going to bring up the past. Reinitz couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. At that time, he was the proud leader of the Gestapo and the director of the Federal Intelligence Agency. Although he was gradually attracted to Gu Ninji, his heart had always been on the interests of the country. Unlike now, Hua Xiaoheng's words had almost destroyed his faith. Reinitz was forcing himself to be calm, but his heart was actually already filled with despair. It was like standing in the wilderness of time and suddenly realizing that he was floating like duckweed. Fine, then do whatever you want. Reinitz closed his eyes. I don't regret what I've done. If I could do it all over again, I would still do it. Until he knew the truth. Hua Xiaoheng let go of Reinitz's collar and took a step back. He thought about it for a moment and seemed to have made up his mind. Reinitz, you know we have rules. I can't just let people go. Reinitz was a bit confused and said with disappointment, Don't you have special authority? In our line of work, there are so many things to do outside. How can we report everything to the Empire? Our country is different from your country, Hua Xiaoheng said calmly. Hua Xiaoheng said calmly, his expression extremely solemn. However, since you helped Ninji hide it, I can make an exception this time. Reinitz originally thought that there was no hope, but Hua Xiaoheng changed the topic and the situation immediately turned around. Reinitz looked at Hua Xiaoheng and smiled. You're making an exception, so there must be conditions, right? He was too familiar with the way people like them did things. Hua Xiaoheng didn't smile and still said very seriously, I hope that after you go back, you can pay close attention to your bureau's movements regarding the Japanese and keep me informed. As he spoke, Hua Xiaoheng stuffed a flash drive into Reinitz's hand. There's a password and phone number here. All you have to do is dial this phone number and enter the password to leave a message. Don't worry, I'm the only one who can check this email. Reinitz looked at Hua Xiaoheng in shock. This person really didn't do business at a loss. He was actually developing Reinitz as his inside man. Oh, Reinitz, developing the head of a country's intelligence agency as his own inside man. Just the thought of it made him a bit excited. The corners of Reinitz's mouth twitched as he shook his head to get rid of this strange thought. He frowned and said, "You want me to betray my country? No, I won't do such a thing. Just kill me." Hua Xiaoheng folded his hands behind his back and said calmly, "No, I'm not asking you to betray your country. I don't need any information related to your country. But if you have any news regarding the Japanese, especially regarding their Operation Borrowed Seed, I hope that you will inform me immediately. This matter is very important to us, especially to Ninji, but it has nothing to do with your country's interests." Reinitz understood. Is it information related to the Japanese's Operation Borrowed Seed? Yes. Hua Xiaoheng looked down and opened a document on his laptop. He opened it for Reinitz to see. "If you agree, sign your name on this Memorandum of Understanding for a Cooperation Agreement." There was a printer in the study, so Hua Xiaoheng printed out the English version of the Memorandum of Understanding in duplicate for Reinitz to sign. Reinitz quickly read through it and immediately signed his name. This Memorandum of Understanding was beneficial to both of them. With this Memorandum of Understanding, their interactions would be semi-official. Of course, it only stipulated that Reinitz had to fulfill his obligations. Hua Xiaoheng didn't have to do anything for the Gestapo at all. Reinitz had been in a hurry to escape at the time, so he hadn't thought about this issue carefully. It wasn't until he returned to his own country and took out the Memorandum of Understanding to look at it in detail that he discovered Hua Xiaoheng had tampered with it. At that moment, Hua Xiaoheng had already taken Gu Ninji to Cape Town, the second largest city in the southernmost country in Africa. Gu Ninji walked out of the airport and was greeted by a wave of heat that almost made her faint. Hua Xiaoheng supported her with one hand and pushed 2 suitcases with the other as he stood at the entrance of the airport. "Ninji, this way, this way." In this country where black people were everywhere, Gu Ninji was very surprised to suddenly hear someone call her name in Mandarin. She turned her head in the direction of the voice and saw a handsome, dark-skinned face giving her a big smile. "Brother Zhe, why are you here?" Gu Ninji carefully looked at the person and finally recognized him. It was actually Zhao Yangze. This is the second night watch for the day. Chapter 1185. Why are you here? Today is the first day of the double monthly votes for October. Everyone, hurry up and cast your guaranteed monthly votes. 8 o'clock at night, the third night watch. I'm going to give it my all today. I'll continue with the fourth night watch at 10. Moi. Chapter 1195. Zhao Yangze grinned and winked at her, then nodded to Hua Xiaoheng and said respectfully, "Mr. Hua, you're here." He was on a mission and didn't salute when he saw Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiaoheng glanced at him with a smile. His body was much stronger, and his face was darker than before. However, in Hua Xiaoheng's eyes, he looked much better and more manly than Zhao Yangze used to. Men should be like this. Hua Xiaoheng patted his shoulder. "You've worked hard." Zhao Yangze was on the verge of tears at Hua Jinyao's words. He hurriedly blinked his eyes and suppressed the sudden surge of tears. "It's not hard. It's what I should do." Zhao Yangze's voice was a little choked. He took a suitcase from Hua Xiaoheng and turned to leave. "Follow me. The car is over there." Hua Xiaoheng didn't want Zhao Yangze to pick him up at the airport. However, when they told Zhao Yangze that they were coming to Cape Town, Zhao Yangze insisted on coming to pick them up. Hua Xiaoheng had no choice but to agree when he saw how pitiful Zhao Yangze looked in the video. He had always been a reserved person and would not express his emotions so obviously. However, when others were agitated, he would still give them an appropriate amount of respect. Gu Ninji hadn't seen Zhao Yangze for a long time. She knew he was on a mission, but she didn't know that his mission was in Cape Town. Could it have something to do with her father? However, Zhao Yangzi had been away on a mission for several months. How could Hua Xiaoheng have known that her father's whereabouts were related to Cape Town? Gun Yinji couldn't help but glance at Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiaoheng held her hand and looked at her deeply. His voice was low and magnetic. Would you believe me if I said it was a coincidence? Gun Yinji rolled her eyes and said playfully, That's such a coincidence. Hua Xiaoheng curled his lips. His gaze swept past her plump, curvy lips, and he didn't say anything else. Whether it was really a coincidence or not, he would have to investigate to find out. To be honest, the more they investigated, the less hope Hua Xiaoheng had of Gu Xiongwen's survival. However, seeing how excited she was, Hua Xiaoheng couldn't bear to pour cold water on her. They got in the car and sped towards the hotel that Zhao Yangzi had booked for them. Cape Town was also an international metropolis facing the Atlantic Ocean. It had a magnificent sea view and many five-star hotels. This time, Hua Xiaoheng and Gun Yinji were disguised as an engaged couple on vacation. Zhao Yangzi had helped them choose a very luxurious apartment-style hotel. This apartment-style hotel was called Low Hill, and it was located near Victoria Beach. Each apartment had its own small outdoor swimming pool, and the interior design was modern and minimalist. It was low-key yet luxurious, and the details were exquisite. Hua Xiaoheng had a feeling that Gun Yinji would like this style. As expected, when Zhao Yangzi drove them to the apartment, Gun Yinji's eyes widened. The houses here are so beautiful. Gun Yinji spread her arms, closed her eyes, and looked up at the sky to take a deep breath. Even the air was salty and fresh, unique to the sea breeze. The sky was dark blue, without a single cloud. Where the sea met the sky, it was so blue that one couldn't even see the boundary. The entire apartment area was built on the bay. Looking up, one could see the blue sky, and looking down, one could see the clear water. There were tropical banana trees planted on the fine white sand by the door. What was even rarer was that the outdoor swimming pool didn't have the pungent smell of chlorine. Zhao Yangzi saw Gun Yinji staring intently at the small swimming pool in the courtyard and smiled. I heard that the pool water here is brought directly from the Atlantic Ocean. The water is changed every day, so it's very clean and hygienic without chlorine. Gun Yinji understood this principle well. She understood it very well. She nodded, happy but also a little regretful. It's a pity that the swimming pool is too small. Is this a swimming pool? I think it's a spa. Tub. You can also use it as a spa. Tub. There's a heating button here. When you want to take a hot bath at night, just turn it on to warm it up. This apartment-style hotel was specially chosen by Zhao Yangzi for Gun Yinji and Hua Xiaoheng. Because the rent exceeded the budget, Zhao Yangzi had to pay out of his own pocket. While Hua Xiaoheng went into the room to put the luggage away, Zhao Yangzi touched Gun Yinji's head with emotion. Have fun here with Hua Xiao. Think of it as an early wedding gift from Brother Zay. Treat it as your honeymoon. He winked at Gun Yinji. Gun Yinji blushed and smiled calmly. We're very busy. How can we have time for a honeymoon? Brother Zay, don't talk nonsense about things that have no shadow. Okay, I'll stop. Zhao Yangzi nodded with a smile and gave her an, I understand look. Have a good rest today. I'll take you to my island for a vacation tomorrow. Your island? Hua Xiaoheng's voice sounded behind Zhao Yangzi. Then should I call you the Island Lord? Zhao Yangzi chuckled and turned to Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiao, I just told Yinji to have fun here and treat it as a honeymoon in advance. Hua Xiaoheng's heart skipped a beat, but when he saw Gun Yinji look away, he suppressed the thought and slapped Zhao Yangzi. What nonsense are you talking about? We have a mission this time. Zhao Yangzi's cheeky smile immediately disappeared when he mentioned the mission. He almost saluted Hua Xiaoheng. He said seriously, I understand. Hua Xiao, please give me instructions. Don't rush. We'll talk at your base tomorrow. Hua Xiaoheng patted his shoulder meaningfully. You're staying here today? Although he said he was inviting him to stay, his eyes clearly said, if you dare agree, you're dead meat. In fact, the service-style apartment Zhao Yangzi rented for them had 3 bedrooms. It could accommodate 2 more people. But when Zhao Yangzi saw Hua Xiaoheng's eyes, he understood everything. He immediately resumed his cheeky smile and shook his head. No, no, no. I'm used to living on an island. It's too comfortable here. I'm afraid I won't be able to sleep if it's too noisy at night. As he spoke, he already ran away with a smile before Hua Xiaoheng raised an eyebrow and kicked him. As he ran, he waved in the air without looking back. He shouted, "Nianji, rest well. I'll pick you up tomorrow." He ran out of the apartment area and walked along the narrow bridge over the sea to the parking lot. He got into the car and quickly drove out. As soon as he drove onto the main road, Zhao Yangzi suddenly saw a tall woman in a red dress in the rearview mirror. The red dress fluttered in the wind and was very eye-catching in the blue sky and clear water. In a flash, he saw the woman's face. She was wearing large sunglasses, and only her tall nose and bright red lips could be seen. She was so plump that she didn't look like an Asian. That figure, that face, it looked so familiar. Zhao Yangzi was shocked and hurriedly braked. When he looked in the rearview mirror again, the woman in the red dress had disappeared. His heart was pounding, and he was so nervous that his hands and feet were sweating. His breathing was rapid, and for a moment, he felt weak in his legs and almost couldn't drive. Why did that woman look so much like Bai Shuang, who often appeared in his dreams? Could it be that what he thought about during the day was what he dreamed about at night? Zhao Yangzi calmed himself down before stepping on the accelerator and continuing to drive forward. This apartment-style hotel was located in the suburbs near the sea and belonged to the upscale, wealthy area. However, the urban area couldn't be compared to the wealthy areas in the suburbs. The streets were bumpy, and the houses were dilapidated. Occasionally, there were a few tall convention and exhibition centers that supported the facade. Cape Town's current appearance was like a microcosm of the country. Once a developed country, it was now inferior to even a third-rate country. Zhao Yangzi drove uneasily and entered the main road leading out of the city to the harbor. After driving for a while, he saw the woman in the red dress get out of a taxi again. She carried a delicate Chanel bag and stood on the side of the road looking at her phone. At this moment, a black man suddenly rushed over on a skateboard from behind. As he passed by the woman in the red dress, he quickly reached out and snatched her phone. "Give it back to me." The woman blurted out in Mandarin, then changed it to English. "Help." Most of the passers-by were black. Everyone looked at her coldly, and no one chased after the robber who ran away on the skateboard. Zhao Yangzi saw that the woman was still chasing after him in high heels, and he couldn't help it anymore. He stepped on the accelerator and chased after her with a bang. This was the third update for today, Chapter 1186, Enemies on a Narrow Road. Today was the first day of double monthly votes in October. Everyone, hurry up and cast your guaranteed monthly votes. At 10 p.m., the fourth update. I'm going all out today. Fourth update. Where's my guaranteed monthly votes? Oh. Chapter 1196. The black man on the skateboard held the phone of the woman in the red dress in his hand and ran quickly on the sidewalk by the side of the road. But no matter how fast he was not as fast as a car, especially since Zhao Yangzi was the backbone of the Special Operations Forces. Although his performance in action was not as impressive as his computer performance, he was still much better than the average ordinary person. He was weak, but in comparison, he was only slightly weaker in a row of Special Forces soldiers with incredible mobility. Zhao Yangzi's driving skills could be said to be second only to his computer skills. The streets of Cape Town were very spacious, but there were also many cars on the road, and many drivers did not like to drive according to traffic rules. They always rushed forward at red lights and stopped randomly at green lights. There was often an 18-wheeler truck parked in the middle of the street to unload. Because the driver was not skilled enough, it was impossible to park the 18-wheeler neatly on the side of the road. In short, most people in this city drove cars as casually as they rode bicycles. Therefore, the people who were affected were those who really followed the traffic rules. Zhao Yangzi had been here for several months. He had panicked at first, but now he could slip between the gaps of the cars without batting an eyelid. He brushed past the 18-wheeler parked in the middle of the road with a whoosh, bringing up a layer of khaki-colored smoke, but he could wave his hand without taking away a speck of dust. He had reached the entrance of an alley in front of him. On both sides were rows of sword-leaf-shaped aloes with thick, fleshy skin and bright white flowers. The black man on the skateboard drove the skateboard to rush over. Just as he was about to slide into the alley, a khaki-colored Jeep rushed over from who knows where. There was an ear-piercing sound of emergency braking, and the Jeep's body suddenly made a 90-degree turn, blocking the entrance of the alley. The black man on the skateboard did not expect a car to suddenly rush out and block the road. As soon as he turned around, he saw that in front of him was not the alley passage he was used to, but a Jeep as thick as a tank. The black man who had snatched the phone let out an earth-shattering scream, and his entire body crashed into the side of the Jeep. At that moment, Zhao Yangzi leaned over and kicked the door out at the same time. The door sprung open and crashed into the dark-skinned man who had not stopped in time. The black man was dizzy from his own inertia and the force of the door's opening. He fell to the ground on his back with a thud. He saw stars and couldn't get up for a long time. Zhao Yangzi got out of the car and walked to the black man's side. He half knelt in front of him and reached out to take the phone away from him. He got up and kicked him. "Trash! You're courting death." As he spoke, he glanced at his phone. He was stunned by what he saw. Although the phone was locked, the picture on the screen was one that he couldn't be more familiar with. It was him when he was fair and handsome. He seemed to be at a cocktail party. He was wearing an autumn outfit and holding a glass of red wine in his hand. He leaned against the railing of the balcony and smiled at the people beside him. She didn't know who the person next to her was, but the angle of the photo was very good. His straight nose, angular lips, and thick, long eyelashes were all clearly visible. It was obvious that the camera had zoomed in to take the photo. On the screen, his fair skin was so close, but there was still no flaw. After looking at it for a long time, he almost didn't recognize the person in the screensaver. Was it really him? F***CK. He had such a fair and handsome time. Zhao Yangzi's emotions were extremely complicated. Just as he was about to put away his phone and look for the woman in the red dress, he heard a very familiar voice behind him. "Thank you for helping me catch the thief." It was authentic British English. He could recognize that voice even with his eyes closed. It was Bai Shuang's. Zhao Yangzi suddenly turned around and looked at Bai Shuang. Under the blue sky of Cape Town, the sun was scorching and the green aloes were quietly blooming on the street. The two people who hadn't seen each other since Gu Nianji's graduation ceremony party before the spring festival met again on the streets of a foreign country. Bai Shuang also seemed to be surprised to see Zhao Yangzi. When she saw that he was holding her phone in his hand, she suddenly seemed to remember something. Her face suddenly flushed, and she suddenly reached out her hand. "Give me back my phone." Zhao Yangzi gripped the phone and saw the woman who often appeared in his dreams. For a moment, he had mixed feelings. He stared at Bai Shuang for a few minutes before putting the phone in her open palm and saying, "Why are you here? Why do you care?" As soon as Bai Shuang saw him, she remembered the scene of him kissing Bai Yueran, and her heart felt like it was being stabbed by a knife. She thought she could let go of him. This man didn't like her even when she pursued him, but liked her cousin. After she found out, she resolutely cut off all contact with him. She traveled overseas, did volunteer work, and tossed and turned, forcibly uprooting him from the bottom of her heart. But as soon as she saw him and saw his indescribable gaze, she immediately threw away her armor and had nowhere to hide. It turned out that he had never left her heart. She had only locked him tightly inside with a door, pretending that she had lost the key and could no longer open the door. She had never thought about what she would do if Zhao Liangzi opened the door himself and walked out. Countless thoughts flashed through Zhao Liangzi's mind in an instant. But at this time, his body reacted more directly and faster than his brain. As soon as he put the phone back in Bai Shuang's hand, he took her hand and pulled her into his arms. He hugged her tightly and lowered his head to kiss her. Bai Shuang originally wanted to struggle, but Zhao Yangzi seemed to have taken some kind of medicine. His entire body had become much stronger than before, and the arms holding her were filled with great strength that made her surrender. He was no longer the handsome, fair-skinned man from before, but she still liked and loved him. No matter what he had become, she found that she couldn't let go of him. Not long after, Bai Shuang's struggle gradually weakened. Her arms involuntarily wrapped around Zhao Liang's waist, and her lips responded to his kiss. The black man on the ground who had been knocked down watched this scene speechlessly and cursed inwardly. What the F***CK? He climbed up from the ground and limped away with the skateboard in his arms. Zhao Yangzi immediately stopped kissing. He held Bai Shuang tightly in his arms with one hand and suddenly pulled out a pistol with the other. He aimed it at the black man and said coldly, "Stop! Hands up!" The black man was so scared that he trembled. His knees were sore and weak. He knelt on the ground and raised his hands. Bai Shuang was fascinated by Zhao Yangzi's sudden domineering and heroic posture. She stared at him intently and couldn't help but snuggle up to him. Zhao Yangzi's face was fierce as he pointed the gun at the black man's head and said coldly, "If I see you stealing from others again, my gun is not to be trifled with." This is today's fourth update, Chapter 1187, Where Your Heart Goes. Today is the first day of the double monthly votes in October. Everyone, hurry up and vote for your guaranteed monthly votes. I'm going all out today. Fourth update. Don't be careless and vote for your guaranteed monthly votes. Chapter 1197. The black man who had snatched Bai Shuang's phone was so scared that he peed himself. He held his head and crawled on the street, begging for mercy. Bai Shuang felt sorry for him again. She tugged at Zhao Yangzi's shirt and whispered, "Forget it. Just get the phone back." Zhao Yangzi glanced at her, put away the gun, and still held her hand. "Get in the car." He opened the door and stuffed Bai Shuang into the car, then closed the door and got into the driver's seat from the other side. The Jeep made a toot-toot sound and quickly sped up, leaving behind a trail of dust. After the excitement of their first encounter, the two of them felt awkward in the car, and neither of them said a word. Zhao Yangzi drove all the way to the main street. When he was about to turn back to the dock, he suddenly remembered that he couldn't take Bai Shuang there. He turned the steering wheel and drove to the hotel in the center of Cape City. The hotel in the suburbs was actually more upscale and luxurious, but Zhao Yangzi didn't plan to stay there because Hua Xiaoheng and Gun Yinji were staying there. He couldn't let Bai Shuang know that Hua Xiaoheng was also in Cape Town. Hua Xiaoheng was on a secret mission, and Bai Shuang was an acquaintance of Hua Xiaoheng. If they met, even if nothing happened, it would still be a leak to Zhao Yangzi. When he first met Bai Shuang, although he was overwhelmed with admiration, years of strict training still made his mind tense. Bai Shuang couldn't help herself from the first encounter, but now that she had regained her composure, she not only felt embarrassed but also very angry. She kept a straight face and didn't speak along the way. Suddenly, she saw the road ahead change and seemed to turn back. "Where are you going?" Bai Shuang couldn't help but ask. Zhao Yangzi glanced at her. "Where do you live? Are you traveling to Cape Town?" Bai Shuang pouted. "It's none of your business. Let me out of the car. I'll take you back to the hotel." Zhao Yangzi remembered that he had just met Bai Shuang in the city, so he naturally assumed that Bai Shuang should be staying in a hotel in the city center. Bai Shuang frowned. "If you take me back to the hotel, please turn around. I don't live here." "You don't live here?" Zhao Yangzi stepped on the brakes in surprise. "Then why did you get off in a taxi in the city center?" Bai Shuang was stunned. "You saw me?" "I thought it was you." Zhao Yangzi smiled. "You were wearing sunglasses, so I didn't dare to recognize you. I was afraid it would be awkward." "You make it sound like it's not awkward anymore." Bai Shuang rolled her eyes. "I'm going to the convention center in the city to participate in an event. I'm not staying there. Who can stand living in the heart of the city? Is it fun to listen to gunfights every night?" She asked Zhao Yangzi, "Why are you here?" Zhao Yangzi smiled and did not answer Bai Shuang's question. He only said, "Where do you live?" "I'll take you there. You can put me down here. I still have to participate in the event." Bai Shuang didn't say where she lived. Seeing that Zhao Liangzi didn't even answer her question, she felt even more bored and patted the car door. As for where I live, you don't have to worry about it. Zhao Liangzi held the steering wheel with one hand and stopped the car on the side of the road. His other hand reached over and rested on the passenger seat where Bai Shuang was sitting. He frowned and said, Bai Shuang, let's talk. What's there to talk about? Bai Shuang still turned her head away and didn't look at him. My cousin is your girlfriend, and now you're provoking me again. Do you think I'm cheap, so you came to bully me? Bai Shuang, Zhao Liangzi shouted. I was wrong just now. You don't have to say that about yourself. I'm cheap. I'm cheap. Is that enough? What do you mean by that? Bai Shuang turned her head and looked at him angrily. You're the cheap one. When she liked him, he kept her distance. When she was about to let go, he leaned in again. It was me. Zhao Liangzi pursed his lips. I let your cousin down. Haha, now you think of letting your girlfriend down. Zhao Liangzi, you're good. Bai Shuang laughed at Zhao Liangzi's words. Unfortunately, if you want to be the person who betrays her, don't ask me to cooperate with you. I won't be willing to be cheap with you. Are you done talking? Zhao Liangzi was angered by Bai Shuang's words. He let go of the steering wheel and rushed in front of Bai Shuang. He grabbed her shoulder and said angrily, Since the day you saw me with your cousin, I haven't seen her again. Only then did he remember that he was also on a mission. It was taboo to run into an acquaintance while on a mission. Either he had to think of a reasonable reason immediately, or he had to report it to his superiors. Zhao Liangzi looked extremely conflicted for a moment, but in Bai Shuang's eyes, she felt that Zhao Liangzi was still wavering between her and her sister. She was furious. Let go of me. Bai Shuang's face darkened. I'll pretend nothing happened. You don't have to be conflicted, and I won't keep you company. Get out. She pushed Zhao Liangzi away, turned around, and found a handle on the car door. She pushed it outward, and the door opened. She breathed a sigh of relief and quickly got out of the car. She immediately hailed a taxi and went to the convention center in front. Zhao Liangzi couldn't explain, but he couldn't ignore it. After thinking for a long time, he called Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiao. The phone rang for a while before Hua Xiaoheng picked up. Little Zay? What's wrong? What's the matter? It's like this. Zhao Liangzi gritted his teeth. On my way back, I saw someone's phone being robbed, so I went to help and got her phone back. In the end, that person was Bai Shuang. As soon as Zhao Liangzi said it, Hua Xiaoheng understood. It wasn't like he would be a busybody just because he saw someone's phone being robbed, right? He must have seen that the person was Bai Shuang, or looked like Bai Shuang, so he went to help get the phone back. Hua Xiaoheng chuckled. What's wrong? Isn't it a good thing to meet an old friend in a foreign land? Why do you sound unhappy? I kissed her, Zhao Liangzi said sullenly. Then she scolded me, and we parted on bad terms. Hua Xiaoheng should have sympathized with him, but a smile climbed uncontrollably onto his cheeks. He wore a Bluetooth headset and made seafood fried rice for Gun Yinji in the kitchen in front of the induction cooker. He said casually, You deserve to be scolded, but I should actually slap you. That's not what I meant. Zhao Liangzi was so distressed that he was incoherent. Actually, what I meant was that she knew I left on a mission, and then she saw me here. Hua Xiaoheng's hand paused. He put down the spatula and walked to the door. Looking at the vast blue Atlantic Ocean, his mind raced as he said, Tell me honestly, what exactly did you say to her? Don't leave out a single word. Do you hear me? Yes, Chief. Zhao Liangzi was shocked and quickly repeated the conversation he had with Bai Shuang just now without missing a word. When he recounted the debate between him and Bai Shuang about, You're cheap or I'm cheap, Hua Xiaoheng was speechless. You two are so childish. Hua Xiaoheng calmly turned back, turned off the fire, and scooped out the seafood fried rice. He made a decision and said to Zhao Liangzi, Then what do you think? Are you going to choose between two girlfriends? You can't have a foot in both boats. Zhao Liangzi reflexively retorted, Bai Yueran and I aren't considered boyfriend and girlfriend yet. No, I thought you guys had already decided. Hua Xiaoheng took out the steak he had just bought and fried it in the pan with butter. The sound of sizzling rang out in the kitchen, accompanied by the aroma of butter that spread throughout the hall. Gunyinji went to her room to clean up, took a shower, and changed into a summer t-shirt and hot pants. She walked out of the room with her long legs bare. She almost followed the aroma of food to the kitchen. Huashao, dinner is ready. Gunyinji was delighted to see a bowl of seafood fried rice placed on the dining table in the dining room. The dining room and kitchen were actually a suite, with the kitchen inside and the dining room outside. Through the large floor-to-ceiling windows, she could still see the white spots on the sea. The afterglow of the setting sun and the sparkling seawater were like pieces of gold dancing in her eyes. Occasionally, one or two dolphins could be seen leaping high from the bottom of the sea and naughtily chasing each other on the surface. It's so beautiful here. Gunyinji sighed. She was so fascinated by the view that she didn't even care to eat her favorite seafood fried rice. Hua Xiaoheng heard movement and turned to see that Gunyinji had already arrived. His gaze lingered on her long bare legs for a moment. Zhao Yangzi was still yelling over the phone. We didn't make a deal. I just kissed her, and you sent me to this godforsaken island. We didn't even have time to say anything. Hua Xiaoheng withdrew his gaze and turned to Zhao Yangzi on the other end of the phone. Little Zhe, you have to resolve the matter between Bai Shuang and Bai Yueran as soon as possible. Are you still a man if you procrastinate? You have to be honest and don't play tricks. Be careful of your style problems, and no one can save you if that happens. Zhao Yangzi's heart trembled when he heard this, and he quickly said, Hua Xiao, I don't have that kind of guts. I really like Bai Shuang. I'll make it clear to Bai Yueran after the mission. Zhao Yangzi was also stunned when he heard this. So this was what he really meant and his true feelings. He had pursued love for so long, but he had never recognized his own heart. Rationally, he knew that Bai Yueran was a better partner, but emotionally, he couldn't help but favor Bai Shuang, and he couldn't even control it. Hua Xiaoheng flipped the steak in the pan and fried it until it was medium done. He said, but if you want to be with Bai Shuang, do you only want to date her once? Or do you want to marry her? Zhao Liangzi asked, is there a difference? Of course there is. Hua Xiaoheng said bluntly. You know what crime Bai Shuang's father committed, right? Such a person can't pass the background check. Do you know to what extent Big Xiong's fiancée, Ma Chi-Chi, went through the background check? To what extent? Zhao Yangzi was nervous and felt like he couldn't breathe. How could he have forgotten about the background check? 4 generations, all relatives within 5 years. Zhao Yangzi's heart sank. If he decided to be with Bai Shuang and marry her, she would definitely not pass the background check. Then he could only retire from the army. Although if he retired from the army, he could easily find another job. He could even not look for a job and directly start his own company. With his computer skills, he could be very successful no matter what he did. But he didn't want to retire from the army. He liked his current job very much. He liked it so much that this job was worthy of being the first in his heart. If anything conflicted with this job, he would give up other things and keep this job. But now it was Bai Shuang who conflicted with his job. She was the first woman he truly fell in love with in his 28 years of life. On one side was the important task of protecting the country, and on the other side was the lover he loved. How should he choose? This is the first update of the day. Chapter 1188, Choice. Today is the second day of October's double monthly votes. Everyone, hurry up and cast your guaranteed monthly votes. The second update will be at 1 p.m., and the third update will be at 8 p.m. P.S. Thank you to the leader, I am Master Rashi, for tipping 100,000 Chidian coins yesterday. Thank you to the leader, Enigma Yangxi, for tipping 10,000 Chidian coins yesterday. Moi. Chapter 1198. Zhao Yangzi held the phone in his hand, speechless. Hua Xiaoheng didn't rush him and continued frying his steak. When the steak was done, Zhao Liangzi muttered, I need to think about it. Hua Xiaoheng pursed his lips and said expressionlessly, You still want to? I think you should stop thinking about it. If you think too much, You'll get dizzy the moment you see Bai Shuang. If this happened in ancient times, you would be a muddle-headed ruler. Zhao Yangzi was already feeling gloomy, but when he heard Hua Xiaoheng's words, he immediately exploded and said indignantly, "How can I be a fatuous ruler? At most, he's a sycophant." He narrowed his eyes unkindly. "Are you saying that I'm a fatuous ruler?" Zhao Yangzi chuckled. "Whoever said that knows. I didn't say anything. Hua Xiao, how could you be a fatuous ruler in ancient times? You are the kind of person with great wisdom, courage, and unparalleled resourcefulness. The regent. I'm your elite soldier. Since he could joke around, he should be fine." Hua Xiaoheng didn't want his subordinates to work with emotions. He smiled and said, "All right, I'll wait for my elite soldiers to help me expand my territory. All right, it's getting late. You should go back." Zhao Yangzi was about to agree when he suddenly remembered something and said, "Mr. Hua, Bai Shuang also seems to be staying in a hotel in the wealthy district in the suburbs. I'm worried that you'll meet. There were only 2 upper-class hotels in Cape Town, some in the city center and the rest in the wealthy suburbs. Just now, Zhao Yangzi had tried to find out where Bai Shuang lived, and Bai Shuang had clearly said that she didn't live in the city center, so she could only live in the same district as Hua Xiaoheng and the others. Although this district was huge, no one knew if they would meet again. Hua Xiaoheng thought about it. "Go back to the island first and arrange your work for the next few days. Bring your luggage to me tomorrow morning. Let's discuss our next step." "Yes, Chief." Zhao Yangzi quickly agreed and drove to the harbor. He got on his yacht and drove back to the island. After spending a few months in this place, not only had Zhao Yangzi's driving skills improved tremendously, but his ability to sail a boat had also improved tremendously. Hua Xiaoheng turned off his Bluetooth headset and carried his plate to the dining room. Gun Yinji's seafood fried rice was still untouched on the dining table. She propped her head up with her hand and stared out the French windows at the seascape. Hua Xiaoheng sat down across from her and knocked on the table with a smile. "Let's eat. We'll watch after that." Gun Yinji rubbed her temples and turned to look at Hua Xiaoheng with a smile. "Are you done with the call? It's Brother Zhe. Did he meet Bai Shuang?" Hua Xiaoheng didn't want to hide it from her, so he nodded and shook his head as he cut the steak for himself. Little Zhe isn't as straightforward as Big Xiong. He's a drag when it comes to relationships. Gun Yinji was speechless. "Is this what you call being sloppy about a relationship?" She pouted and scooped herself a small bowl of fried rice with a spoon. Brother Zhe is his first love. It's normal for him to not realize who he likes. How is this a drag? Hua Xiaoheng glanced at her and remembered her first love, class rep, Mei Xiaowen. His eyes flashed, but he didn't want to argue with her about this. He quietly changed the topic. "Actually, I don't care who they're dating, but as their superior, I have an obligation to remind them of the conditions for marriage." "Conditions?" Gun Yinji frowned. "What conditions?" "Background check. People like us have to submit a marriage report for approval before we can go through the formalities." Hua Xiaoheng looked at her and smiled. "Big Xiong's marriage application is still lying in my office." "Oh." Gun Yinji was surprised. "Is there a problem with Chi-Chi's background check?" "It shouldn't be, right?" "Yes, there's no problem with her. We checked 4 generations of her family, as well as relatives within 5 generations. If her immediate family has a criminal record, her background check will be rejected immediately. If a non-immediate family member has a criminal record, it needs to be reported, but it won't affect the approval." Gun Yinji suddenly understood. "I understand. Bai Shuang definitely can't do it because her father committed treason. TSK. Brother Zhe really likes challenges. Bai Yueran doesn't have that much trouble. She's now the prime minister's daughter. Bai Shuang's father was only Bai Yueran's uncle, so he was not an immediate family member. Bai Yuxing's crime wouldn't affect Bai Yueran. Bai Yueran had personally reported Bai Yuxing's eradication. This was a major meritorious act, and also a plus for her. Bai Shuang was different. She knew her father had committed treason, but she didn't report him. She even met up with her father and lived abroad for a period of time. This was almost like an accomplice, so she would lose points. In short, although their criteria for background checks were only the immediate family members, All the circumstances of non-immediate family members also needed to be investigated and recorded. Hua Xiaoheng slowly explained the content and criteria of the background check to Gun Yinji. When the two of them ate, they always followed the principle of don't talk while eating, don't talk while sleeping. But living in this apartment-style hotel, the scenery outside was too beautiful, and the atmosphere was too harmonious. Hua Xiaoheng wasn't so strict with Gun Yinji, but after Gun Yinji asked, she didn't speak again. Her big eyes flickered, and she silently ate her favorite seafood fried rice. The serviced apartment they lived in had a kitchen that could cook, and there was a supermarket nearby where they could buy fresh ingredients and cooking spices. After Zhao Lianzi left, the two of them went to the supermarket to buy daily necessities for a few days, as well as drinking water, semi-finished ingredients, and rice. Hua Xiaoheng's cooking skills were indisputable. Gun Yinji ate 3 bowls in one go before reluctantly putting down the bowl and chopsticks. "I'm full. Hua Xiao, do you want coffee or tea?" Gun Yinji stood up and went to the kitchen to make a drink. Hua Xiaoheng looked at his watch. It wasn't yet 6 o'clock, so it was still early. It wasn't time to sleep. "Give me a cup of mocha. No sugar needed." Hua Xiaoheng took the plates to the kitchen dishwasher and turned on the automatic mode to let the dishwasher do its job. He went to the balcony outside and sat down. He picked up the local English newspaper provided by the apartment and began reading. Gun Yinji found the coffee machine and studied it for a while before making a cup of mocha and a cup of cappuccino. She placed the 2 coffee cups on the tray and placed the mocha in front of Hua Xiaoheng. "Hua Xiao, try this. I made it myself." Mocha was a drink made by mixing coffee and cocoa powder. It wasn't pure black coffee, so drinking it wouldn't cause insomnia. Hua Xiaoheng picked it up and tasted it. He nodded with satisfaction. Not bad." Gun Yinji drank the cappuccino and kept her eyes on Hua Xiaoheng's face. Hua Xiaoheng looked at the newspaper nonchalantly and said calmly, "You have something to say?" Gun Yinji was speechless. She originally wanted to deny it, but when she thought that she did have something to say, she could only rub her nose awkwardly and whisper, "Hua Xiao, you can even handle my background check. Can't you help Brother Zhe?" She had already signed a marriage contract with Hua Xiaoheng, which meant that the previous conditions should have been met. The most important of those conditions was the background check. Gun Yinji knew her own situation. Just the father's whereabouts alone could make her background check stuck at this stage. If she couldn't pass the background check, she and Hua Xiaoheng could forget about getting married. However, deep down, Gun Yinji still didn't approve of this wedding, so she hadn't thought much about it before. Hua Xiaoheng had used Gun Yinji's background check as a condition to bargain with the military bosses before agreeing to go to New York to save Tangaran. Faced with Gun Yinji's request, Hua Xiaoheng pursed his lips and said calmly, "No one in your family has a criminal record, so your situation isn't difficult to investigate. However, Bai Shuang's situation is different. Her and her father's situation is more complicated, so I can't guarantee it. The only one with a criminal record was Gu Yanran, but she didn't even have adoption papers." Hua Xiaoheng wouldn't recognize Gu Yanran as Gun Yinji's immediate family. "Is that so?" Gun Yinji's eyes flashed with some regret. "Actually, Bai Shuang is not bad." Hua Xiaoheng smiled and said, "I'm sitting here, but you only care about others. Yinji, you really know how to waste time." This was the second night watch for the day. Chapter 1189, Wasting Time. Today was the second day of the double monthly votes for October. Everyone, hurry up and vote for your guaranteed monthly votes. Today was also Monday, so everyone forgot their recommendation tickets. It was 8 o'clock at night. Mwah. Chapter 1199. A waste of time. Gun Yinji looked at Hua Xiaoheng with a face full of question marks. Hua Xiaoheng put one hand on her shoulder and pulled her over. He leaned over and kissed her on the lips. His deep voice was slightly hoarse as he said, "So this is what cappuccino tastes like." Gun Yinji suddenly realized that she couldn't keep up with Hua Xiaoheng's train of thought. Is there a difference?" Isn't it about the same as your mocha? Gun Yinji stammered as a tingling sensation swept over her plump lips. About the same? I think it's a long way off. Hua Xiaoheng spoke with his lips pressed against hers. Try mine if you don't believe me. Gun Yinji was bewitched by his low, husky voice. She involuntarily stuck out the tip of her tongue and stuck it on Hua Xiaoheng's lips before quickly retracting it. Cappuccino is coffee with vanilla, and mocha is coffee with black cocoa. Gun Yinji murmured and was caught off guard as Hua Xiaoheng swept his tongue into her lips again to taste the vanilla coffee. Gun Yinji's scalp tingled as he sucked on the tip of her tongue. She tried to push him away and said, "That's enough." "Not enough." Hua Xiaoheng chuckled in her ear. "It's not enough no matter how much I eat. Let's go inside and continue eating." It was actually a very normal sentence, but when Hua Xiaoheng said it in such a manner and tone, it was truly indescribable. That night, Gun Yinji was repeatedly tasted by Hua Xiaoheng until dawn. Zhao Yangzi almost didn't sleep on the island all night. As soon as he closed his eyes, he remembered the kiss with Bai Shuang during the day. It was like he had finally gotten what he wanted after a long time, but it was also like he was caught off guard. He couldn't tell when his feelings for Bai Shuang had begun. He only knew that day in the parking lot, when Bai Yueran suddenly pounced on him and kissed him, he didn't feel excited at all. Instead, he felt like he had put an end to his year-long pursuit. He was like a traveler who had traveled a long distance on a pilgrimage, only to find that it wasn't the holy land he had hoped for when he reached the end. However, the kiss with Bai Shuang during the day made him want more. Not only was he so excited that he couldn't control himself, but he also wanted to continue. Perhaps love was like this. It seemed to require conditions to be piled up, but when it came to reality, it was completely uncontrolled by reason. The feeling of his body couldn't lie. And love, from the very beginning, was originally an attraction based on the nature of hormones. But to be with Bai Shuang forever, this was really not an ordinary difficulty. For a moment, Zhao Yangzi hated Bai Shuang's father, Bai Yuxing. When he fled to another country, did he think that his actions would not only harm the innocent field personnel, but also his only daughter? Because of him, Bai Shuang lost her job, and now she was about to lose her love. But then again, her situation was much better than those field personnel because she did not lose her life. For people, what could be more important than their lives? Thinking of this, Zhao Yangzi felt the uncontrollable excitement recede a little. Years of education and training in the military made him unable to remain indifferent to this kind of thing. Standing on the balcony of the room, facing the vast coastline, he smoked for the whole night. Early in the morning, a red sun emerged from the horizon, illuminating the entire sea in a flash. The dark clouds that had shrouded the night dispersed, revealing the blue sky and white clouds, clear water, and red sun. Countless strong colors assaulted one's face, dazzling and almost making one colorblind. Zhao Yangzi had seen this scene many times, but every time he saw it, he couldn't help but marvel. But today, his mind was full of Bai Shuang, and he was distracted by the beautiful sunrise on the sea in front of him. A few seagulls flew by and cut through the sky in front of his eyes. Zhao Yangzi came back to his senses, threw the cigarette, but in his hand into the trash can in the corner of the balcony, and waved his fist at the sky a few times. Smelling the smell of smoke all over his body, he curled his lips in disgust and went back to his room to take a shower, change his clothes, and carry the suitcase he packed last night to find Hua Xiaoheng. At 7 o'clock in the morning, Gun Yinji was sleeping soundly in Hua Xiaoheng's arms. She had been exhausted again yesterday. Hua Xiaoheng opened his eyes and kissed her cheek with pity. "I want to sleep. Don't be noisy." Gun Yinji pushed him with her hand and tried to turn over, but Hua Xiaoheng held her in place and couldn't move. She struggled for a moment and found that she couldn't break free, so she gave up. Hua Xiaoheng let out a few low chuckles. The laughter was full of magnetism and plucked at Gun Yinji's heartstrings, comforting her even in her sleep. She gradually calmed down and relaxed her brows in the crook of Hua Xiaoheng's arm. Hua Xiaoheng massaged her legs, then her waist and finally her shoulders. Overwork required appropriate relaxation, and his physical strength was still a little unbearable for her. Gun Yinji slept even more deeply, and her breathing was soft and long. Her long eyelashes were like 2 rows of small fans, covering the faint bruises under her eyes. Hua Xiaoheng's heart softened uncontrollably. He leaned over and kissed her eyelids. His movements were gentle and delicate, like a dragonfly skimming the water. He didn't wake her up. Hua Xiaoheng took a deep breath, lifted the quilt, and got out of bed. He went outside to swim 50 laps in the pool to vent his morning energy. He climbed out of the pool, dripping wet, and the sun just happened to shine on him, enveloping his body in golden light. Hua Xiaoheng came out of the pool and went to the kitchen to make breakfast. He had just finished making breakfast when Gun Yinji finished washing up and came out. Zhao Yangzi also came with a suitcase. Hua Xiaoheng placed 3 sets of breakfast on the table and said dryly, "You two really know how to pick the right time." Zhao Yangzi and Gun Yinji looked at each other innocently and said inexplicably, "Doesn't everyone have breakfast at this time? You also have to pick the right time?" Yes, all the breakfast restaurants in the country open at this time." Hua Xiaoheng glanced at them. "You two are singing the same tune. You two have quite a good chemistry. Of course, don't you know whose apprentice she is?" Zhao Yangzi laughed heartily and seemed to be in a good mood. Gun Yinji also pursed her lips and smiled. She picked up the milk and took a sip, leaving a layer of white milk foam on her upper lip. Hua Xiaoheng casually picked up a tissue from the table and naturally wiped the milk foam on her upper lip. Gun Yinji didn't resist and casually tilted her head to let him wipe. Their actions were indescribably harmonious and loving. Zhao Yangzi threw away his knife and fork and said angrily, "I'm full just looking at the public display of affection so early in the morning. I'm not eating, I'm going for a morning run." There was a piece of toast that had just been baked on his plate, but he only ate 1 bite before putting it down. Coming out of the small courtyard of the apartment-style hotel where Hua Xiaoheng and Gun Yinji were staying, the air was fresh and the temperature was neither too hot nor too cold. Zhao Yangzi decided to go for a morning run first. He took long strides and ran around the sidewalk of the hotel area. Not long after, a woman in a red tracksuit also ran over from the other side of the sidewalk. The two brushed past each other on the road and stopped at the same time. "It's you? It's you. What a coincidence. We meet again," Zhao Yangzi said faintly as he looked at Bai Shuang in front of him and narrowed his eyes. This was the 3rd update of the day. Chapter 1190, What a Coincidence. Today was the 2nd day of the double monthly votes for October, so everyone should quickly cast their guaranteed monthly votes. Today was also Monday, so everyone had forgotten their recommended votes. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.